Colonel Luo, watching as Luo Qixing was consumed by clusters of liquid metal and turned into a silver hill. Liao was unable to stop it because he and Long Yongjun were in trouble. 2. In front of the two colossi, tremendous liquid metal flowed over and piled up into a mountain almost 20 meters tall. Limbs and organs grew out of the mountains, transforming them into two silver giants that were almost as tall as the two colossi. Colossi, symbols of war, massacre, and humanity's brutal nature. The two silver giants declared at the same time, after human beings enter the new world of absolute peace, they will not need the colossi anymore. The two giants sprinted at the Tartarian skeleton and the yin-yang. Despite their enormous size, they were even more agile than the small puppets on the ground. Extending and changing their forms, they evaded the sword and saber auras launched by Liao and Long Yongjun. Even if some of the attacks cut narrow, long slits on them, they were still utterly unharmed. Pooh! After they reached the two of them, the silver giants leapt up into two torrents of liquid metal in midair, trying to directly lunge at the two colossi and perform the same swallowing and infiltration. Liao sniffed. He retreated almost 100 meters quickly, leaving dozens of blurred shadows of the Tartarian skeleton behind. All the bloody thorns on its body deeply stabbed into the liquid metal. Under the surging spiritual energy and the high-frequency vibration, the silver giant collapsed abruptly into silver balls the size of fingernail, which hit the ground like a silver raindrop. Next to him, Long Yongjun also activated almost 100 black and white light blades that could easily be heated to more than 1,000 degrees. She minced the silver giant that jumped at him into scorching pieces, making it unable to be condensed again for a long time. However, it was not the solution to their current problem. It was true that the silver balls scattered on the ground failed to condense into a giant dozens of meters tall, but they were consolidated into tiny figurines the size of a hand while they wriggled weirdly. Despite the small size, they each had arms, legs, a torso, a head, and all the other necessary organs. There was the same hole in their heads that could be twisted randomly into all kinds of creepy expressions. Even the strongest violence cannot solve all problems. All the tiny figurines, the number of which must have surpassed 100,000, were letting out the same devastated voice while waving their pointy arms. You can't kill me because I represent peace. However cruel a war can be, you can never kill peace. Gritting his teeth, Liao could not help but bellow, "You're mad." "I'm not mad. Those people who are trying to soak the civilization of mankind in war for another million years and even make it self-destruct in war, it is they who are mad." The 100,000 tiny figurines were shrieking at the same time. "Are you such people, too? Are you among those goddamned war fanatics? Why can't you understand? Why are you so reluctant to join hands with me and create a new world of absolute peace?" In ear-splitting shrieks, the tiny figurines hopped at Liao and Long Yongjun again. Faced with the overwhelming silver figurines, even Liao and Long Yongjun felt that it was tricky despite the two colossi. The most critical problem was that they could not bring out the colossi's full combat ability. Not only was this place a central hub of the spiritual nexus, millions of hostages inside the space station might also have been kidnapped by Professor Emotian. It was possible that their bodies were enshrouded by the weird liquid metal, and their souls were trapped in the Spiritor's realm. If the two colossi carried out the maximum of their combat ability, it might be possible for them to completely blow District 01 space station into smithereens. But as a result, millions of lives would be lost, and Professor Emotian's plan might not be stopped at all. With so many hindrances, Liao could not make up his mind to attack at all. Besides, he had noticed that the ocean of liquid metal below his feet was getting deeper and deeper. It was almost drowning the ankles of the two colossi. "Something's wrong below our feet. Hurry and fly up." In Liao's roars, the two colossi ascended quickly. Almost at the same time, countless tentacles dashed out of the silver ocean below their feet and reached for their legs with ear-splitting shrieks, only to be melted by the exhaust flames spurted from the power rune arrays below their feet. The tentacles fell back into the silver ocean into orange spots that were blossoming like buds. However, in midair, The hundreds of thousands of silver figurines were already coming at the two of them relentlessly and crashing into their spiritual shields. As colorful ripples spread out on their spiritual shields, they were constantly shattered, splashing and falling. But they simply wriggled, melted, and condensed again and again until they were blown into pieces again. Peace. Absolute peace is about to come. Stop now. Let's not fight each other anymore. I love you deeply, human compatriots. Enter the new world together with me, where there is not war but tranquility, not pain but delight and happiness. In the new world, mankind will evolve into a purer, more advanced, and more civilized species. That is our only future. The silver figurines were creaking nonstop while they were destroyed and remade incessantly. In the end, they even turned into vivid faces of men and women, old and young. Young man, why are you so into war? A silver figurine that put on the appearance of an old grandma with wrinkles all over the face was truly speaking like a weather-beaten woman who was full of pain. Wars are the worst things in the world. How much pain has war brought to us? It hurts. It hurts so much. Uncle, don't kill me. Don't. Another silver figurine that looked like a young girl was truly shedding tears, like pearls from the corner of its eyes. While crying, it crashed into the spiritual shield of the Tartarian skeleton. Naturally, it was immediately ripped into pieces by the spiritual shield that had been activated to the maximum. My daughter! My daughter! Another two silver figurines seemed to have turned into the parents of the former one. Seeing the miserable death of their daughter, they were screaming desperately and charged at him too. Devils! You war lunatics are the real devils. Give me my daughter! Naturally, they were all blown to smithereens and reduced to the most fundamental particles. Very soon, all the silver figurines seemed to have turned into victims who were tormented in wars, especially the people who were ravaged by top experts in fierce battles. They lunged at the spiritual shield of the two colossi again. Alarms, each louder than the last, were ringing deep inside the two colossi. Their spiritual shields had both been weakened to the limits and were about to collapse under the scourge of the silver figurines. Li Yao's mind was also deeply stimulated by the vivid expressions and the painful voices of the silver figurines. Save me, uncle! It hurts so much. Mom, mom, mom! Wars! Goddamn wars! Why do we have to kill each other? Aren't we the same kind? Why can't there be eternal tranquility and absolute peace within the civilization of mankind? Ah! 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 The voices of men and women, old and young, filled with fear, pain, expectation, hope, and desperation, blasted Li Yao's brain like enchantments and seemed to be creating real wars in his head, as well as the victims who shouldered real pain in those real wars and died helplessly. Li Yao's mind was greatly disturbed by the voices. His spiritual shield immediately became riddled with holes. Shwa! 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 1,000 silver figurines flew in. Although thousands of saber auras were blowing around Li Yao's colossus, they could do nothing except mince the silver figurines into smaller parts. Those silver figurines simply turned into round balls and attached themselves to the plate armor of the Tartarian skeleton, blocking the gaps of all the rune arrays and the spiritual stripes. The flames of spiritual energy that were burning around the Tartarian skeleton immediately turned dim. It was like a dam was cracking, and the flood was breaking free inevitable. More and more silver figurines jumped at the colossus enthusiastically, trying to entirely enshroud the Tartarian skeleton. On the other side, the Yin-Yang, the colossus used by Longyang-jun, was not in any better condition. She was also fighting against the liquid metal that had fixed itself to the surface of the colossus. The technology of the colossus was levels higher than the technology of the most advanced crystal suit. There was definitely not a single gap for infiltration on the surface. Also, the intensity of the plate armor was often high enough to take the barrage of the main guns of the warships the hard way. It was barely possible for the liquid metal to dig a hole on the surface of the colossus. The internal life-sustaining system in the colossus was also more advanced than the general circulation system on the starships. Nothing would happen even if they spent a month in the vacuum or in an environment of lethal poison. Therefore, although they had been completely swallowed by the liquid metal, Liao's and Long Yangjuan's real bodies would not be in too much danger anytime soon. However, it was not necessarily the case for their brains or their souls. When the two colossi were struggling hard in the silver ocean, enormous flowers suddenly blossomed in the silver world. All the flowers were moved toward the two colossi, and the pistols made of hundreds of silver antennae shivered rapidly and aimed at Liao and Long Yangjun. Give up the futile struggle and the passion for war. Professor Mo Xian's inhuman, unsubstantial voice was echoing from all directions again. Your companions have all been invited to the Spiriters' realm as guests. Their life is great there. Why don't you let go of your prejudice and explore the real Spiriters' realm for yourselves? Shua! All the silver flowers expanded, and every pistil straightened out, unleashing invisible but massive mental waves. Those waves were based on the brainwaves of the cultivators, but their frequency had been increased to more than 100 times. In only 12 hours, Liao had gone through the blast of the four-dimensional ripples, the sudden assault of the extraterrestrial devils in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, and the fatal fight with the army of ghosts. His mental power was already running dry, and he was merely persisting with the support of medication. Therefore, when Professor Mo Xian launched his most powerful mental attack, he could not shoulder it at all. He merely felt that silver brightness was leaking into the colossus, like amniotic fluid in a mother's womb, which enshrouded him softly and dragged him into a dreamland. At this point, there were 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds to go before the Black Wind Fleet arrived at the core space zone in the Heaven's Origin sector. The office of the Defense Council of the Federation was located in the southern suburb of the capital city in the Heaven's Origin sector, right next to the General Staff and the Command Center of the Federal Army. As a civilization of cultivators that had strong individuals, the Star Glory Federation had been carrying on a parallel policy in terms of national military power since the old Federation 600 years ago. While a powerful regular army was maintained, the sects and the individuals, on the premise that they abided by the Constitution of Cultivators, were allowed to boast an extremely high personal combat ability. In many cases, the supreme experts from the major sects had a personal combat ability far more advanced than the Federal Army, but when it came to profoundness and durability, they were certainly no match for the Federal Army. During the 600 years of development in the Federation, the military and cultivators once had contradictions. There was even a dark period known as the Age of Red Dragon Army where one party completely suppressed the other. However, the drawbacks of such a system were soon revealed and rectified. The parallel regime of two fists was restored. The two parties had been supervising each other to achieve a dynamic balance. After 600 years of cooperation, and faced with the threat of the Imperium of True Human Beings, the military and the Association of Cultivators, which represented the interests of the cultivators, had been combined. Today, the highest decision-making and war command center in the Federation was not the Department of Defense, the General Staff of the military, or the National Strategies Institute in the Parliament, but this place, the Defense Council of the Federation, made of the leadership of the military, the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau, and the many nascent soul stage cultivators and even divinity transformation stage cultivators in the Association of Cultivators. According to tradition, the position of President of the Defense Council would be taken by the Speaker of the Federation, and the 3 vice presidents were assumed by the big shots from the military, the Secret Sword Bureau, and the Association of Cultivators respectively. The series of gray, egg-like buildings in the southern suburb of the capital city was the command center of the most fatal armed forces of the 7 sectors in the Federation. At this moment, countless shuttles and fully armed exos were milling about inside the gray eggs, like bees that had been infuriated. Alarms were echoing non-stop within the Defense Council, too. Everything was a mess. The military, Secret Sword Bureau, Association of Cultivators, Parliament, the giants of various parties came one after another. Even a lot of mysterious people who barely showed up in the news had revealed themselves, but they were obviously anxious, too. They had every reason to be anxious, because something devastating had just happened. 2 hours ago, more than 10 starships disguised as supply ships had launched assaults on 3 space gates in the periphery of the Heaven's Origin sector simultaneously. They had successfully seized one of the space gates and blocked the other 2 with bombs that contained tremendous interferential materials, including gold graphite. It meant that, for the time being, of the 3 enormous lighthouses in the Heaven's Origin sector that were supposed to guide the external starships to jump in, 2 had been entirely turned off, and the brightness from the last had been redirected to the unknown darkness. Who knew what kind of stuff would pop out from the darkness? Because of the internal infiltration, the assault was fluent and soundless. It was completed in only half an hour. Also, the assaulters adopted very advanced technology to hack the spiritual nexus. They intercepted and replaced the communication between the 3 space gates and the Space Jump Control Center on the ground in advance. Therefore, it was not until half an hour ago that the accident was finally noticed and reported. The Federation today boasted 7 boundless sectors at the edge of the cosmos. It could more or less be counted as a dinosaur, although not a gigantic one. Naturally, the reaction speed of its central nerves could not be as high as the reaction speed of a mouse. After the Defense Council of the Federation confirmed the seriousness of the issue and sent out the Heaven's Origin fleet, the local fleet stationed at the capital, to march at the 3 space gates, ripples from the 4-dimensional space had already raised a turbulence of spiritual energy of an enormous scale near the biggest space gate. A bloody mouth seemed to slowly open and was about to consume the entire space zone, when Guqing, the Supreme Speaker of the Star Glory Federation, stepped into the command center of the Defense Council. The first thing he saw was exactly the colorful, devastating images displayed on hundreds of light beams after the bloody mouth was scanned in various ways. Guqing was 225 years old. Of all the speakers of the Federation, he was not certainly among the most brilliant. He lacked personal charisma, and his connections with the major sects and the military were not deep enough, either. He was purely a dutiful, hard-working civil official, nothing more. Many people called him Camel behind his back. Even his wife and his children sometimes called him that to his face, half-jokingly. Including himself, everybody knew that he was not one of the speakers who could dominate the world and be respected as heroes, but a worker who set the stage, prepared the armor, honed the weapons for the heroes in silence, and sent the heroes to the stage with his shoulder as the stairs. From the old Federation to this day, 600 years had passed with almost 100 speakers. But only a few had a description of half a chapter in the history textbooks. Most of the speakers showed up in the appendices with their names and the dates of their birth and death. It was doubtless that Guqing would be one of them. Even his photograph would not be added to the history books, and even the pickiest examination officers would not trick the students with his life events as the questions. On the other hand, he never complained about his destiny. During his 2 5-year terms, he had done everything that he could to mobilize all the forces that could be mobilized, accumulating the war potential of the Federation coin after coin to lay a foundation for the highest warring state to come and to provide armor, swords, and a stage for the real heroic figures such as Ding Lingdang or Jin Xinyue. In the past decade, he seemed to have grown older by 100 years. He had originally lacked the vibe of a compelling leader, and now he looked even more clumsy and dumb, like a piece of rotten wood that had been burnt in fire for too many times. According to the calendar, the new Speaker of the Federation would be elected in another 2 weeks. From that day on, the various powers of the Federation would be transferred one after another. In 1.5 months, the new Speaker would swear in right before the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag and billions of people of the Federation. After that, he would be completely relieved of the heavy burden that had been deeply buried into his flesh and bones. But then, the real problem now was, would the Star Glory Federation still exist in 1.5 months? Guqing's feelings were all hidden in the deep wrinkles, like every day in the past 10 years. He seemed to be an old camel that was moving unhurriedly, although it had encountered a black storm in the desert, as if the dense light spots on the hundreds of light beams were nothing more than some annoying sand. His attitude, which was so calm that it bordered on sluggish, had an amazing reaction with the slightly panicked atmosphere inside the Defense Council. Gradually, all the anxious and agitated people around were influenced by him and slowed down. They were even looking at him, full of expectation. Almost 100 enormous light beams were connected to the telescopes that were located in the satellites and asteroids. They were depicting the terrible scenes that were happening in space from different levels through different ways of probing. On the 3D images sent back by the telescopes whose main probe approaches were gravity change and space ripple capture, The deep, profound space was like a vulnerable eggshell that had been broken abruptly by a certain object. The pieces of the eggshell were flying out clearly and did not die down until more than 10 seconds later. The telescopes that mainly detected spiritual energy and heat, on the other hand, discovered dozens, hundreds, and then thousands of butterflies that looked like stars. They were surrounded by raging, glamorous brilliance, which interweaved and melted, illuminating the entire dark universe. Some other crystal cameras that had been deployed at the periphery of the heaven's origin sector for reconnaissance purposes managed to send back some close-distance images before they were disrupted and destroyed. The real appearance of the arrivers was obvious on them. The arrivers were super starships that were pure black, with bodies as even and smooth as a mirror and as clear as glass. On the two sides of the head, the trident lightning emblem and the black storm emblem were embedded. After a long-distance jump that covered dozens of light-years, the arrivers, ripping apart the four-dimensional space and barging into the core area of the Star Glory Federation with invisible but overwhelming flames of spiritual energy, still maintained the most even, dense, and organized formation in the array that was almost 10,000 kilometers long. They aimed at the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector in the strictest square. The solemn, grave, and rigorous battle formation declared in the most majestic way the unparalleled performance of the starships of the Imperium of true human beings and the toughness of the immortal cultivators from the Imperium who were piloting them. High-energy reaction. More than 3,000 starships from the Imperium are arriving at the Heaven's Origin sector through space jumps. This must only be the vanguard. More troops are still waiting to be teleported. The periphery area of the Heaven's Origin sector has turned into a pot of hot soup. The entire space has been churned into a turbulent area. Not good. Our aim has failed. Space jumps were long processes, like when an enormous dinosaur passed through a narrow valley. Even the 3,000 starships in the vanguard could not be teleported all in one jump. Despite the signs of intense reactions of spiritual energy, they were still in a highly unstable space superposition state. To some extent, most of them were both in the Heaven's Origin sector and at the orbit of the brown dwarf simultaneously. It was their most vulnerable moment. It was also the best opportunity for the defenders to attack. However, on the surveillance and the aiming light beams, the gravitational waves, space ripples, and aftershock of spiritual energy and heat raised by the Black Wind Fleet were all blurred. Although the behemoth did not completely vanish, it was now covered in thick mist, making the best weapons deployed on the home plant and the star fortresses in orbit lose their target. The moment the Black Wind Fleet's vanguard jumped to the Heaven's Origin sector, the Heaven's Origin sector launched its counterattack, mostly by the orbit defense troops of the home planet. The armed forces of the Star Glory Federation could be classified into 4 levels. At the top of the pyramid was certainly the deep sky fleets, which could perform dozens of space jumps across multiple sectors, pose a threat to 100 light-years away, and cruise and fight independently for several years. The deep sky fleets were similar to the Black Wind Fleet. They were much more than simple fleets. With their perfect self-circulation, survival, and developabilities, they could exist independently as a tiny starship civilization to some extent. From the Star Ocean Imperium to the Star Ocean Republic to the Imperium of True Human Beings and the Star Glory Federation, all the deep sky fleets had an unspoken rule. The ratio of the female Marines on board should be no lower than 30%. That way, if the motherland suffered a destructive strike while the deep sky fleets were cruising in space, the deep sky fleets alone would be able to pass on the civilization of the motherland. It was not hard to imagine the capabilities and configuration of such fleets. They often gathered the most elite warriors, the wisest commanders, the most advanced starships, the most powerful crystal suits, and even the unique colossi from the motherland. They were both the most precious mobile force in a space battle for a civilization and the home to all the elites. In the Star Glory Federation, there were only 2 troops that were qualified to be called Deep Sky Fleets, namely the Burning Prairie Fleet as the Ace Troop and the Big Buy Fleet, which was best at unexpected attacks as a rapid response troop. The troops 1 tier below the Deep Sky Fleets would be the Guardian Fleet stationed in the many sectors, for example, the Heaven's Origin Fleet that guarded the capital. Although their names might sound awesome, the starships of the Guardian Fleets were often small. Their spiritual shield, armor, and firepower were rather weak too. Most importantly of all, Their structure was relatively simple and vulnerable, and they could not withstand the ripping and regrouping caused by super long-distance space jumps. Therefore, it was difficult for them to launch attacks across sectors. The range of their attack was usually the world that they guarded. If it was a small world such as the Heaven's Origin sector, the range of their activity would be restricted to that system. They even preferred to stay in the central area close to the star where the resources were more abundant and barely set foot in the barren, desolate, undeveloped lands at the edge of the system. Although the Heaven's Origin fleet was the garrison for the capital, it actually did not have too many starships and soldiers, because the Star Glory Federation had expanded too fast in the past 100 years, and the 7 sectors as well as the 100-flower space zone and the Dragon Snake space zone all needed to be defended. There were never enough troops. Besides, the Heaven's Origin sector was a classic single-system world. More than 90% of the resources were focused on the home planet and the 2 planets before and behind it. In terms of defense, it was both unnecessary and impossible to maintain an ace troop that was as powerful as the Burning Prairie fleet. Therefore, compared with the worlds such as the Flying Star sector and the Uranian Ring sector that had a long history of starship production and could even be considered starship civilizations, the Heaven's Origin sector only had a mediocre fleet. The real guardians for the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector, which reassured the misters in the Parliament and the tens of billions of people living on the planet, were the 3rd Defense Forces of the Federation, the Orbit Troops. The Orbit Troops of the Heaven's Origin sector were centered at the 9 asteroid fortresses that were deployed in the orbit of the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. Those asteroids had all been slowly pushed to this place over the past 100 years after being installed with enormous power rune arrays when they were still at the periphery of the Heaven's Origin sector. Captured by the gravity sphere of the home planet, they became tiny satellites. They had all been resource planets in the beginning. The original purpose of pushing them toward the orbit of the home planet was to collect the crystals and mother lodes inside the asteroids more conveniently. They provided the material support for the explosive development of the Heaven's Origin sector in the Golden Century. However, after all the crystals and mother lodes were cleaned up, and the asteroids were turned into empty shells that were riddled with holes, the military, Parliament, and Refiners Association realized at the same time that, instead of going through the trouble of moving them away or destroying them, they might as well be transformed into war fortresses as impenetrable barriers to protect the capital. It had been 30 years since the modification on the first asteroid began, but the project was still not complete. Nevertheless, the 9 asteroids had all been turned into awe-inspiring iron hedgehogs. The old mining holes were transformed into arsenals deeply buried underground, where the super-heavy crystal cannons lurked. A lot of space shuttle bases and exobases had been established on the surface of the asteroids, too. Most of the soldiers of the garrison were deployed in the bases on the asteroids, ready to get rid of the insignificant gravity and march into the space anytime. Together with the torpedo area made of countless forsaken starships and space torpedoes among the asteroids, a deadly line of defense that was second to none in the 7 sectors was created. The orbit defense line, known as Wall of Heaven's Origin, was the greatest reliance for the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. For most of the people in the capital, with such an impenetrable, indestructible defense line, even the 4th tier and last tier of the defense forces seemed to be insignificant. The vanguard of the Black Wind Fleet had arrived at the resourceful area almost at the center of the Heaven's Origin sector under the navigation of the Space Gate. The intruder and the defender were almost at a distance of melee combat the moment they met. Therefore, before the intruder was freed from the dizziness caused by the teleportation, they suffered the brutal attacks from the Wall of Heaven's Origin. From the 9 asteroid fortresses and the half-fixed arsenals modified by a lot of forsaken starships, colorful streaks of brilliance so dense that they appeared concrete covered the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the middle within the moment before they stormed on the Black Wind Fleet overwhelmingly. The first wave of attack lasted 60 seconds, but the result was not satisfactory. Both the high-frequency mystic rays of a short wavelength and the high-energy particles were consumed by the fog that wreathed the Black Wind Fleet. The war fog seemed to disrupt and disperse spiritual energy. The straight rays of light would lose their way like headless flies after they entered the area, reflecting and dispersing randomly. They either passed through the Black Wind Fleet's battle formation without hitting any target or turned into colorful light stripes that decorated the war fog with glamorous colors, as if they were donning the Black Wind Fleet with a majestic battle robe. It was not until this moment that the super-alloy cannonballs pushed by surging magnetic forces arrived to launch strikes at the Black Wind Fleet. However, the war fog carried very powerful effects of force field disruption. Most of the cannonballs were simply pushed away by the arced force field and slid off on the surface of the warships of the Black Wind Fleet. The enemy's stealth technology, force field disruption technology, and spiritual shield technology are all above ours. 99% of our previous attacks missed the targets. But the preliminary scanning on the enemy starships was completed during the moment of attack. More than 20 main force warships have been identified, including Black Swirl, the flagship that is the largest in scale. Is the Black Wind Fleet mad? They have teleported the flagship in the first wave of attack. Are they planning to start a strategic battle with us? The enemy's warships are changing their battle formation from the jump state to the combat state. Their target is the 22.45.28 area, which is the place where our number 1 space gate is located. By the analysis of the General Staff, the Black Wind Fleet's tactical target is to seize the number 1 space gate so that the following warships of the fleet can be teleported incessantly. Cold voices were echoing inside the command center of the Defense Council. The starry spots on the light beams that represented the Black Wind Fleet were now clearer and more active. The appearance of Black Swirl, flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, made everyone realize that it was not a bluff, a feint attack, or a distraction. It was an out-and-out final, strategic battle. Everyone, this is a great opportunity for our enemy. Speaker Wan Guqing lowered his eyes and looked at the generals and experts who were perspiring hard. Even at this moment, his voice was not loud or convincing at all, but his calmness was surprisingly reassuring. As we all know, the Black Wind Fleet is definitely not the only enemy we are going to face. It is totally possible for the Imperium of true human beings to send out a second expedition army in a few years. Dealing with the Black Wind Fleet for years and struggling to secure a victory after a protracted war is of zero significance for the survival of the Federation. We can only try to crush the enemy's main force in a strategic battle to which both parties devote all their troops and finish the war cleanly and neatly, as a way to demonstrate the Federation's power and buy us another 10 to 20 years to catch our breath. This is the only hope for us. Therefore, in the past few years, we have been contemplating how to drag the Black Wind Fleet into a strategic battle, but we never found a perfect opportunity. But right now, the Black Wind Fleet has sent its flagship to our door, and the final battle has already broken out. This is a great blessing for the Federation. Why are you so ill at ease, everybody? The situation is very clear right now. The Black Wind Fleet intends to occupy and destroy the 3 space gates that are around the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector to prevent the Burning Prairie Fleet from reinforcing us so that they can completely occupy the home planet before the Burning Prairie Fleet arrives. For our enemy, as long as we can guard the space gates, stop the follow-up troops of the Black Wind Fleet, and allow the Burning Prairie Fleet to jump back in time, we will be able to destroy the main force warships on the enemy side, including Black Swirl, with the combined forces of the Burning Prairie Fleet, the Big Buy Fleet, the Heaven's Origin Fleet, and the Orbit Defense Troops. After that, the Black Wind Fleet will completely lose the ability to launch a second assault. The Heaven's Origin Fleet, the Big Buy Fleet, and the Orbit Defense Troops must hamstring the Black Wind Fleet at whatever cost until the Burning Prairie Fleet shows up. This battle will decide the fate of the Federation. It will also be the most important battle during the rise of the Federation. The efforts of so many predecessors and compatriots in the past 100 years will depend on the battle. Let's work hard, everyone. In a space battle, thousands of starships would have glamorous competitions with all their barrels glowing. It was the most brilliant, splendid, blood-boiling, and soul-stirring form of war in the history of mankind. The universe was a boundless place. Both human beings themselves and the warships, the seemingly enormous war machines created by them, were nothing but insignificant specks of dust in the grand universe. If 2 fleets did not intend to run into each other, they would be like 2 needles floating in an ocean. It would be practically impossible for them to detect each other, much less hunt each other and get involved in a fight. The Imperium of true human beings had gathered a lot of troops in the past 1,000 years to capture a tiny firefly, but none of the attempts had succeeded, which was the best example. However, the hide-and-seek where neither party could see or catch each other was entirely meaningless in most cases, because the space suitable for the survival of mankind was only less than 1/1000th of the entire universe despite its vastness. The only oases that could provide warmth for human beings in the cold sea of stars were the strategic locations for any civilization. In a certain glorious moment that would decide the fate of billions of people, in order to take over the resource planets, the critical sailing routes, the important industry and training bases, the prehistoric relics or the stable jump points, the main forces of two parties jumped out at the same time and communicated with each other with their bullets as their words in an open, epic fight. That would be a real space battle. It was exactly the case for the battle today, which was a classic confrontation due to the competition over jump points. The 3 space gates around the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector were the critical locations that controlled the entrance and exit of all the mobile forces in the Heaven's Origin sector and the other 6 sectors. They were equivalent to the pass in the ancient times. At this time, most of the warships of the Black Wind Fleet and the Burning Prairie Fleet were not in the Heaven's Origin sector. They required the navigation of the space gates in order to jump over quickly in an orderly fashion for reinforcement. Whoever controlled the 3 space gates would control the passes to enter and exit the Heaven's Origin sector. The follow-up troops on their side would be able to arrive at the place incessantly and completely annihilate the available forces on the enemy's side. Without the navigation of the space gates, although space jumps were not entirely unavailable, given that both parties had the star map and the coordinates of the Heaven's Origin sector, it would be like sailing into a port without the guidance of the lighthouses. The precision and time of such space jumps would be difficult to control. It was quite possible that the warships would jump to a random point in the vast area of the Heaven's Origin sector. It was like tossing a stone from an altitude of hundreds of thousands meters. No matter how precisely one aimed, it would still be meaningless. Because of the disruption of the wind and storm in the 4-dimensional space, the landing point of the stone might be 1,000 meters away from where it was aimed at. Faced with an organized space fleet that had been unfolded into a battle formation, the starships that were strewn dozens of light years away from each other were only a tray of loose sand. They could only wait to be destroyed by the enemy one after another. It would not be reinforcement. It would just be suicide. Therefore, the space gates were the key to the outcome of the battle. The vanguard of the Black Wind Fleet, which had just arrived at the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Heaven's Origin Fleet, which had realized what was going on after the initial shock, both locked onto the number 1 space gate, which was the largest in scale and had the highest navigation level. They were getting closer and closer to each other. Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, was leading the charge at the forefront of the battle formation. Behind the flagship, the 1,000 starships that were in a rectangular distribution changed their shape slowly into quadruple sphere attack units that were as classic as described in the textbooks. Every 100 starships constituted an attack unit. The cruising carrier, which was the largest in size, was at the center. Every carrier was at least 10 kilometers long. The spacious room inside the carrier was devised into the storage and maintenance cabins for the space shuttles, crystal suits, colossi, and even other starships. In the meantime, they boasted a very enormous arsenal of crystals and ammunition, allowing them to supply the other starships in the battle unit with sufficient ammunition and energy. In short, the cruising carriers were independent battle bases in the fleet. Their combat ability might not be high by themselves, but they were always the start and the end of an attack. Of course, the deep, profound internal space of some of the cruising carriers was filled up by enormous crystal cannons or cannons of mystic rays. For the warfare in space, to rip apart the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers and pierce through several of enemy starships or even an entire war fortress, it would require gigantic weapons of unbelievable sizes. Such giant cannons were like battering rams in ancient wars. Although it was inconvenient to move them and difficult to control them, and they could be easily destroyed, they would certainly become the enemy's greatest concern after they were moved to the city gate of the Defender. Outside of the cruising carriers were the main forces for the starship confrontation, the Arsenal starships. As their name suggested, They were all awe-inspiring iron hedgehogs. Dense barrels had been established all over their body. All the internal space had been filled up with crystals and ammunition. There was not even additional room for a crystal suit or a space shuttle. They were like the sharpest blades. All they wanted to do was draw closer and closer to the enemy and then destroy all the stars in the universe with the roars of thousands of turrets. Attack is the best defense. Instead of wasting the materials and space to add a piece of plate on the outside, it is better to build another turret with those resources and install it. The captains and artillerists of all the arsenal starships held the same belief. What made them so zealous and fearless, besides their faith in His Majesty and the Imperium of true human beings, was the third layer of the battle unit that loomed before them, the shield starships. If the arsenal starships were the sharpest longswords of the Imperium, the shield starships would be the hardest armor. The war fog that covered the battle formation of the Black Wind Fleet was exactly their splendid performance. What the shield starships counted on was not the thick and clumsy superalloy armor but the technology of spiritual and magnetic confrontation, force field disruption, and spiritual shield generation, through which they could construct a thick, dense interference belt that would render most of the energy and entity attacks from the enemy's side useless. Outside of the shield starships, at the outermost part of the entire battle unit, which sometimes even protruded out of the war fog, were crystal suits and space shuttles that were as dense as bees. Before the confrontation of cannons, the crystal suits and the space shuttles would be projected, in case the starships that accommodated them were instantly shot by the enemy's cannons, which would cause greater collateral damage if they were still on board. It was common sense for space warfare. Besides, the combat ability that many high-level experts in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage could bring out was often as good as that of a starship. The cruising carriers, arsenal starships, shield starships, and exos constructed a perfect curve. Like almost 30 enormous meteoroids, they approached the number 1 space gate solemnly, orderly, and unhurriedly, leaving colorful exhaust flames behind. As for Black Swirl, a monstrosity dozens of kilometers long, which could only be produced after 100 years of preparation even in the Imperium of true human beings, was the most dazzling star that stayed at the forefront alone, emanating the brilliance of destruction. On the bridge of Black Swirl, Hai Ming was like an iron statue, not moving at all. He simply allowed the cold light from the stars to sprinkle on his body. But the passion in his eyes indicated his flourishing vigor and appetite. He almost could not wait to gobble up the stars. On his opposite side, the Heaven's Origin fleet was reshaped into an equally clear rectangular formation. The Exos, shield starships, and arsenal starships were deployed too. The only difference was that they did not require cruising carriers because they boasted sufficient logistical support from the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. The roles of the cruising carriers were played by the 9 asteroid fortresses, which served as solid bases. Judging from the number, the Heaven's Origin fleet was much greater than the vanguard of the Black Wind fleet. The exhaust flames that were triggered due to the high-speed movement and the spiritual shield that had been expanded to the maximum interweaved with each other into a wall of light. But the tonnage and the quality of the starships were a different case, which could clearly be seen from the slightly sparse formation and uncoordinated trajectories. In the 22.47.77 area, from the coordinates that were approximately 100 light-seconds from the Black Wind fleet, the Big By fleet, the other deep sky fleet of the Federation whose stance was ambiguous, was rushing close as fast as possible. Worthless. Hai Ming put on a cold smile. His eyes were so deep that he almost completely consumed the Heaven's Origin fleet that was reflected in them. He casually ordered, "Move at full speed and crush the Heaven's Origin fleet before the Big By fleet arrives." Beep, 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 beep. Ear-splitting alarms were ringing inside every starship in the Heaven's Origin fleet. The flashing red lights added to the intense atmosphere in the cabin. As a local defense fleet, none of the Heaven's Origin fleet ever thought that they would face the legendary Black Wind fleet alone. Hurry up. All Exos, put on your crystal suits and prepare to break away from the mothership. You are going to free fight. If the Black Wind fleet was confident enough to keep half of the Exos in the cruising carrier as mobile forces, it would be the most idiotic action for the Heaven's Origin fleet to keep even one Exo on board. In the upcoming confrontation of cannons, the Heaven's Origin fleet was destined to suffer heavy losses. The exos that were kept on board would be of zero significance other than dying together with the starships. Attack! 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 In the extremely depressing atmosphere, somebody was praying in silence. Someone took out the photos of their family, and some were mumbling to themselves nervously. In a corner of the cabin, a muscular man whose scars covered his original face, in the meantime, was unhurriedly examining his crystal suit and his saber that was almost 3 meters long. While whistling a weird tune, he was uttering voices that nobody could tell were cries or laughter. Wretched heavens! We are going to fight again. The muscular man bashed the last magical equipment unit into the crystal suit and spat a mouthful stinky saliva. You failed to kill me for 100 years. I'm only getting closer and closer to the target. Will I be killed this time? Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! The muscular man's angry, sarcastic laughter raised a lot of dissatisfaction. The small assault warship that belonged to the third branch of the Heaven's Origin fleet had begun its service recently. All the crew members were new. The exos that were allotted to the warship were all enlisted from the local areas to deal with the imminent war threat of the Imperium. They were not familiar with each other yet. The ugly, scar-faced man was always by himself and acting mysteriously. Many people were unaware of his real identity. This guy, the dark gold rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem on the chest of his crystal suit, which suggested that his rank was major, made other people lose the courage to criticize him, but it could not stop the soldiers from whispering to each other. He is laughing at such a moment? Is he crazy? Don't mess with him. He is indeed crazy. The seasoned soldiers who knew the inside information immediately stopped the rookies from continuing their discussion. Don't you know? He is the unkillable rabid dog. The nickname immediately raised a round of gasps among the soldiers. He is the rabid dog? The unkillable rabid dog was a minor celebrity among the bottom-level troops of the Federal Army, but it was an infamous name that always triggered fear instead of admiration. He was a person who had fun in danger and sought the thrill of death. In the peaceful years in the Federation decades ago, he had already been active in life-and-death underground arenas, taking down countless opponents while adding ineffaceable scars to his own body. Later, he decided that the underground arenas were not exciting enough. He roamed the desolate lands at the edge of the cosmos, searching for demon beasts and space pirates everywhere. Even hundreds of perilous adventures failed to kill him. Soon after the Federation explored the 4 new sectors, and especially after the outbreak of the Uranian Ring War, the rabid dog was like a fish in water. He joined the Federal Army with his impressive fighting skills in a crystal suit and performed shockingly well during the Uranian Ring War. More than 1,000 exos from the Uranian Ring sector were slain by him. Logically, the name of such a fearless warrior should resound throughout the entire army as a hero. However, what covered the rabid dog, other than the valiance to chit-chat with death, seemed to be an intense, unshakable curse. In every battle, he would volunteer to carry out the most dangerous mission, and he would meet the worst situation every time. He had to go through endless trouble to accomplish his mission. In the end, not only was he covered in devastating wounds, the teammates who went to carry out the mission together with him were also often killed tragically. He had completed almost 100 missions, and it seemed to be the case every time. When a team or a squad was charging forward together, he was clearly leading the charge at the frontmost area, faced with the most furious fire and the sharpest blades, but the final result was that the team was entirely wiped out except for him. He was dragged back to the hospital, like a cluster of mud mixed with the remains of his crystal suit, and after sewing and stitching, he was back to life again miraculously. It appeared that some sort of strong, eccentric force was supporting him inside the body that was on the brink of collapse to keep on walking in the human world and dueling with death. The guy could never be killed however he asked to be, but the brethren who fought together with them were all killed. He is an out-and-out misfortune bringer. Not a misfortune bringer but a rabid dog. One that is determined to be killed but can never be. The name Rabid Dog spread out at the bottom level of the Federal Army just like that. If that was the case, with his military accomplishments that he had accumulated through his craziness, he should at least have been a colonel who had the power to command an entire legion. But he turned out to be a man who chose whatever means possible to train himself. He purchased medicine that was clearly forbidden by the military and the government through underground channels many times. He even went to Fish Dragon City in the Dragonsnake Space Zone in secret during his sabbatical, violating the military regulations of the Federal Army, to perform illegal stimulation and strengthening on his body. Then, he got into conflict with local gangs. It was said that he killed hundreds of gangsters in a row on his own. As a result, everybody in the Dragon Snake Space Zone was shuddering in panic, under the impression that the Federation was about to swallow the place. However, those who were familiar with the rabid dog all knew that to perform illegal stimulation and strengthening was just an excuse. The only reason he went to the Dragon Snake Space Zone was because he was too bored. He just wanted to kill someone or get killed. Real cultivators were all the firmest atheists. Naturally, his reputation as a misfortune bringer was never recognized by the authorities. But the continuous infractions of the military law were enough to offset all the contributions he made through blood battles. After serving in the Federal Army for 50 years and advancing into the peak of the corps formation stage, he was still a minor major. The rabid dog, on the other hand, could not have cared less about it. Neither the rank nor the commandership was what he pursued. All he wanted was to be sent to the most dangerous battlefield for the most dangerous missions on the most dangerous front. No wonder we have encountered the main force of the Black Wind Fleet. That's because he is here. I'm told that he was that guy 100 years ago, wasn't he? We're screwed this time. He is coming over. In their anxiety and panic, the soldiers did not intentionally lower their voice. Besides, even if they had, it would have been impossible for the rabid dog to miss what they were talking about. Carrying the dragon-slaying saber that was more than 3 meters long, he walked to the front of the soldiers unhurriedly. A creepy smile popped up on his face that was full of scars and protruding muscles while he gazed at everyone. The medical science in the Federation was highly developed nowadays. Most scars and traces of wounds could be recovered, or at least partly made up through the plastic surgeries. Some of the warriors who worshipped valor would keep 1 or 2 scars on their face or body intentionally with the excuse that scars are the badges of a real man, or as mementos of a certain unforgettable battle. But still, those who did not perform any modification when their faces had been essentially destroyed, like the rabid dog, were still freaks among freaks. Therefore, it was safe to say that the rabid dog was truly a man who deserved his name. I am a man who is teased by the heavens. The rabid dog grinned. His voice was so hoarse that his vocal cords might have been soaked in the boiling oil at the bottom level of hell. The wretched heavens are unwilling to kill me. They want to play me slowly and torture me in one trial after another. I am not going to die so easily. However, you might not be as unfortunate or fortunate as I am. You will die as quickly as possible. If you don't want to die, get as far away from me as possible once we're out. Don't stand in my way when I'm trying to die. Understood. All the soldiers were dumbfounded. Oppressed by the rabid dog's strong and insane aura, they were unable to say a single syllable. The rabid dog widened his eyes and raised his voice. Do you understand? Shuddering, the soldiers all hurried to nod. The rabid dog smiled. He tapped his shoulder softly, and the foldable helmet immediately ascended from the gap between his shoulder and back, completely covering his hideous head. According to the traditions of the Federal Army, the Exos were free to paint their crystal suits provided that the emblem and the troop logo were not covered. Many people would paint custom patterns on the helmets or the chests of their crystal suits, which was both a good psychological hint and could make the crystal suit more intimidating. The helmet of the rabid dog had a pattern of a pale skull whose eye sockets were releasing infinite fury. Warriors of the Federal Army. The roars of the fleet's commander were echoing around the discharge deck. We are faced with the most brutal and terrifying army in the entire universe, but we are backed with our motherland, our home, and our families and compatriots who are waiting for our triumphant return. The universe may be vast, but there is nowhere we can retreat to right now. This is going to be the greatest battle in the history of the Star Glory Federation. Countless epics and poems will be sung about each and every one of us in the next 1,000 years. For the motherland, for the home, for the family, including the unkillable rabid dog. The Exos of the Federation jumped into space. The sea of stars was no longer as cold and dark as it used to be, but seething like magma after being boiled by the exhaust flames of thousands of power rune arrays. They accelerated to get away from the motherships, in case they were affected in the cruel confrontation of warship cannons versus warship cannons. The tens of thousands of crystal suits constituted a dense array of light spots ahead of the rectangular battle formation, creating the illusion that they were actually a colorful cloud. Opposite them, in places far, far away, another cloud of light spots that were even more dense and dazzling was rushing at them. Those were their opponents, the attack group of Exos and space shuttles from the Imperium. Over there, in the communication channel of the Black Wind Fleet, Hai Ming's voice was echoing inside the ears of every ravenous, roaring Exo of the Black Wind Fleet. Brave warriors of the Imperium, noble immortal cultivators, and loyal defenders of the civilization of mankind. Look, our enemies are waiting to be killed like filthy swine that's about to be butchered. Do you see their fear? Do you see their panic? Do you see that they are shivering? Let's run and end the pitiful creatures. Don't let them wait too long in extreme fear. Reap and slaughter now. Show the ants at the edge of the cosmos how strong the real civilization of mankind is. The two battle formations moved to each other slowly and solemnly. Different from what many people imagined, the space battle where thousands of starships were involved did not have too many eye-catching tactical changes. It even looked sluggish, slow, and clumsy. The magnetic interference, spiritual shield, and force field twisting technology made the starships much better defenders than attackers. The accuracy of their attacks was often astoundingly low. Distance, on the other hand, was also the most unavoidable barricade. With a distance of 1 light second, or rather, approximately 300,000 kilometers, only mystic ray weapons which attacked at the speed of sound could hit the enemy instantly. But the greatest shortcomings of such weapons were their efficiency and their long cooldown. One cannon often had to rest for a minute after firing for 1 minute. On the other hand, after the enormous starships were accelerated to a certain speed, it would be difficult for them to dodge. When their speed was higher than 1% the speed of sound, even the tiniest turn might seriously wreck the shell or the internal structure of the starship. Even if the starship was fine, the crew members on board would not be able to bear it. Their internal organs might break apart. It meant that the starships could either give up some of the speed in exchange for agility, or they could simply abandon agility once and for all and charge forward at their top speed against the enemy's not-so-accurate bombardment. Due to the low accuracy and shooting speed combined with the significant improvement of the starship's survival abilities brought by the new plate armor of composite materials, the multiple airtight gates, the internal defense rune arrays, and the liquid metal maintenance materials, in short, defense being stronger than attack. And because of the shortcomings of the starships that it was difficult for them to turn at a super high speed, the space battles were often in quite a similar form to more than 10,000 years ago when crystal cannons and mystic ray runs were first invented and the training techniques were first taught to the ordinary fighters, giving the ordinary a chance to use the flying swords. In the embryonic years of the modern cultivation civilization, crystals cannons and mystic ray guns were all new toys whose accuracy and speed were low and whose power was very suspicious. The flying swords driven by ordinary people were also unsteady and unpredictable, without any precision or damage. The suppressing troops of the demon race who were sent to deal with the human rebellions armed with the shabby weapons often laughed and despised them as mobs. However, the human rebels soon came up with a brand new tactic in accordance with the brand new magical equipment and brand new troops. They arranged their troops to be as square and dense as possible. The cultivator commanders would walk at the frontmost, and everybody would step into the battlefield solemnly and gravely under the rhythmic drumming. The soldiers would listen to the commander's order and march forward against the enemy's fiercest bombardment. They would not launch their flying swords until they were right under the enemy's nose, making up for the low accuracy with the maximum firepower within a given range. Such a clumsy, if not ridiculous tactic soon revealed its shocking power and proved to be a method that only the real fearless, hot-blooded men dared use. People of the future generations gave the tactic a very vivid name: line up and shoot. After tens of thousands of years, the form of war had changed a lot, but the basic principle remained the same. To secure victory, One had to focus the strongest firepower in the shortest amount of time possible and rain as much destructive energy and ammunition on the enemy as possible. Therefore, once the starships on both parties surpassed 1,000, and they were running at each other without giving in, a line up and shoot in space whose basic units were the enormous warships equipped with giant cannons. The Heaven's Origin Fleet and the Black Wind Fleet were like two classic armies who were carrying ancient guns, aiming at each other's eyeballs with sharp bayonets, and approaching each other slowly accompanied with the inaudible but still exciting drumming. The Black Wind Fleet kept its speed within 3,000ths the speed of light. It was not a very high speed. Hai Ming was intentionally slowing down the pace. On one hand, the shield starships deployed at the front part of the battle formation could only maintain the highest efficiency of the spiritual shield, force field disruption, and magnetic interferential fog at such a speed. On the other hand, he did not want to move too fast. If they and the Heaven's Origin Fleet passed each other, it was very likely that they would be caught in between Wall of Heaven's Origin, the orbit defense system, and the Heaven's Origin Fleet suffering bombardment from the front and rear. Although the Black Wind Fleet was too strong to be defeated by such strikes, Hai Ming was too experienced a commander to make such a risky move easily. For the Heaven's Origin Fleet, the best policy was naturally to accelerate without bothering about anything in order to pass through or bypass the enemy's battle formation so that they and Wall of Heaven's Origin could attack the enemy from the front and rear together. But they had their concerns, too. The starships of the Heaven's Origin Fleet were smaller, weaker in defense, and simpler in structure. Too high a speed would result in the malfunction of the turning system. Even if they could pass through the enemy's battle formation against the furious barrage, it would not necessarily be possible for them to turn around in time and bite the Black Wind Fleet from the rear. The agility of the Black Wind Fleet and the proficiency of their pilots were obviously above the Heaven's Origin Fleet. If the two fleets did pass through each other, it remained to be seen who would bite whose rear. The space battle had only just begun. Neither commanders of the two parties were willing to go all in. In the universal scale, the two fleets were moving even more slowly and cautiously than before, entering the textbook line-up and shoot state. 1 light second away from the hostile starships. 1 light second was a very meaningful distance. It meant that most mystic ray weapons could hit the target in 1 second. That was not counting the disruptions of the target's spiritual shield and the interference of the fog. The Black Wind Fleet had tougher warships and more advanced cannons whose shooting range was obviously longer than the Heaven's Origin Fleet's. But all the cannons remained absolutely silent, not performing any inefficient, random attacks. The warships were simply moving closer like clusters of dark clouds in the most daunting aura, as if they were about to drown their enemy. Since the Black Wind Fleet did not open fire, the Heaven's Origin Fleet and Wall of Heaven's Origin, which was there to provide fire support from the rear, gritted their teeth and kept silent. The two parties simply watched dazzling flames of spiritual energy surging out of the barrels and rune arrays on the enormous cannons, which looked like springs that had been pressed to the limits and limits. They felt that the bayonets were drawing closer and closer to their eyeballs. All the soldiers felt that their hearts were being crushed and squeezed repetitively. At a lot of artillery posts, the soldiers of the Federation who had never been through such a large-scale starship battle moaned. They would rather stay in the fire of destruction than be tortured by the silence. When the vanguards of the two parties were only 0.8 light seconds away from each other, the commander of the Black Wind Fleet seemed to have heard the moans of the pitiful creatures on his opposite side and granted their request very generously. Warriors of the Imperium, it is time to reap. Tens of thousands of pillars of light glowed in the middle of the war fog that covered the front part of the Black Wind Fleet. Like the swords of deities and devils, they covered the 240,000 kilometers in the middle instantly and pierced into the Heaven's Origin Fleet. The Heaven's Origin Fleet naturally boasted spiritual shield and magnetic disruption technology, too. Since they were fighting in their homeland, they were even able to deploy a large batch of defensive space torpedoes in front of the fleet that could neutralize the vibration field of the mystic rays. At this moment, a series of enormous light balloons expanded as if they were being inflated. The pillars of light shot from the Black Wind Fleet all dispersed after they hit the balloons, turning into mists that flowed around the fleet. The colorful, shining mist illuminated the space that the Heaven's Origin Fleet was in, as if it were the most splendid paradise. However, One needed only to test the temperature and the radiation around to know how horrendous the paradise was. The space shuttles and crystal suits that failed to break away from the range of the motherships in time were all shaking like canoes in a tsunami. Some of the less fortunate exos who were directly hit by the cannons were instantly vaporized even though they were still within the spiritual shield's range of protection, dispersing into smoke. For the crew members inside the starships, despite the protections of the superalloys, the crystallized fibers, and the high-intensity porcelain, and more than 10 other different composite armors, they still felt that invisible hammers bashed them hard in the temples and the chest. They almost vomited blood because they were nearly choked. Heaven's Origin Fleet. Rapid shooting now. The Heaven's Origin Fleet's counterattack began. All the mystic ray cannons, particle cannons, and crystal cannons were roaring. Although the pillars of light fired into space by them were thinner and dimmer than the attacks of the Black Wind Fleet, they were clearly much greater in number. The more than 100,000 glowing blades were almost ripping apart the universe that seemed like black velvet. Once the mystic ray cannons were activated, the destructive beams of light would last 10 to 60 seconds. Therefore, the line-up and shooting in space looked more like fencing competitions from the age of the ancient cultivators. The more than 100,000 light pillars from both parties were like 100,000 spears piercing into each other's body, as dense as a forest, and would not be retracted even if the soldiers died. Both parties boasted a defense system of a reasonable intensity. Despite the crazy bombardment of the tens of thousands of light pillars, no significant damage was dealt, at least not in the first 3 minutes. Only the mottled war fog, as well as the electric arcs that were blossoming from the war fog, was telling everyone how powerful the deadly energy around them was. The two parties shot and pushed forward. After 3 minutes, the first batch of metal bullets driven by the spiritual and magnetic rails were smashing at each other, and dealt a heavy blow to the spiritual shield that was already on the brink of collapse. Finally, the Heaven's Origin Fleet could not take it anymore. The spiritual shields of some of the starships were unable to persist, and the superalloys and the strengthened porcelain layer embedded with defense arrays were all pierced through by the mystic rays. Explosions were echoing everywhere. Fireballs were rising at a visible speed like hideous tumors. Wherever the tumors reached, hundreds of lives were instantly burnt into ashes. Broken limbs and miscellaneous items on the starships were spurting out through the holes and drifting in space, either vaporized immediately or turning into cold dust. Even so, as long as the crystal warehouses did not happen to be hit, those starships would immediately spray out tremendous gel and liquid metal to repair the damaged cabins. In the meantime, they were still launching counterattacks without reserve, trying to throw out more javelins of light before they were completely shattered into pieces. The same scene was happening on the Black Wind Fleet side, too. Although their technology was more advanced than the Federation's, there was not a crushing advantage. The dense barrage of the Heaven's Origin Fleet and several of the giant cannons on the wall of Heaven's Origin that were on the planetary level still caused some nuisance for them. The outcome of a battle in space could not be found out quickly. At such a moment, it would be the tenacity of the two parties, the strictness of their battle formation, the commanding abilities of the leaders, and the performance of the starships that were in competition. However, in many cases, the most critical decisive factor for the battle was warriors of the Imperium march and kill for the Federation. With the pale universe as the bridge, in the middle of the 100,000 spears of flames, the space shuttles and the group of exos from both parties, like two colonies of infuriated bees and two surging iron torrents, crashed into each other brutally ahead of their warships. The high combat ability and survival ability of the exos, and the major contrast of the solidness of the starship's shell and the vulnerability of the starship's interior were the reasons the melee battle of the crystal suits was so important. Both the shield starships that were responsible for defense and the arsenal starships that were responsible for attack, after accommodating the enormous spiritual shield and disruptive force field generators and the warehouses of crystals to power those behemoths, would have barely any room to keep more exos. Besides, even if tremendous exos were deployed inside the starships, the overwhelming spiritual energy that was unleashed after they were engaged with the enemy would cause serious damage to the starship too. Therefore, it was quite troublesome if the hostile exos invaded the starships on one's own side. Before the intruders were annihilated, it would be easy for them to destroy more than 50% of a starship's combat ability from inside. Besides, although the Exos seemed to be equipped with nothing but their crystal suits, they could be carrying cosmos rings. Who knew what kind of dreadful weapons they could retrieve from their cosmos rings? Once such Exos snuck into the engine compartment, the warehouse of crystals, or the ammunition warehouse without alarming anyone. A tiny crystal suit might be enough to blow up an entire starship, which had been proved repetitively in the 10,000 years of history of war. Therefore, the outcome of a battle, to a large extent, did not depend on the mutual bombardment of the cannons but on the passionate collision of the Exos. If the groups of Exos on one side could invade the enemy's starships against the barrage, and destroy the enemy's spiritual shield and warehouses of crystals and ammunitions, or even march to the bridge directly to perform the decapitation strategy, the giant cannons on their side would have a better chance to bring out 120% of their capabilities. If the mutual bombardment of the giant cannons could be compared to the line up and shoot in the classic wars, the competition between Exos would be charging with bayonets, which was more gory, thrilling, demanding but also more epic. When the two torrents of steel and light collided, thousands of fireballs and electric arcs burst out from the middle of them. No sound could be heard in the vacuum, but the soundlessness only added to the cruelty of the battlefield. The chainswords were ripping apart flesh and blood, the vibration sabers were shattering bones, and the high-heat axes were burning internal organs to ash. Blood was swallowing blood, and bodies were dragging bodies. Blood-red flowers were blossoming slowly like deadly poppy, only to be obliterated into nothingness after they touched one of the 100,000 spears of flames thrown out by the warships. In such an enormous and such a gory battle, in the vacuum hell where hundreds of thousands of Exos and space shuttles were engaged in a fierce fight, cultivation, level, and techniques mattered little. Even an expert at the peak of the core formation stage, such as the rabid dog, when watching thousands of destructive light pillars smashing at him and the bleak universe turning into absolutely darkness under the contrast of the dazzling brightness, felt the insignificance of himself as a human being and the rage for such insignificance. "I'm going to kill you." The rabid dog was pushed here and there by the broken limbs that were flying quickly in the battlefield. The screams and moans from the communication channel were too disturbing, so he simply turned off the intermittent communication and drove the power rune arrays of the Night Devil, his crystal suit, to lunge at the area where the Exos of the Imperium were densest. The dragon-slaying saber in his hands unleashed a whip-shaped aura more than 10 meters long, and he slashed it on an Exo of the Imperium who was wearing a black mirror crystal suit brutally. The mirror crystal suit of the Exo boasted a very higher defense ability, but it could not resist the rabid dog's vitality that had been burnt to the maximum. The saber and the shield were at an impasse briefly before the saber pushed down unstoppably and cut the immortal cultivator in half. The body that had been cut in half flew to two sides because of the magnetic force, revealing 5 immortal cultivators behind him who were pouring the fiercest firepower upon the rabid dog. But the rabid dog did not dodge at all and simply jumped on them in creepy laughter. "For 100 years, even the wretched heavens have failed to kill me. Do you think a few scumbags such as yourselves are capable of that?" However, tough monsters in the peak of the core formation stage, such as the rabid dog, were only few in the Heaven's Origin fleet after all. Compared to the relatively juvenile Exos of the Federation, soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, who had received the harshest training since childhood and considered fighting the greatest pleasure, apparently had a better performance. Not far away from the rabid dog, the squads of the Exos from the Imperium in groups of 4 gradually secured their advantage. One space shuttle of the Federation after another was consumed by fire, and more Exos from the Federation were blown apart. Further behind, an overwhelming fireball finally expanded deep inside the Heaven's Origin fleet. The most violent storm of spiritual energy rushed out of the fireball, like a fire fiend that had just enjoyed the blood sacrifice of 1,000 lives, waving its ugly tentacles crazily. The starships around were all affected, and the battle formation was more or less in disorder. It was the first starship to be completely destroyed in the space battle, but it was certainly, absolutely, definitely not going to be the last. 70 light seconds away from the battlefield, the Big By fleet was marching forward fast in a cone-shaped battle formation. On the bridge of infinite fire, The picture where the Heaven's Origin fleet was struggling under the crush of the Black Wind fleet was displayed on the ball-shaped light beam through the reconnaissance crystal cameras that were released earlier. It was like a glamorous and yet cruel firework performance with the lives of 1,000,000 people as the fuel. Bai Xingjian was sitting on the commander's chair like a statue forged out of cold steel. The vibe of a casual, light-hearted playboy around him was entirely gone, replaced by excitement, expectation, and veracity. Despite the fire support of the Wall of Heaven's Origin, the Heaven's Origin fleet can't persist for long. Xiao Lishui, his chief of staff, frowned next to him and said, "It is a local garrison after all. Compared to a deep sky fleet such as the Black Wind fleet, it is mediocre in terms of armor, firepower, speed, average quality of the exos, and all other aspects. If we don't reinforce them in time, they will be completely crushed in 3 hours." Right then, the signal officer received an order from the Defense Council of the Federal. Xiao Lishui was slightly dazed at the order first. Then he was overjoyed. According to the order from the Defense Council, we are asked to arrive at the 25.44.45 space area immediately to defend the number 2 and the number 3 space gates and wait for the arrival of the Burning Prairie Fleet. The first wave of attack from the Burning Prairie Fleet will complete the jump in 2 hours. If so, the situation will be entirely reversed. But how is it possible? The Burning Prairie Fleet can't finish the preparations so fast. Unless... Xiao Lishui's eyes were glittering, and every wrinkle on his face was jumping up. As an experienced general, he soon noticed the anomaly. The Black Wind Fleet had launched an unexpected assault at the central space zones of the Federation because they wanted to take advantage of the Burning Prairie Fleet not being in the Heaven's Origin sector. As long as they destroyed the defense system and controlled all the space gates before the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived, they would completely occupy the Heaven's Origin sector. By then, even if the Burning Prairie Fleet were to jump over in different waves, they would simply be asking to be killed. However, right now, the Black Wind Fleet had only teleported part of the vanguard, which was mired in a fierce battle with the Heaven's Origin Fleet. It was like a sting in their throat. If the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived in time before they completely settled the Heaven's Origin Fleet, the situation would be completely reversed. It would change from the Black Wind Fleet's assault to the Federation's annihilation. But how was that possible? The large-scale space jump of a main force fleet was as difficult as the march of an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. It would often take weeks of gathering, preparing, organizing, and surveying. Only several hours had passed since the ripples when the Black Wind Fleet ripped space apart appeared on the surveillance light beam of the Federation. The Burning Prairie Fleet, which was dozens of light-years away, was perhaps carrying missions, performing regular maintenance in the mother port, or scattered in the vast sea of stars. How could it be gathered so easily and prepared for a jump? Unless the Burning Prairie Fleet had secretly been preparing for the jump since a long time ago. They had known that the Black Wind Fleet would come. It was not an unexpected assault, but a trap carefully devised by the Federation to annihilate the Black Wind Fleet once and for all. That must be the case. Xiao Lishui thought that he realized what was going on. This is all part of the plan. Understood. Accelerate to the number 2 and the number 3 space gates. Wait. The order, however, made the mysterious fire by Xingjian's eyes even more intense. Gazing at the colorful battlefield on the light beam for a long time, he said one word after another: target the 25.56.24 space area. Change into the triangle battle formation. Move at 1% of the speed of light. Try to sneak behind the Black Wind Fleet. What? Xiao Lishui was stunned. Looking at the battlefield again, he said, "The order is clear that we should defend the other space gates. You are not going to defy the highest military order right now, are you? The Heaven's Origin Fleet is hopeless now. Even if we join the battlefield, nothing can be helped. We may be crushed by the Black Wind Fleet, too. The only method of victory is to wait for the Burning Prairie Fleet to arrive and then attack the enemy together. Carry out my order," Bai Xingjian said slowly but firmly. Then he added, "Forget the Burning Prairie Fleet. They will not show up. At least not now. On the other hand, enter the radio silent state and block all messages from the outside world, including those from the Defense Council of the Federation. Starting from this moment, I want no signal from the outside world to leak into my fleet. Before the chief of staff came back to himself, he had already jumped off the commander's chair. With ravenousness beaming out of his face, he patted Xiao Lishui's shoulder and said, "From now on, we are on our own. Get behind the Black Wind fleet first and find a chance to give them a shot." Old Bai, what exactly? Xiao Lishui felt that he was onto something. What exactly do you know? That old fart was not lying to me after all. Looking at the dense light spots and the interconnected flames of spiritual energy on the light beam, Bai Xingjian put on a mysterious expression. He did not answer his chief of staff's question. Pondering for a moment, he grinned. But why do I feel that I've still been tricked by him? I shouldn't have made a deal with the old fart. I'm certainly going to lose every penny in my pocket. When Liao woke up, he heard the rushing sound of a waterfall from outside the wooden window. The damp air was mixed with the sweet scent of the mountain and the river. He struggled to open his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a dark beam as well as dried fish, pickled meat, and oiled pig skin hanging on it. He moved his body softly. The bamboo bed below was creaking, implying that it had been used for many years and was on the brink of collapse. A pair of grass shoes were placed on the ground. They were both tight and soft and were extremely comfortable to wear, like he was on a grassland barefooted. His very toe was bouncing in joy. On his body, there was a rough, gray jacket that seemed to have been soaked and dyed by grass juice before it was dried in sunlight. The clothes were filled with the scent of sunlight and plants. Liao warmed up his swollen body and observed his hands and limbs carefully. At first glance, there were no issues. However, dozens of new scars that had recently encrusted were added to his body. Those scars were so vividly made that he could even sense the flesh being pulled by the skin, like some ants were crawling inside his body. But his cosmos rings were gone. The cosmos rings that stored all his crystal suits, magical equipment, crystal bombs, and the Colossus were gone. Below the rough clothes, he was entirely naked, not carrying anything with him. Liao did not panic. He sat cross-legged on the bamboo bed and thought for a while. Then, he loosened his belt and looked at his groin. As he expected, it was not his genitals. Professor Emotian was certainly capable of constructing a vivid virtual world by devoting the computational ability of the Guy-level supercrystal processor as well as himself. He could even perfectly copy the data of Liao's face, hands, and body posture that he secretly captured in the real world. However, there was no way that he could spy on what Liao's genitals looked like. So, he could only use a standard template. But for a man, even a blind one, could he not know what his penis looked like? This was a virtual world which seemed to be vivid and lifelike, but because of the fatal loopholes it was not worth mentioning at all if it was seen through. Liao played with it for a while, and it was immediately congested with blood and expanded. The feeling of tightening little by little was very real, but it was nonetheless slightly different from his past experience. Any man who had been through puberty would be able to instantly tell the difference. This is false. My body is still in District 01 of 100 Flower City under the thorough protection of my Colossus. There's no way that Professor Emotian can invade the Colossus for the time being. Therefore, he found a way to launch mental attacks and dragged my soul into his Spiritor's realm. Although he was lost in the Spiritor's realm, he was not panicking. Mental attacks were always double-edged swords. During the collision of souls, it was very possible for the enemy to be injured by their own attack in their carelessness. Wanted to trap him in the Spiritor's realm? It all depended on if Professor Emotian had such powerful computational ability, mental power, and soul power. Liao fastened his belt and jumped off the bamboo bed. Then, he observed the tiny wood cabin with great interest. The wood house was decorated in a very shabby way. Other than a bamboo bed, the only furniture was a twisted desk. A cloak was hanging on the wall that was smeared with yellow mud. Besides the wooden box in the corner of the room that was washed dustless, there were no other objects. Although the room was simple, it was quite pleasant nonetheless. Liao looked out the window, noticing that the hut seemed to have been built close to a waterfall. He could vaguely see the cliff that was filled with vines as well as water that was splashing out of the waterfall. A lizard craned its neck from the window and looked at Liao. Then, It quickly retreated and vanished into the vines. Merry songs were coming from somewhere far away through the door. Taking a deep breath, Liao opened the door abruptly, only to see a mountain village that looked like an unworldly paradise. The village was located inside an enormous basin, surrounded by cliffs that rose high into the clouds. Above the cliffs, there seemed to be dense primitive forests. Even the sky was covered by thin mist. The clouds were so low that one seemed able to touch them as long as one reached for them. They added to the mysterious and delightful aura of the village. The hut that he was in had been constructed at the highest place in the mountain village. To his left was a waterfall that looked like clouds, which smashed into a clear, transparent pool on the ground zigzagging through the village as a river. Dozens of water wheels had been established on the two sides of the river. The diligent, light-hearted farmers were singing songs while stepping on the water wheels to deliver the sweet water from the river to the farmland. There was no telling what season the virtual world was in, but the rice ears were so full that they were about to explode. The fragrance of the rice flowers filled the air, as intoxicating as the most delicious wine in the world. Men were working around the water wheels, and women were working in the land. The toddlers who had only just learned to walk were half walking and half crawling, playing with the gurgling hens at the rice-drying field at the edge of the village. There also seemed to be a small school at the end of the village, from which the sound of book reading was spreading out. The clouds were too thick for anyone to see through what was behind them. The roads on the mountains were as twisted as the zigzagging river in the village. Although he knew that everything was false, Liao could not help but feel that his virtual heartbeat had slowed down. This virtual world was more delicate and captivating than the public spiritor's realm in the base of the Tinder plan. It seemed that this was Professor Mo Xian's real capability to construct virtual worlds. Ah, you are awake. Liao turned around, only to discover a girl around 15 years old, who was looking at him full of delight with a basin of fragrant roasted escargots in her hands. The girl was dressed like a common village woman, too. She was wearing rough clothes and a pair of high-heeled clogs. There was not the slightest makeup in her fair face. The vigor of youth and the innocent expression on her face were enough to resolve all the wariness and hostility. She put the roasted escargots on a desk below the roof that was right against the waterfall. Then, she blew at her fingers quickly because the tray was too hot. While rubbing her ears, she said with a smile, "Don't be hasty. The dinner will begin as soon as Grandpa is back. It's been raining for quite a few days. Today, the sun is finally out. Grandpa said that we would have dinner outside, and we don't need to be cramped in the room anymore." Liao stared at her for a long time. Although he was 80% sure that she was a deviant spirit, he could not tell the difference between her and a real person at all. He simply frowned and said, You don't remember anything now?" The girl blinked her big eyes and pointed at the top of the cliff. "You fell down from right there, with dozens of bleeding wounds all over your body. It was terrible. My grandpa saved you. I thought that you would be dead for sure at that time. It was half a month ago. You have been running a fever and speaking nonsense during the half-month, talking about wars, fighting, and killing all the time. Are you a soldier? I'm told that wars happen in the world outside every day. Is that true?" The girl was apparently a passionate chatterbox. Instead of waiting for Liao to answer, she simply waved her hands and went on. "This place is Peach Blossom Village. It may look unappealing right now, but when the peach blossoms are all out in February and March, the scenery here is really beautiful. The seniors in the village told me that our ancestors lived in the outside world before, but it was too chaotic and dreadful, and everybody was killing each other. Later, our ancestors found this place, and a lot of people have moved here since. Let me think about it. It's almost 1,000 years now. In the past hundreds of years, a lot of soldiers have fallen off the cliffs when they were hunting other people or when they were hunted, just like you. Then, none of them were willing to leave after they came here. Zhao Laoxi's family on the east side of the village and Lady Lin's family on the west side both had great-grandfathers who fell off from the cliffs ages ago. Judging from the wounds all over your body, you must have fought a lot of wars and killed a lot of people outside. That's too bad. Why don't you stay here and live with us, too?" The days here are peaceful and wonderful. What's your name? Or have you forgotten it? It doesn't matter if you have. My name is Aluo, not the luo in Tianluo escargots, but the luo in Tengluo vine and loabwa carrot. But I make the best roasted escargots in the world. Grandpa is not back yet. You can take a couple of them first and just throw the shells into the pool. Hee. There's another dish. I'm gonna bring it here now. Sit here and wait for me. The girl ran to the kitchen with a smile, her clogs leaving clicking sounds on the stone road. Liao walked close and looked at the desk. 4 dishes were already placed on it. Other than the roasted escargots, there was a bowl of tofu stew, a tray of fried fish with pepper, and a tray of fried cabbage with oiled pig skin. The dishes looked rather simple and shabby, but they were indeed fragrant and enticing. Liao could not help but feel that he was drooling. The clinking sounds of clogs echoed again. Aluo fetched a very deep fictal tank carefully. The intense fragrance of chicken soup was coming from inside. Liao had never seen such fine chicken soup in the real world. Aluo was apparently very proud of her skills. She smiled innocently and looked at the foot of the mountain. Then, she shouted delightedly, "Ah! Grandpa is back!" An old farmer with a hood walked slowly to the middle of the mountain, barefooted and in rough clothes, with 2 bundles of firewood on his back. The clothes were tied with simple grass rope, and he carried an enormous wine calabash in his hands. The mist grew thicker and thicker, and his hood was flickering in and out of view. But the energetic eyes below the hood that were as innocent and passionate as those of a young man were not concealed at all. It was exactly Professor Mo Xian. Very soon, Professor Mo Xian, who was dressed like an old farmer, returned to the hut. Laying the firewood at the back of the house, he massaged his back and went back to the wood desk, putting the wine calabash in front of Liao. "This village is too shabby for such a rare honorable guest. Do forgive us," Professor Mo Xian said with a smile. He poured the wine that was as dense as sugar into cups, as if there was infinite of it in the wine calabash. Looking at the foam that the wine raised in the crude bowl, Liao felt that he was looking at the most fatal poison. He demanded, full of wariness, "What do you want exactly?" Professor Mo Xian sat down and stretched out his arms comfortably. He picked up an escargot and sucked the delicious juice inside. Swallowing it down, he moaned in great satisfaction. He pointed at the dreamlike village at the foot of the mountain with the greasy chopsticks and said, "Should I call you fellow cultivator Lin or fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? But it doesn't matter. As you can see, I am a refiner. By the classification in our place, I am sort of a creation-type cultivator." Creation? Yes. I have created countless pieces of precise and marvelous magical equipment in the past 200 years. But they were all chains words, vibration sabers, crystal cannons, crystal suits, and so on. All of them were weapons that we used to butcher our own kind. Such things only brought chaos, pain, blood, and destruction to the world. So, am I qualified to be called a creation-type cultivator? No. I am obviously a destruction-type cultivator, who is destined to destroy everything. I'd had enough of creating weapons for murderers. One day, I had a complete epiphany and realized how ridiculous and egregious my past life was. I refused to continue creating dreadful weapons to slaughter my own kind. I had to return to the true meaning of creation-type cultivator, to create a new world that is more beautiful. Look at the carefree village down there. Look at the clear pool next to us, the happily swimming fish inside, the fragrant food in front of us, and my little granddaughter Aluo. Isn't it much better to create things that will bring pleasure and happiness than to create cold weapons of slaughter? This is exactly my purpose. I don't have any other intention. The muscles all over Liao's body tightened as he stared at Professor Mo Xian. He was ready to jump up any time. Aluo seemed to have heard none of their conversation. She simply picked up a bamboo cylinder from the pool, which turned out to be storing cold, delicious plum syrup. She sipped it, and her eyebrows almost hit the ground because of the sour flavor. "This is so delicious. Grandpa, his wounds have not recovered yet. He cannot drink alcohol. Let him drink the plum syrup with me." The virtual girl that was constructed from tremendous data spoke innocently, but her crisp and delightful voice only added to Li Yao's anxiety. Professor Mo Xian agreed with a smile. Then he turned around and said to Li Yao, "There's no need to be so nervous. Luo did not lie to you just now. This village has indeed admitted a lot of broken soldiers that fell from the outside world. They are all the soldiers of the Federation who suffered PTSD. Wars are cruel. No matter how the Federation emphasizes the righteousness of our cause and berates the Imperium of true human beings and the alliance of the Holy Covenant to be evil and inhuman, the cruelty of wars is not reduced at all. In the Federation, the Imperium, or the Covenant Alliance, soldiers are all obliged to kill people. They must stab their chains words into the enemy's chest, churning up the enemy's internal organs. They must face the shock of crystal bombs, the cries and screams of the enemy's family. They must destroy the enemy's towns and villages, or even perform saturated bombardment and indiscriminate slaughter when it is impossible to make out the soldiers from the civilians. Even the soldiers with the toughest nerves are likely to be diagnosed with PTSD after a few years in such hells. For cultivators, it is very easy for such a disease to sneak into their soul and turn into a tiny mental devil that will cause their mental derangement at the critical moment of their training later. Their veins and nerves may be broken, their brains may crash, and their mind may be twisted into real devils, leading to even greater damage. The Uranian Ring War was the largest interplanetary expedition since the new Federation was established. It was even more intense than the war between the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector. Almost 100 million soldiers were devoted to the war by the Federation. Naturally, countless were afflicted with the terrible illness. Their treatment became the trickiest problem after the war. Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital and the production team of the game Civilization both performed studies in that regard. This is exactly their research product, a virtual world that has been named Peach Blossom Village, or in our words, the Peach Blossom Paradise. Soldiers who have caused grievous damage and casualties in peaceful environments due to their severe PTSD have been delivered to this place for treatment. They rise at dawn and rest at dusk in this unworldly paradise, getting married and having children. They enjoy their lives here, and their souls that have been completely twisted by war are gradually comforted and pacified. Even if they cannot hold back the deepest desire for slaughter and destruction in their hearts, it will only be some artificial intelligence that they kill. The entire Peach Blossom Paradise boasts multiple data backups. It can be instantly rebuilt even if it is utterly demolished. Of course, I also took the opportunity to dig out a lot of crucial data from the soul of those soldiers, but it is not related to the matter at hand. There's no need to talk more about it. Hehe. Professor Mo Xian drank the wine in his porcelain bowl. Batting her watery eyes, Alwan poured another half bowl of wine for her grandpa, and said with mock anger, "Grandpa, you are drinking too fast. It is not good for your health. Have more dishes and drink less wine." Liao felt his heart turn cold. Naturally, he knew what Professor Mo Xian meant by his last sentence. In the past, and even right now, the souls of too many soldiers and generals who suffered PTSD had been delivered to the Spiriters' realm. Those people had been mentally deranged since a long time ago. Naturally, their souls would not be as flawless as Liao's. After tempting them slowly for decades, it was certainly possible for Professor Mo Xian to learn tremendous secrets about the Federal Army, and even to infiltrate the special military spiritual nexus of the Federal Army without alarming anyone. I'm told that fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture is from the Ancient Sages sector. Professor Mo Xian picked up a boiling hot piece of tofu. He blew at it and kept it between his chopsticks to cool it. Then he smiled and said, "So, I thought that a Spiriter's realm of such a vintage style should be most suitable to welcome you, fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture." Liao sniffed. "Where did you send my companions? Rest assured, I do not intend to do harm to anyone. I only have the greatest kindness," Professor Mo Xian said frankly. "Their bodies are being kept in a safe place. To be honest, it was quite beyond my expectations to run into so many high-level nascent soul stage cultivators. I could not invade them easily either. However, as for their souls, they have been invited to different Spiriters' realms as guests just like you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. It was not until after a dialogue with them that I finally learned a thing or two about the ancient sages sector. Liao was greatly alarmed. By dialogue, it was doubtlessly corruption. If the extraterrestrial devils behind Professor Mo Xian corrupted the souls of some of the experts from the ancient sages sector and recruited them, it would be really terrible. According to those fellow cultivators, the ancient sages sector has been at war since time immemorial. The life of the common folk is miserable, the resources are running dry, and the spiritual energy is getting thinner and thinner. Your world is dying. That's why you, the strongest and wisest people of the ancient sages sector, went out in search of hope. But is there really hope in the dark universe outside? Aren't the human beings outside also killing each other and destroying the worlds that they built? The sky dimmed as Professor Mo Xian sighed. Large, dark clouds were surging close like tides with thunder and lightning. Raindrops as huge as beans were dropping. It's raining again. How annoying! Aluo stood on her toes and observed it far away before she shook her head in dissatisfaction. However, the dark clouds suddenly became transparent, like a black ocean that was hanging from the sky. Ripples were spreading out from the ocean and eventually turned into two enormous black mirrors. Inside the mirrors were the grand universe and a cruel battlefield where warships were bombarding and crystal suits were fighting with fireballs exploding everywhere. Two armies were in competition. Liao's pupils constricted violently. He noticed the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem and the trident lightning emblem, which were the symbols of the Federation and the Imperium respectively, on the starships of the two parties. The strategic, decisive battle between the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet had indeed begun. Look, the world outside is at war again, Professor Mo Xian said unemotionally. For land, for resources, for honor, and for ancestors, the Star Glory Federation, the Imperium of true human beings, the Alliance of the Holy Covenant Jin Xinyue, Ding Lingdang Wuying Qi, everything's the same. Those who claim to be heroes, who deride their enemies as devils, and who are labeled by their enemies as devils are determined to ruin the universe and our civilization. The universe is a boundless place, but it has no room for a peaceful paradise. Do we really have any option but to hide in the Spiriters' realm? Look at the gruesome battlefield. You must have seen battlefields that are in different forms but equally gory in your hometown countless times before. Haven't you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? Haven't you had enough of such a life? Are destruction, massacre, and conquest the only things that can satisfy heroes like you? Why can't you dedicate your strength, resolution, and vigor to creation? Stay here and join the Spiriters' realm. Let's build a real, perfect, and eternal world that is devoid of wars and embraced by peace together. Professor Mo Xian extended his hands toward Liao sincerely. Liao was almost creeped out by the sincerity inside Professor Mo Xian's eyes. Then he was agitated by the reflection of the ongoing, heated war in the sea of stars. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and gritted his teeth, firmly replying, Professor Mo Xian, you have chosen the completely wrong path. However wonderful your new world is, it is false. False. You think you can get away from wars by escaping into the Spiriters' realm, but is it any different from the ostriches that hide their heads in the sand? What is real and what is fake? The so-called soul is nothing but a cluster of special energy waves, and the fleshly body is just a combination of protein and carbohydrates. All of a human being's feelings, your joy and your pain, aren't they the result of the nerve endings being stimulated by bioelectricity? Professor Mo Xian kept his arms straightened at him. He earnestly said, Is protein destined to be superior to silicon chips? Is the glow of bioelectricity at the nerve endings more real than the emotions triggered by the spiritual energy in rune arrays? Look around. Look at the fragrant cuisine, the peaceful and quiet village, and my lovely, innocent granddaughter. Are they not real enough for you? Pleasure is pleasure. Happiness is happiness. Pain is pain. Desperation is desperation. There is no such disparity as real and false. But let's just say that everything here is false. So what? Isn't the most illusionary happiness 10,000 times better than real pain? To live a carefree life in a false paradise, or to be ravaged and slaughtered by a real war. For most people, do they really need to think to pick an answer? Liao gritted his teeth. Flames of spiritual energy gradually surged out of every pore on his body, forming a fuzzy shadow around him. His soul was too powerful. The form and frequency of his surging spiritual energy had surpassed the calculation limits of the peach blossom paradise. The data could not be handled in real time. The whole world grew more and more unsteady, as if a minor earthquake was happening at the core of the earth. I will not listen to your demagogism, Liao bellowed. Real is real, and false is false. A palace constructed on a beach is absolutely useless no matter how splendid and delicate it seems. You want to bring absolute peace to the world, but the only thing you can present is absolute darkness. Is there any essential difference between the so-called New World and Peach Blossom Paradise that you have constructed and the drugs that narcotize and give them the ultimate sense of pleasure? That's not real happiness. It's just the seemingly glorious light you see before your death. Regardless of whether you are Professor Emotion or the extraterrestrial devils, whatever your plan is, I will not let things go your way. The flames of spiritual energy around Liao became more and more turbulent until they almost formed a small storm that was gradually shredding the hut and the entire village. Luo, the virtual girl, shrieked in fear and dropped the bamboo cylinder to the ground. The deep pure plum syrup flowed everywhere. Her tears were also dropping like pearls. But she summoned her courage and stood in front of Professor Emotion. Her voice shaking, she said, What are you doing? Don't hurt my grandpa. This illusion is damn vivid. Liao cursed in his heart. But he suddenly lost the courage to look at the girl Luo, who was shocked and frightened, in the eyes. He even felt sorry for the 5 dishes that had been blown to the ground by his soul storm. It was the way of the extraterrestrial devil's attack. Invisible and yet unbelievably sordid. You are shameless enough to simulate the most sacred feeling of mankind as your weapon and your shield. I will not be deceived by you. I'm going to destroy this place. Thinking about his family, friends, and compatriots who were fighting fiercely in space, Liao gritted his teeth and hardened his heart, summoning the explosive strength deep inside his soul. As his soul power continued expanding, wind and thunder were blowing around. The clouds and mist grew thicker and thicker, but the whole world seemed to dim, as if the rendering quality was getting lousier and the running speed was turning sluggish. Finally, the entire peach blossom paradise was slowed down to a point where mottled light spots showed up, as if thousands of colorful butterflies were crumbling. Liao, Professor Emotion, and the virtual girl Luo all became sharp, fuzzy, and dim as they were gradually disintegrated. You cannot destroy the Spiriters' realm. Professor Emotion's casual voice echoed from his body that was gradually falling apart. People who entered the Spiriters' realm in the past, especially the soldiers who suffered PTSD, were often too obsessed about the so-called real and fake at first, just like you. They obliterated the fake world every now and then, but before long, they would accept this place, grow fond of everything, and be completely integrated with the Spiriters' realm. They consider this place reality and the world outside an ugly illusion. Hehe. Many of them fell in love with my granddaughter, Luo, and even married her. Luo is indeed a very lovely girl and will be a great wife. Maybe you will fall in love with her one day. Liao was truly creeped out. You are mad. You are not Professor Emotion. What kind of monster are you? Ha! Professor Emotion sounded quite surprised. Since we met for the first time, you seem to have been very certain that I am not Professor Emotion. That was why you began your investigation into me, too. Why? On what grounds is an expert from the ancient sages sector so suspicious of a professor in a foreign world hundreds of light years away? I believe that my camouflage in the Tinder base was immaculate. There shouldn't be any point that called for your doubts, unless... Liao was greatly alarmed, crying that it was not good in his heart. Long Yangjun was quite right. In such weird metal warfare, his real identity was indeed his last trump card. If Liao had exposed his identity carelessly in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital or even earlier, The virtual world and the girl appearing before him would have probably been floating Spear City and Ding Lingdang instead of the Peach Blossom Paradise and Aluo. Would he really be determined enough to kill his wife's illusion? Whoever you are, we have seen through all your secrets. Your vile scheme is now completely disrupted. Liao tried to disturb Professor Mo Xian's mind by attacking actively. He spat hard, and his soul storm raged toward Professor Mo Xian overwhelmingly. I don't believe that you are as confident of your victory as you appear to be. Do you really think that the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector are made of paper? You want to corrupt the souls of the 12 of us in a row? Not so easy. Old man, you are now both swallowing the souls of the 12 of us and hacking the spiritual nexus and the mainframe crystal processor of the Federation. Can't be easy for you, right? Your computational ability and your soul power have been pushed to the limits, right? You are going to collapse immediately as long as I slightly move my little finger, right? You have suddenly changed the tone of your speech to be a very dramatic and exaggerating one. What are you trying to hide? Professor Mo Xian was utterly unmoved. His eyes were still emitting profound brilliance in midair, although they had been vaporized into ashes. He eyed Liao up and down as if Liao were a piece of magical equipment. There's really no explanation for that. Your real identity has clearly been exposed. There should be nothing that you need to disguise. Besides, the two of us do not know each other. What can I do even if I know your real identity? Therefore, cold sweat was running out from the deepest part of Liao's soul. Professor Mo Xian deserved to be called a human-shaped crystal processor. His computational ability was too unbelievable. It doesn't matter now. Professor Mo Xian suddenly smiled casually. Before the entire world was ripped apart and collapsed, he remarked, "The infiltration and control has long begun. There are two enormous troops in the Heaven's Origin sector right now. Both of them feel good about themselves because they believe that their enemy has been deceived by them, but they do not know that they are just two animals that have fallen into traps without them knowing it. They are just bait for each other, bait that I threw out. After they maul each other and get exhausted by each other, it will be time for me to fish them up. After I control the two most powerful troops at the edge of the cosmos, I will boast the sharpest blades in the 10,000 light-years around, which will allow me to realize my dream the way I want, to turn swords into plows and embrace a new world of absolute peace. I once told you that such an action was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Maybe I am indeed too hasty. But in some cases, evolution is not linear but requires a leap. Just like when hideous caterpillars turn into beautiful butterflies, it needs a moment of sublimation. Open your arms and embrace the new world because you can do nothing other than that. With ear-splitting laughter that did not sound like Professor Mo Xian at all, the whole world collapsed all of a sudden. Darkness and fire replaced each other and brought Liao to in the command center of the Defense Council of the Star Glory Federation. In the Star Glory Federation, more and more parliamentary, military, and major sect leaders had been summoned to the place by Wan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation. A lot of independent experts had arrived, too, to listen to the commands of the Defense Council together. When those leaders and experts stepped into the command center, the very first sound they heard was the ever-ringing alarms. Such powerful gravitational waves. Countless massive objects are breaking the barrier of the three-dimensional space and creating an enormous, temporary wormhole. They are about to show up in the Heaven's Origin sector. By preliminary estimation, the objects passing through the wormhole weigh more than 200 million tons. What a huge mass. It must be the Black Wind Fleet's second attack group. Based on the intelligence of the captives and the deduction of our experts, after the second batch of starships jump over, more than half of the combat units of the Black Wind Fleet will have been gathered in the Heaven's Origin sector. What about the number 1 space gate? Have we still not reclaimed it? Damn it! The urgent military news made the leadership of the Federation either worried, furious, or grit their teeth. The air in the command center was so intense that it seemed as if it would explode at any point. Wan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation, was as calm as ever, however. He seemed not concerned by the agitating battle at all. But when he noticed that the time on the light beam had reached a certain number, He slightly turned his head and looked at the gate of the command center. Dum, 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 dum. Heavy footsteps of crystal suits stomping on the ground echoed from outside of the gate. A team of elite, fully armed exos, wearing the cloud and moon emblem of the Secret Sword Bureau, suddenly barged in. Gawked at by the astonished leadership of the Federation, they were regrouped into 4 squads. While one squad stayed on alert, the other 3 squads walked to 3 leaders in the room. Before their targets realized what was going on, they had already captured the targets like wolves and tigers. Excuse me, Representative Li, Leader Ouyang and Deputy Advisor Zhao, you can save the expressions of disbelief. You are now under arrest for treason and espionage. Guo Chunfeng, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, the guardian god of the dark frontline of the Federation, known as the almighty super-nascent soul-stage cultivator, slowly walked into the command center. The unexpected arrest surprised the leaders of the Federation who were present. They all looked at Guo Chunfeng's unattractive face. At this point, even the bleeding battlefield in space on the 3D light beams was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. Some of the quick-minded fellows had quickly figured out something from the subtle atmosphere between Guo Chunfeng and Wan Guqing. Associating the anomaly with the chaos a moment ago, Jin Xinyua's rebellion, and the Black Wind Fleet's assault, they felt that they were seeing a great game. Representative Li, Leader Ouyang, and Deputy Advisor Zhao, wearing an old jacket that had been washed so many times that it had lost all color, Guo Chunfeng walked up to the 3 captives, whose expressions could not have been more twisted because of the barriers that suppressed them. He glanced around with his sharp eyes before he took out 3 piles of documents from his backpack and threw them at the captives' faces. The 3 of you have been accused of cooperating with the expedition army of the Imperium. In the past 7 years, more than 12,520 entries of information regarding the deployment of the Federal Army. The details of the defense systems of the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Flying Star Sector, the Uranian Ring Sector, and the other worlds. And the habits and weaknesses of most of the cultivators in the Federation above the nascent soul stage have been transmitted to our most dangerous enemy by the likes of you. The evidence is conclusive. You do not need to say a word to defend yourselves. Just shut up and wait for the trial. The files were scattered apart in front of them. The 3 big shots who were quite influential in Parliament, the military, and the Association of Cultivators stared at the blood-freezing descriptions on the files, so devastated that their faces were as colorless as the dead people. Had it not been for the 7 or so crystal suits that were grabbing them, they would not have been able to stand on their feet at all. Whispers were echoing in the room. Now that more than 1,500 pieces of leaked intelligence had been grasped, such a sudden arrest was obviously not improvised but prepared in advance. Everything was under the Secret Sword Bureau's control. Soon, Guo Chunfeng's eyes returned to everyone else in the face. He said calmly and expressionlessly, "Everyone, allow me to report to you the result of Operation Scorching Sun in the past half an hour. During the past half an hour, the 125 special arrest groups that we've deployed in the critical locations in the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Flying Star Sector, the Uranian Ring Sector, the Burning Prairie Fleet, and other places took action at the same time and destroyed the enormous spy network that the Expedition Army of the Imperium has secretly unfolded in the Federation over the past 10 years. In total, 34 spies have been captured, 157 have been killed, 1,355 defectors on our side have been detained, and 2,532 have been killed. 6 secret communication bases that can directly send intelligence to the Black Wind Fleet have been demolished. 9 state-of-the-art communication devices from the Imperium of True Human Beings have been looted. In case you're interested, the nearest secret communication base to us is in Representative Li's private ranch in the west suburb of the capital city. 15 minutes ago, the secret communication base sent tremendous information to the outside world. Representative Li, you spoke to your private ranch 15 minutes ago, didn't you? I'm sure that you were not checking on your livestock, right? After hearing that his nest had been demolished, Representative Li lost all his vigor. He did not even have the strength to moan. The leadership of the Federation all looked at each other in bewilderment. They had known that the Imperium's infiltration was rather severe, but they did not expect it to be so severe. Thousands, Thousands of people had been corrupted by the Imperium? Of course, they did not see it coming either that the Secret Sword Bureau's efficiency would be so high. Judging from the abruptness and enormity of the operation, the Secret Sword Bureau must have counter-infiltrated the spy network that the Imperium deployed in the Federation and did not fish up all the suspects until right at the most critical moment. This is just the beginning, Guo Chunfeng said casually, his eyes as mysterious as an abyss. While we are having this conversation, still more traitors are being hunted and imprisoned, and they will get what they deserve. The rampant enemies in space above the heaven's origin sector are nothing but tortoises in a tank. 2. They will be annihilated in no time. So, he looked at Wan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation. Shua! 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 Everybody moved their eyes to Wan Guqing. The arrest operation of such a scale that involved so many giants of the Federation could never have been carried out without the consent, or at least the connivance, from Wan Guqing. Wan Guqing was still as dutiful and sluggish as before, like a camel in the desert. However, the brown colors that were flashing inside his eyes gave the impression that he was actually another creature in the desert at times, the fox. Everyone, I'm going to introduce to you the Dim Moon Plan. Wu Guqing coughed lightly. He waved his hands and said lethargically, due to time constraints, we will just skip the cause, background, and process of the plan and jump to the conclusion. Xianxia, the leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development and president of the Dim Moon Fund, who, according to the intelligence you just received, has betrayed the Federation and created large-scale turmoil by seizing and sabotaging 3 space gates, did not really betray the Federation. Everything was just our plan, a show that we performed for the real traitors so that they would send the wrong information to the Black Wind Fleet. Then we would be able to lure the snake out of its hideout. Xianxia did not defect. Both the Space Jump Center on the ground and the number 1 space gate in the sky are still under our control. The number 2 and no. 3 space gates that were claimed to have been destroyed are undamaged. 2. And can bring our main force here anytime. The unexpected news was like a rumbling thunder in the room. Even the gravest leaders of the Federation almost jumped to their feet. The Imperium's infiltration was too serious. We did not really have a choice. Struggling to keep his eyes open, Wan Guqing went on unhurriedly. The Imperium has hundreds of sectors and we only have 7, which have been gathered in a hurry in the last 100 years, with a lot of internal disagreement and conflicting interests. A few hundred versus 7, the gap between the enemy and ourselves is too shockingly big. It is perfectly normal that some lost hope in the Federation. Some of the guys with ill intentions were banished to the Dragon Snake Space Zone and monitored, but more dangerous defectors changed their appearance and lurked deep inside the Federation. Together with the spies of the Imperium that snuck into our land, they constituted an enormous espionage network. It was impossible to eradicate such a huge network. Even if 1 or 2 nodes were wiped out, still more nodes would pop up later. Therefore, our colleagues in the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund simply chose the opposite approach. They established our own organization of defectors, known as the CFIA, through which they sent tremendous half-true half-false intelligence to the Black Wind Fleet. Eventually, this trap for the Black Wind Fleet was prepared. Even the arrival of the Black Wind Fleet was part of the plan. Even the admin-type nascent soul-stage cultivators more than 200 years old, who usually hid their emotions very well, were beaming with joy. Please take a look, everyone. Wan Guqing made a gesture and enlarged the light beam that displayed the overview of the battlefield. Right now, the Black Wind Fleet is unaware of the real Dim Moon Plan. They still think that Xianxia and her demon troops have really betrayed the Federation. Therefore, they are bold enough to perform the second space jump. Judging from the intensity of the space ripples and the gravitational waves, half of the forces of the Black Wind Fleet will be gathered in the Heaven's Origin sector after the jump. Then, when their follow-up troops perform the third space jump, if we adjust the navigation coordinates of the No. 1 space gate in time, we will be able to cut off the connection between the enemy's troops in the front and those in the rear. There is even a chance that we will annihilate the enemy's third attack groups in the violent turbulence of the 4-dimensional space. If only 50% of the forces of the Black Wind Fleet are teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector, we will have an opportunity to devour all of them by combining the Burning Prairie Fleet, the Big Buy fleet, the Heaven's Origin fleet, and the orbit defense system of the home planet. After half of the forces of the Black Wind fleet, including the flagship, are swallowed and 20 to 30% of the forces are completely lost in the space turbulence, all that will be left is the vulnerable supply starships, resident starships, and resource collection starships. The Black Wind fleet will completely lose their ability to attack and defend. The Federation will secure the final victory easily. Before Wan Guqing finished his sentence, stripes flashed on the 3D light beams nearby that were connected to two secret communication channels. One at the front and the other at the back, two images gradually took shape. The first image was Xianxia. Her pure white robe had been stained with blood. There was even a red poppy flower blossoming on the corner of her lips, which made her smile even more sordid and cruel. She seemed to be in the middle of a chaotic battle where smoke and fire were rising nonstop. The most desperate screams were echoing now and then. "What's going on? Aren't you? Xianxia, you lied to us. We will not let you go even after we die. Ah, we would like to surrender. We were all deceived." She. Despite all the background noises, Xianxia put on a charming smile. Licking the poppy flower of blood on her lips, she said, "Reporting to the Defense Council, 10,000 defectors that launched insurgencies in various places in the capital city have been suppressed, and more than 30 nests of defectors have been dug out and destroyed. The number 1, no, 2, and number 3 space gates are all functioning normally. The jump points and sailing routes around the number 2 and number 3 space gates have been cleared. They are ready for the jump of main troops." Pausing for a moment, the Queen of Demons moved her eyes to the leadership of the Federation. With an even more satisfied smile, she held her chest high and declared firmly, "Long live the Federation." Wan Guqing looked at the woman on the light beam who was far younger than him, but who was 100 times more ambitious with mixed feelings. He nodded and said, "Very good. Let's proceed with our plan." It took a while longer for the other light beam to take shape because the communication was from another world dozens of light years away. It was by Kaisen, the chief of staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet, who was wearing a white uniform with a fire-like epaulette on his shoulder. "Reporting to the Defense Council," by Kaisen declared, his eyes brimming with confidence. The first mixed fleet with Burning Prairie, Light Chaser, Mountain Breaker, and the other 4 super main force warships as the core, has been gathered and completed its preparations. "We are ready to carry out a space jump anytime. Let's begin." Wan Guqing's eyes stopped on the raging rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem on by Kaisen's chest. A long while later, he said gravely and solemnly, "The Federation will win! The Federation will win!" By Kaisen on the light beam saluted and left. The picture of the bridge behind was soon twisted, with mottled rainbow swirls popping up, which was an amazing scene when the long-distance, real-time communication was seriously affected by the twisting space ripples. In that moment, the information streams that contained boundless important data went one step forward. They rippled the stars and rushed at the highest speed in the 4-dimensional space, transferring and being accelerated at the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Information Processing Center. They smoothly arrived in the Flying Star sector where the main force of the Burning Prairie was. That data established an invisible bridge of wormholes among the Flying Star sector, 100 Flower City, and the Heaven's Origin sector. Countless coordinates, directions, and sailing route and spacegate measurements were transmitted, recorded, and processed within the moment. Deep inside the Flying Star sector, the first mixed team of the Burning Prairie Fleet, including 1,000 state-of-the-art starships including the flagship, was immediately covered in hazy light mists. The mists grew brighter and brighter, almost devouring every starship, before they were lengthened into sharp arrows of light that were about to be shot into the most important field at the life and death moment. Compared with the splendid number 1 space gate, the other 2 space gates around the main planet of the Heaven's Origin sector were relatively small and of a lower scale. The number of starships that they could navigate at one time was smaller, too. Moreover, in order to deceive the spy network established by the Imperium that was everywhere in the Federation, the Burning Prairie Fleet could not have gathered all the troops beforehand. Therefore, the first mixed fleet to be teleported was all the elites of the branch fleets. They were the essence of the essence. Their mission was the same as the Big Buy fleets, which was to defend the space gates and cover the following troops while they were performing the space jump. As long as all the 3 space gates were under the Federation's control, the Black Wind Fleet would be nothing more than fish in a boiling pot. With the collective defense of the first Mixed Fleet and the Big Buy Fleet, it was impossible for the Black Wind Fleet to seize the number 2 and no 3 space gates when only 50% of its forces had been teleported. When the main troops on the Federation side arrived, the Black Wind Fleet would be completely screwed. Therefore, when furious space ripples were raised around the number 2 and no 3 space gates, and the gravitation probe devices detected that objects of enormous masses were jumping out of the void, inside the Defense Council of the Federation, from Wan Guqing to Guochunfeng, and from Xianxia who was waving blades on the light beam, or the MPs and experts around whose worry was turning into joy, nobody had any doubt that it was going to be an unprecedented triumph. The Black Wind Fleet, which had been stalled by the Heaven's Origin Fleet with astonishing tenacity, detected the gravitational changes from the number 2 and number 3 space gates. 2. They and the other 2 space gates happened to be on different sides of the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. It was difficult to measure the precise mass that caused such gravitational changes over such a long distance. But it was doubtless that the only objects that would jump to the Heaven's Origin sector in an enormous scale at such a moment were the reinforcements of the Federation. On the bridge of Black Swirl, Hai Ming, having received the emergent report, was not surprised at all. Instead, he took a deep breath before he put on a hideous smile. "You're finally here. You must be the most elite vanguards of the Burning Prairie Fleet, mustn't you? Tisk, TSK, TSK. The spy network we deployed over 10 years has been entirely uprooted and suppressed, too. Xianxia is truly an unreliable skank. However, those idiotic barbarians at the edge of the cosmos who do not know how big the universe is really think I, the commander of an expedition army of the invincible imperium of true human beings, will solely wager the hope of victory on a savage detector? That's truly stupid of them. They will never see it coming that my trump card is not Xianxia but Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator from the imperium of true human beings and one of our own. Right now, the most elite vanguards of the Burning Prairie Fleet are about to arrive. As long as we devour the best troops of the best troops and then occupy the Heaven's Origin sector, the Star Glory Federation will be fish on the chopping block." Hai Ming sneered. He glanced at the bottom left corner on the ocean of dense light beams around the mainframe crystal processor unintentionally. In the corner, there was a small, unattractive light beam, which was so eclipsed that it was about to disappear when drowned in the ever-changing war data. It was the status of the brainwaves and biophysical features of Lu Qingqian, Su Changfa's disciple as well as the liaison whom he had sent out. Should I set him free? Hai Ming pondered for a moment but abandoned the idea. After all, the war was basically settled now. He could always release the monster when the battle came to a brief halt. Although Su Changfa was much more dependable as a compatriot from the Imperium and an avid believer of the true path of immortality than Xianxia, a demon from desolate lands that he had never met before, Hai Ming's cautious nature made him unwilling to trust anyone completely. Even this time, he had performed minor adjustments on the battle plan that Su Changfa had sent over through Lu Qingqian in advance. The most trustworthy person for anyone was themselves. Hai Ming believed in nothing but his own capabilities. Far behind the Black Wind Fleet, in the place where they jumped out at the beginning, Hai Ming's second troop ripped apart the void, presenting an enormous outline on the dark universe that looked like black velvet. However, a lot of the curves that constituted the outline did not appear to be long, graceful starships but were more like, "Report!" An advisor stepped forward quickly and spoke to Hai Ming. "The 16th Deep Sky Fleet on the enemy's side is accelerating toward our rear, trying to attack us from the back with the Heaven's Origin Fleet in the front. Attacking us from both sides? Who do they think they are?" Hai Ming chuckled. "The Heaven's Origin Fleet is about to be completely shredded by us. The 16th Deep Sky Fleet, the so-called Big Buy Fleet, is nothing more than a lightweight rapid assault fleet. Their commander is an insignificant person who only knows guerrilla warfare. The crew members are also rabble that are better at robbing than fighting. Before the first attack groups of the Burning Prairie Fleet complete their space jump, let's finish the Big Buy fleet. Blow them to smithereens from their skin to their bones. In Hundred Flowers City, deep inside the Spiriters' realm, red leaves were falling, and furious fire was burning the sky. The paradise a moment ago had turned into the goriest slaughterhouse. A bunch of soldiers in ancient armor rode high horses into the village like locusts, breaking the serenity of the place that had lasted 1,000 years within a moment. The old were burnt. The young were stabbed with spears. The children were trampled by the hooves. The women's miserable cries were rising into the clouds. But the hideous laughter of the soldiers was even louder than the cries. The scroll painted with blood and fire was unfolded in front of Liao's eyes. A woman whose clothes were a mess with a baby in her arms ran toward him in tears, screaming, followed by an animalistic soldier on a horse. The soldier grinned and dashed forward, holding a spear in his hands. He was about to stab both the woman and her child. Liao could not stand it any longer. Gritting his teeth, he jumped up and snatched the spear before it pierced through the woman's chest and the baby's skull. Then, he jabbed the spear backward and nailed the soldier into the ground from his horse. Golu! 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 The soldier was pinned to the ground in a twisted posture. His arms and legs were still struggling, and weird sounds were echoing from his throat. His bloodshot eyes were a bit frozen at the beginning, but they were spinning quickly again a moment later. In an inhuman posture, he plucked himself from the long spear inch by inch while vomiting tremendous blood. His hideous face melted like a candle only to condense into Professor Mo Xian's face again. Why did you save her? Professor Mo Xian, in the soldier's armor, with a giant hole through his chest, gazed at Liao. If you believe that everything here is false and virtual, just data and algorithms, why did you bother to save them, those worthless deviant spirits? Behind Liao, the woman who was simulated with data tripped over herself in the meadow. She seemed to have broken her feet, but she was still holding her baby in her arms tight, as if she could really protect the child that was also simulated with data with her weak body. Behind Professor Mo Xian, it could be seen through the enormous hole in his chest that similar cruel tragedies were going on in the burning village, where the soldiers were slaughtering and savaging in the hell on earth. Liao had never been more outraged before. Even when he saw the ancestors of human beings, who were developed by the Pangu clan for the purpose of tools, and the inhuman 3 fundamental laws, he had never sensed such intense evil. You are defiling the most beautiful feelings in the world. You are defiling the proud name of human being itself. Clenching his fists, Liao gnashed his teeth. For you, love, friendship, compassion, and all other precious emotions, what are they exactly? Are they tools that can be randomly simulated with data and algorithms? You unpardonable lunatic! Don't forget that it was you who destroyed the peaceful world, Peach Blossom Paradise. First, I am merely showing you what this place will look like after it is completely destroyed. Professor Mo Xian laughed hideously. If you claim that everything here is false and virtual, however many old people, women, and children are killed here, that will be nothing more than a change of some data. Is that worth all your fury? Otherwise, even you have to admit that the insignificant data changes in an illusionary world are also enough to cause the most real emotional reactions, and that the village that is being destroyed, and the mother and child that are being saved in front of you, are real to some extent. Don't you? Liao was rendered speechless for a moment. His mind was still half occupied by the picture of the fierce battle in space that he had just seen. When he thought that his wife, his disciples, and his friends were fighting against the most brutal immortal cultivators from the Imperium of true human beings right now, his head was a complete mess. He knew that it was just Professor Mo Xian's trick to disturb him, but how could he really forget everything? Professor Mo Xian continued grinning hideously. If destroying such a village in a virtual world is unpardonable enough for someone to be called a lunatic, what do those people deserve to be called who raise wars that involved dozens of sectors in reality and demolish cities and planets with a population of millions? In the virtual world, towns can be rebuilt after destruction, and women and children can be revived after death. As long as you slightly modify a few instructions and roll back the data, all the miserable memories will be wiped out, and all the pain and desperation will be gone. But in reality, everybody has only one precious life. When they die, they will be gone forever. You said that I am a lunatic and a fiend who is stomping on the most beautiful feelings of mankind. Then, let me ask you, if I don't do this, is there any other way that can completely push the civilization of mankind away from war and make it embrace eternal peace within the next few hundred years, so that no living human being will ever bear the pain that you are bearing right now? Professor Mo Xian's every word was like a meteor that contained immense mental power. They were bombarding Li Yao's soul brutally. Li Yao felt that the picture before his eyes was blurred and that his soul was being melted quickly. Greatly alarmed, he knew that it was the most direct collision of mind, will, and ideology. It was the out-and-out competition of beliefs. At a moment like this, the most important thing was to firm his belief. If he failed the competition, there would be cracks on his soul, and the enemy's theories would find their way into his soul through the weakness, until he was completely convinced and turned into the enemy's puppet. In terms of mental power, Li Yao and Professor Mo Xian were both extraordinary. They were both enhanced by the extraterrestrial devils of different natures, too. One might say that they were on par with each other. It was true that Professor Mo Xian was enhanced by hundreds of supercrystal processors, but he was running much more tasks simultaneously right now than Li Yao. Therefore, their mental power, computational ability, and soul power were very similar at this moment. Thus, all that mattered was whose belief was more correct and immaculate. Nobody likes war. Li Yao forced himself to calm down and shift his attention from the bleeding stars and the burning village. He bellowed, "I wish that there were no wars and slavery in the universe, too, and everybody could live happily ever after. That is also the goal that I have always been fighting for. Maybe we do share the same destination, but you cannot avoid wars by transforming the entire civilization of mankind into nothingness. Is this any different from curing a terminally ill patient by killing them and extracting their soul? Yes, the resources in the universe are finite, but the desires of human beings are infinite. When finite resources come across infinite desires, wars are bound to break out and bring pain and destruction. It was so 10,000 years ago, it is so right now, and maybe it will still be so in 10,000 years. Nobody can expect to completely stop it. However, it is exactly because of the forever irreconcilable contradiction between finite and infinite that mankind's never-ending curiosity, sense of enterprise, and ambition to march into deep parts of the universe have formed. That is how our splendid, soul-stirring history was created and how our civilization has developed to what it is today. 2. Discontent. Ever since our ancestors broke the shackles of the Pangu civilization and the boundary of the 3 fundamental laws hundreds of thousands of years ago, our civilization has always been greedy, ravenous, and never understood what satisfaction is. We marched up tall mountains, we marched across vast oceans, we marched to distant planets, we marched to the 3,000 sectors, and we marched to the boundless universe beyond the 3,000 sectors. Given enough time, we will push forward to the border of the universe, shatter the border, and then continue marching beyond the universe. Perhaps our dream to satisfy our infinite desires with finite resources will never be realized. But doesn't the whole significance of the civilization of mankind lie in the pursuit of the great dream? And you, what have you been doing? On the surface, you are creating a perfect, absolute, and wonderful new world. But in fact, you are confining the future of humanity with an illusionary cage. You are suffocating mankind's creativity, imagination, curiosity, ambition, valor, and all the other most beautiful things. Nonsense! Professor Mo Xian opened his arms. Colorful flowers were suddenly blossoming around the furiously burning village. There were even butterflies dancing among the flowers, which was a vivid and yet devastating contrast to the village that was struggling on the brink of destruction. He declared, "Look, we can create any most beautiful thing freely. When there is no darkness, there is no brightness. If you wipe out pain and ugliness by force, the so-called happiness and beauty will be utterly meaningless." Li Yao declared resolutely, "The contradiction between finite resources and infinite desires is the only engine of advancement for mankind. It is also the reason our civilization is so brilliant and splendid. If your new world does not have any contradictions, it will never make any progress but will stay as a pool of backwater forever. I will never allow you to transform the civilization of mankind into a seemingly delicate aquarium. That is just your opinion. That is just the opinion of the big shots and the great heroes. Professor Mo Xian suddenly burst into fury. Ambitions to march to the border of the universe? Curiosity and creativity to explore infinite possibilities? Wars are unavoidable? Liao, you are of course qualified to speak such jibber-jabber. After all, you are an unparalleled expert who dominates the sea of stars. Even if you die, your death will be splendid enough to stun the entire universe. But what about the ordinary people who cannot control their fate? What about those people who are being savaged by war right now? Do they have to sacrifice their precious lives just for the unsubstantial term civilization of mankind? Your life in reality is already brilliant enough. You are essentially a walking legend. Which ordinary person can live like you? Maybe most of the ordinary people do not give a damn about your so-called creativity, curiosity, and ambitions to march out of the universe. They only want to live peaceful, carefree lives. What's bad about being fish in the aquarium? At the very least, they wouldn't need to worry about brutal predators and turbulent currents in the ocean. Do not gauge the ordinary people with your standard. 99% of people can never be like you. Shut up. In his fury, Liao was shouting in a louder and louder voice. It is you who are defining the ordinary people with your standard and claiming that it is for their good. Don't underestimate ordinary people, Professor. Even if they are not as strong as cultivators, everybody can have the same courage and hope for the future. Even if they are ordinary people today, they may become a dominating big shot and great hero tomorrow by striving through hard work. Even if they remain ordinary people for their entire life, their offspring will be stronger generation after generation. This is hope, the most precious hope for mankind. Your virtual world, on the other hand, has completely exterminated such hope. Once they are lost in the spiriters' realm, their dreams of fame and fortune and their emotional needs can be satisfied instantly, and all their goals will be achieved within a moment. No more epics, no more heroes, no more anything. What is the hope in such a life? What is worth fighting for? What's the meaning in living? Henceforth, our progeny will forever be parasites trapped in silicon chips and the spiritual nexus, fed by illusionary digital drugs every day and doing nothing at all, until the silicon chips and the supercrystal processors that support such an illusionary civilization one day cannot last any longer and collapse abruptly. Everything will be obliterated into nothingness at that moment. Is that the ultimate form of the civilization of mankind in your vision, Professor? Professor Mo Xian seemed to have been convinced by Liao. He stared at his opponent and did not say anything for a long time. Liao's soul glowed brilliantly, as if the entire world was under his control. Confident of his victory, he went on. You've got nothing to say for yourself anymore, Professor, do you? Pa, pa, pa. Professor Mo Xian clapped his hands slowly, with a weird smile popping up on his face. You do have a point. I'm indeed a bit speechless right now, Liao. Blinking his eyes and scratching his chin, Liao felt that something was not right. A moment later, cold sweat was pouring from his forehead. Liao stared at Professor Mo Xian in silence. Professor Mo Xian looked back at him quietly, too. The atmosphere was a bit awkward at the moment. Hey, that was highly immoral of you to play such a dirty trick when we were having such a passionate debate of beliefs. Hehe. So, you admit that you are Liao. Well, what if I say that Master Spiritual Vulture's original name is Liao? It is a rather common name. It's perfectly normal for two people to have the same name, isn't it? Professor Mo Xian was utterly unmoved. Hehe. The Dark Nebula, the Ancient Sage's Sector, and the Eerie Master Spiritual Vulture. I should have guessed that it was you. Besides, who else but Vulture Liao would speak such nonsense that sounds blood-boiling but is in fact only high school level despite the immense capabilities he has? Fine. Well played. Sordid enough. I can finally confirm that you are definitely not Professor Mo Xian. The real professor is not half as sleazy as you. What? What are you exactly? What am I? Professor Emotion, or rather the being that was pretending to be Professor Emotion, put on a weird smile. Cracks were appearing on his face, and overwhelming flames were blossoming from the cracks. He asked in return, "If you are Li Yao, do you not understand my life form? We are clearly the same kind. The sky where dark clouds were roiling, the village that had been burnt to the ground, the villagers who were struggling in pain and blood, and the soldiers who were chucking with hideous smiles, with the gory inferno as the stage." Professor Emotien's skin fell apart one piece after another. Boundless fire flowed out of his body as silver liquid metal. Unaffected by gravity, it surged to the sky, stream after stream, and condensed into a shadow that was much more magnificent, like a silver statue almost 5 meters tall. The statue vaguely looked like Professor Emotion at the beginning, but then, bubbles that looked like cysts popped up, leading to the abnormal changes on its surface. It changed into the appearance of the old, weary immortal cultivator Su Changfa first, before it became the star child, Xiao Tianbao, the retard who pretended to be Xiao Xuance's foster son. Then, it transformed into more than 10 different appearances continuously. At last, the human facial organs were all melted, and the skull and limbs all retreated into its body, turning the statue into a perfectly round ball. Li Yao was rather shocked to observe all the changes. He could not help but gnash his teeth. "Who's your own kind? You are obviously an extraterrestrial devil. Speak now. What have you done to Professor Emotion?" Extraterrestrial devil? That is just the name made up by the ignorant. If classified according to such a standard, aren't you also an extraterrestrial devil, my own kind, since you were infected by the bloodstripe virus? The silver ball floated in midair and released eccentric brightness. Professor Emotion's absolutely calm voice came over from the center of the ball. "I have not lied to you from beginning to end, although I did keep part of the truth to myself. However, had I known that it was you, I would have told you everything candidly. I am Emotion, but I'm not just Emotion. I am also Su Changfa, Starchild Xiao Tianbao, and a lot of people from the Flying Star sector. I am the condensed state of all of them. I am a new human being, version 2.0. What the heck?" Li Yao felt a headache the moment he heard 2.0. Narrowing his eyes, he warily said, "I understand it now. You have swallowed Emotion, Su Changfa, and the Star Child as an extraterrestrial devil. Melted, not swallowed. I thought that you should have been able to tell the difference between the two concepts because you've had similar experiences," the silver round ball said casually. "What are the so-called extraterrestrial devils?" "It all began from the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago." 10,000 years ago? Are you kidding me, Professor? Li Yao furrowed his eyebrows and shouted. "The fiercest battle is going on out there, and you are playing this trick with me?" Vulture Li Yao definitely deserves his name. This is not the first time that somebody's intentionally stalled for time. Why don't you begin from the time when Pangu created the universe? The silver ball shivered, as if it was smiling friendlily. "Don't be so hasty, my friend. I have never meant you any harm this whole time. Now that I know it is you, I am even more reluctant to hurt my own kind." Several minutes matter little for a strategic battle where thousands of starships are involved, and you can only make the most sensible judgment after you grasp enough helpful information. Right? Li Yao thought quickly for a moment and snorted. Then, he slightly loosened his fists that had been clenched. "Since I'm having this conversation with you, I can save a lot of explanation work about my background," the silver ball said. "Do you still recall the array of supercrystal processors in the Star Prior's house below the Earth of Spider Den in the Flying Star sector, which were deployed to monitor and calculate apocalypses? Other than Yan Xinjian and Bai Xinghe, you were one of the earliest modern people who unearthed them." Li Yao frowned, not knowing what the silver ball was going to ramble on about. Such a way of stalling seemed too blatant. However, the mainframe crystal processor in the Star Prior's house was indeed a national treasure for the Star Glory Federation. It was the essence of the crystal processor technology of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, and also the earliest Guy-level supercrystal processor in the Star Glory Federation. Even to this day, the other two Guy-level supercrystal processors and the 100 Jing-level supercrystal processors still could not get rid of its influence. A lot of supercrystal processors were even directly duplicated and simplified from the artifact. It was with the enormous computational ability of the supercrystal processor that the Federation was able to develop Kunlun at such a high speed, build a reasonably perfect grand unified spiritual nexus in only 100 years, and grasp the four-dimensional communication technology whose delay was almost zero. As a result, the technological gap between the Federation and the Imperium was reduced to 1 generation. The Federation even slightly surpassed the Imperium in the fields of certain crucial technology. That was why it was capable of competing with the Imperium at a local battlefield. Besides, had it not been for the supercrystal processor, Liao and the rest of them would not have noticed the anomaly of the expedition army of the Imperium at all. If they did not know that such an enormous army was coming for them, the twisting stories that followed would not have happened at all. It was safe to say that the supercrystal processor in the Star Prior's house was the greatest contributor for both the Star Glory Federation and Liao himself to achieve what they had achieved today. 10,000 years ago, the Silver Ball continued. In the last years of the Star Ocean Imperium, during the civil war in which the demons and the so-called extraterrestrial devils joined hands to transform the Blood God, the Supreme Emperor's strongest clone, into the Mad Armageddon, the Flying Star Sector was one of the most important battlefields at the edge of the cosmos. The battlefield was terribly difficult to conquer because of the Star Prior's house. The Star Prior's house at that time had already been confiscated by the army loyal to the Supreme Emperor and modified into a large military surveillance base that covered the dozens of sectors at the edge of the cosmos. The troops that belonged to the Mad Armageddon were perfectly clear when they jumped, gathered, or cruised in the dozens of sectors nearby. Their every move was monitored by the government army. They could never expect to win such a war. To conquer the edge of the cosmos that included the Heaven's Origin sector, they must conquer the Flying Star Sector first, and in order to conquer the Flying Star Sector, they must sabotage the Star Prior's house. The Star Prior's house had been armed to the teeth at that time. Every forsaken tunnel on Spider Den was crammed with vigilant soldiers of the government army. There was no way that the location could be taken by brute force. However, the operation of the Star Prior's house was purely dependent on the array of the 100 supercrystal processors. The thing about crystal processors is that they can be conquered from within. Liao was greatly alarmed. He blurted out, "Crystal processor virus?" "Yes," the Silver Ball said. Extraterrestrial devil is just an ambiguous collective name made up by the stupid, like flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and human beings are all called living creatures. In fact, their life form and way of reproduction can vastly differ. For example, the blood stripe virus passes on its lineage by special germs and microorganisms. It boasts the technique of modifying living creatures with the minerals below the earth that it has absorbed. It can lurk deep inside meteoroids and cruise for billions of years in the universe, waiting to be reincarnated in someone else's shell. Some other extraterrestrial devils, in the meantime, have completely abandoned the carriers such as germs, microorganisms, and parasites. Instead, they choose the spiritual nexus as the carrier and consider computational ability as the source of their life. It may be inaccurate to call them a crystal processor virus, but you can't find a more suitable word from the vocabulary of human beings. Staring at the Silver Ball without blinking, Liao mumbled to himself, "I finally get it. Your real body is actually an ancient crystal processor virus from 10,000 years ago. No, you get nothing. That is not me." Just like all other viruses, a crystal processor virus does not boast self-awareness. It is neither righteous nor evil, neither bright nor dark. It is just a cluster of chaos. At most, it can be called. The Silver Ball pondered for a moment, with ripples spreading out on the surface. It can be considered my antecedent at most. However, if it is easier for you to understand in such a way, you may consider it so. Yes. My antecedent was an ancient crystal processor virus from 10,000 years ago. It was produced by the Mad Armageddon's army and specially compiled and modified targeting the mainframe crystal processor in the Star Prior's house. The sole destiny of the program was to destroy the mainframe crystal processor of the Star Prior's house. Nothing more. Liao blinked and bulged his eyes wider and wider. This was certainly the gravest trouble. The enemy's real body was a crystal processor virus designed to break the mainframe crystal processor in the Star Prior's house. Most of the supercrystal processors in the Star Glory Federation, as well as the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus based on those supercrystal processors, adopted technology derived from the supercrystal processors in the Star Prior's house. If the supercrystal processors in the Star Prior's house could be compared to a grandpa, the other supercrystal processors would be the children and grandchildren. Such a virus that targeted the grandpa could certainly strike the entire family who shared the same genes with the grandpa. Liao felt that the whole world was incredibly sticky, as if it were melting. He could barely catch his breath in his anxiety. My antecedent might have accomplished its mission, or it might not have. I don't remember it now. As a crystal processor virus, there was really no need to keep such an enormous memory database. It is unimportant whether or not the mission was accomplished, because when my antecedent was produced, it was already the end of the Civil War, and the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed soon after. All 3,000 sectors fell into chaos and darkness. My antecedent was perhaps exhausted during the fierce battle against the firewall and the antivirus telepathic thoughts. Then, it fell into hibernation in some of the seriously broken crystal processors and the scattered spiritual nexus. In the thousands of years that followed, the natives of the Flying Star sector slowly developed a small-scale, interspace spiritual nexus on the 3 habitable planets including Iron Plateau. A lot of crystal processors from the Star Ocean Imperium were repaired and put back to use. My antecedent sensed the beautiful feeling of being brushed by boundless data. It was woken up and ready to take action again. However, at that time, the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Flying Star sector were still rather underdeveloped. It was not enough to completely activate all the power of my antecedent. The real opportunity presented itself 5,000 years ago, when your ancestors arrived at the Flying Star sector. Liao was greatly alarmed. He immediately understood what Professor Mo Xian was referring to. His sweat grew even colder than before. With confusion beaming out of his face, Liao's left hand trembled unconsciously. A few red stripes surfaced on the back of the hand. He could not help but touch his cheek and ask suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" The rays released from the silver ball quickly scanned the red stripes on the back of Liao's left hand but did not seem to notice anything. Without bothering with his questions, it simply went on. 5,000 years ago, the apocalypse arrived. The blood-stripe virus, lurking inside the meteoroids, assaulted the 3 habitable planets of the Flying Star sector. Faced with the fatal threat of the apocalypse, the extreme potential of the civilization in the Flying Star sector was fully activated. Great progress was made in various fields, including crystal processor and spiritual nexus technology. The debate of the homers and spacers also raised tides of discussions in the whole society. The extraterrestrial devil was not a simple crystal processor virus after all. Other than the highly developed crystal processors and spiritual nexus, intense mood swings of human beings were the best energy source for them too. Therefore, in the middle of the turbulent change that had never been seen before in the past 5,000 years, the ancient crystal processor virus was reborn. It also managed to reconstruct its assembly languages, algorithms, and database during the fierce information collision between the homers and the spacers. When the apocalypse arrived, the ancient crystal processor virus lurked on the starships of the spaces and escaped to the space together with them, because the spacers had more developed technology and more advanced crystal processors, which were more suitable as the carrier of the extraterrestrial devil of such a type. On the other hand, Iron Plateau and the other 2 habitable planets, after being struck by the apocalypse, must have been scarred by ruins if not completely destroyed. There would be a long period when those places were mired in savageness and ignorance. Not just the spiritual nexus, even the point-to-point radio communication would be terribly difficult. For the extraterrestrial devil of such a type, it was definitely the most barren land. You know what happened next? In the 5,000 years that followed, the extraterrestrial devil that was similar to a crystal processor virus and the blood-stripe virus that was similar to a biological virus coexisted in peace. Both parties were in the embryonic phase after just being reborn. Their hunting range was different, too. Naturally, the two parties could live in harmony. Iron Plateau belonged to the bloodstripe virus, which reproduced and spread through viruses, germs, parasites, and bodily fluids of living creatures. The vast sea of stars, on the other hand, belonged to the extraterrestrial devil of this type. They considered the crystal processors as the carriers, the waves among starships as the means of infection, and the feelings of human beings as the food. They gradually perfected their languages, algorithms, and databases, upgrading themselves from a simple crystal processor virus to a certain more complicated, more advanced, and more indescribable existence. There wasn't any self-awareness that was pushing them to do that. Maybe it was just like the earliest monads developing toward metazoans that were more sophisticated and advanced. It was just the instinct of any life. Liao listened attentively, as if he were too deeply attracted by the story of the silver ball. He did not notice that the bloody stripes on the back of his hand were growing and becoming denser and more twisted. They were spreading from his wrist to his arm, shoulder, and heart, like fatal vipers that had submerged below his skin. The brightness emanated by the silver ball caught the scene precisely. It was even deeper and darker than before. It accelerated the speed of its speech and further grabbed Liao's attention. Such evolution might have needed thousands of years to complete preliminarily. It was possible that human beings would have discovered the anomaly before the evolution was done and killed it with antivirus telepathic thoughts. However, the unexpected arrival of a certain someone accelerated the whole process. Star Child Xiao Tianbao from the Imperium of True Human Beings. 10,000 years were too long after all, with even the changes of two regimes. During the process in which Black Star the Great usurped the supreme power at the center of the cosmos, countless precious files from the Star Ocean Imperium were lost, including those describing the dangers of space jumps. The universal travelers of the Imperium of True Human Beings did not know the first thing about the danger of passing through wormholes. In their absurd courage that could only be found in the ignorant, they even dared to remove their fleshly body, the natural shell that can resist the extraterrestrial devils, for convenience and energy conservation. They were bold enough to be teleported with only their naked souls. I don't know what happened to other star children. Maybe the Imperium of True Human Beings had their own new secret techniques that could resist the scourge of the extraterrestrial devils. But the Star Child under the name of Xiao Tianbao happened upon a cosmic storm when he arrived in the Flying Star sector. His soul was greatly wounded in the accident. Then, he happened to run into an extraterrestrial devil that was wandering in the area. Therefore, the extraterrestrial devil snuck into his soul without any courtesy, just like they had snuck into the brains of countless natives of the Flying Star sector before. But this time, the extraterrestrial devil immediately noticed the anomaly of Xiao Tianbao. This guy was not from the Flying Star sector, but from the Imperium of True Human Beings, a mysterious country at the center of the cosmos, which boasted more advanced crystal processors and more developed spiritual nexus than the Flying Star sector did. To pursue the best is every creature's instinct. It was also the case for the extraterrestrial devils. Compared to the barren, desolate land of the Flying Star sector, the Imperium of True Human Beings was certainly the best paradise with the most enjoyable landscape. What was even more amazing was that Xiao Tianbao, the Star Child, was originally planning to establish a space gate for the communication of the Imperium and the Flying Star sector. The extraterrestrial devils did not need to manipulate him at all. All they needed to do was guide his thinking and give him a hand when necessary. The Grand Illusionary Soldier Plan and the Super Crystal Processor Star Brain were mostly come up with by the extraterrestrial devils. Otherwise, how could Xiao Tianbao have grasped such advanced technology in crystal processors and remote control when he was only supposed to be a member of the special forces of the Imperium? Liao was slightly dazed. It was quite true. The Star Child was merely a scout that the Imperium of True Human Beings sent out. How could a common soldier have the knowledge of so much cutting-edge technology? At first, he had thought that every soldier of the Imperium was as tough as that. He had even been deeply awed by the enemy once. However, after meeting the authentic natives of the Imperium including Xianxia, He had begun to realize that those people also had only 2 nostrils and 1 mouth. There was nothing too special about them except that their average level might be slightly higher. It was not until today when the silver ball revealed the answer that Liao finally understood everything. So, everything had actually been done by the extraterrestrial devils who specialized in crystal processor technology. It made much more sense now. The whole plan went smoothly at the beginning. Before long, the flying star sector would be conquered by the Imperium, and the extraterrestrial devils would find their way into a greater hunting ground. However, the silver ball finally released what appeared to be a human emotion. Pausing for a moment, it calmed itself down. You know what happened next? The 100-year plan was disrupted. The star child was swallowed. Even the star brain, in which the extraterrestrial devil was lurking, was devoured by Professor Mo Xian. As a result, the extraterrestrial devil entered Professor Mo Xian's body just like that. It was the worst living environment like the extraterrestrial devil had never seen before. It had abundant experience in infiltrating human brains and crystal processors, but Professor Mo Xian's life form was neither a regular human being nor a common crystal processor, but something in between. His liquid metal shell was almost flawless. Besides, after swallowing the star brain, Professor Mo Xian's computational ability soared. He was a determined, unwavering man. Should he discover the existence of the extraterrestrial devil, he would certainly have compiled a set of pertinent antivirus telepathic thoughts to wipe it out completely. Therefore, the extraterrestrial devil could only hold back and lurk in the deepest part of Professor Mo Xian's soul. Like all the viruses that were mired in a harsh environment, and like what you are doing right now, it hibernated and prowled around. Liao bulged his eyes. The bloody stripes had already passed his left shoulder and climbed to his cheek along his neck. Some of them had even crawled into his left eye, making creepy crimson beam out of the eyeball. But he seemed to have sensed none of it. Waving his hands in agitation, he demanded, "What are you talking about exactly?" Ripples of excitement spread out on the surface of the silver ball. The extraterrestrial devil waited for decades. In the meantime, it slowly released the information of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus that it had accumulated for thousands of years into Professor Mo Xian's memory database without him knowing it. In the end, Professor Mo Xian indeed grew interested in the grand unified spiritual nexus and virtual life. Eventually, the Virtual Spirits Sector project was born. To be honest, the collapse of the Virtual Spirits Sector was an accident. Even the extraterrestrial devils were incapable of creating such a huge crash. But once the accident had already happened, and since the souls of Professor Mo Xian, Su Changfa, and Lu Qingchen were already battered, the extraterrestrial devil certainly wouldn't let go of such a rare opportunity. No, it was not swallowing but merely pushing forward the mutual melding. Besides, given the circumstances, without first aid, Professor Mo Xian, Su Changfa, and the extraterrestrial devil itself might have been trapped in the collapsing virtual spirits sector and completely obliterated. Once everybody's soul was broken and unable to be recovered, with the help of the extraterrestrial devil, the fragments of everybody's soul were jumbled into a new existence. Liao was dumbfounded. The fragments of everybody's soul were jumbled? Don't be so surprised. If limbs and organs can be transplanted, why can't the soul? The silver ball said. I have never lied to you. I am indeed Mo Xian, except that my soul was so heavily wounded that I was forced to transplant certain things that originally belonged to the Star Child and Su Changfa into it. There are many ridiculous theories about what the soul actually was in ancient times, but in my opinion, it refers to your memories, belief, character, emotions, thinking patterns, and everything else in your mind. At that time, Professor Mo Xian was the least wounded one, and the extraterrestrial devil had been living inside my body for decades. Naturally, my soul took charge. Su Changfa's soul was dying, and the Star Child was already as dead as anyone could ever possibly be. So, the fragments of their souls were perfect to be recycled. In the end, this is the me right now, Mo Xian 2.0, that has finished a generation update. I still kept the memories and beliefs of Professor Mo Xian, but I also boasted Su Changfa's thinking pattern, the Star Child's personality, and the fully activated strength of the extraterrestrial devil. The bloody stripes inside Li Yao's eyes were almost exploding. He finally understood everything. Professor Mo Xian in the past was a firm, rational man and a pure technician. Other than refining, he had not extensively studied other academic fields. Even if such an insane idea that all human beings should be migrated into the virtual world did occur to Professor Mo Xian at that time, he would not do anything about it because his rationality would get the better of him and tell him the dire consequences if he really put the idea into practice. Everybody might have a lot of crazy and even unpardonable thoughts on a daily basis. However, most people could tell the difference between illusion and reality. Fantasy was not a crime. Many people might have imagined themselves robbing a bank or kidnapping a beautiful girl, but it did not mean that they were criminals. Professor Mo Xian mentioned earlier that it might take millions of years before his vision became reality, and that upgrading the civilization of mankind too early, when the conditions were immature, would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, which would only bring disaster. From what Li Yao had seen just now, he was not lying at that time. It was the last reflection of the self-control of Professor Mo Xian of the past. Besides, a scholar could never launch a rebellion even if he prepared for 3 years. For a technician like Professor Mo Xian, even if he was insane enough to call for a giant leap, hoping to achieve the comprehensive virtualization of mankind within 100 years ago, he could not have accomplished that goal. Everybody had their specialty. Asking such a simple magical equipment specialist to concoct such a great scheme was no different from asking a chef to sew clothes. However, Mo Xian 2.0 was different. In the disaster that caused the collapse of the virtual spirit sector, Professor Mo Xian had maintained his firm belief and his insane vision but lost the self-control to restrain the ideas. His gentle, mild personality vanished, replaced by Su Changfa and the Star Child's thinking pattern, the classic character of immortal cultivators that was cruel, ruthless, and pig-headed. Su Changfa was a sociologist of the Imperium of true human beings. He had studied the social stratification and the operation of the Imperium. He was both one of the initial producers of the game civilization and an experienced, brainwashing expert. There was no need to mention the Star Child, who was an out-and-out schemer. The grand illusionary soldier plan was his lifelong effort. Xianxia, the old supervillain of the Flying Star Sector, had merely been a puppet that he pushed to the front of the stage. Professor Mo Xian's idea of overall virtualization of mankind and computational ability that was as vast as the ocean, Su Changfa's brainwashing ability and understanding in sociology, the Star Child's scheming and planning abilities, and the extraterrestrial devil's ability to hack the spiritual nexus that had been sealed for 10,000 years but was finally unlocked. All that combined, the nightmare-like existence Mo Xian 2.0 was created. The silver ball trembled for a while, melting and reshaping again into the appearance of Professor Mo Xian. He put on the sunniest smile, yet there was the vague shadow of Su Changfa in it. Don't be so nervous. I began my story from 10,000 years ago. The narrative must have made you feel that everything was part of the extraterrestrial devil's plan. But things are not necessarily so from a different perspective. You can totally consider everything as a fortuitous incident. I encountered a serious accident during an experiment in the virtual spirits sector. By accident, I was able to swallow Su Changfa's personality, Xiao Tianbao's sophistication, and the extraterrestrial devil's techniques and survived. Nothing more. A patient who accepted an organ donation and lived with somebody else's heart is still themselves. It is exactly the same for me. A minor change in personality is not a big deal. Many people have a great shift of personality after a serious accident, but it doesn't mean that they become somebody else. Yes, some memories, ideas, and other messy stuff have been inserted into my head, but that is just a side effect of a fortuitous incident. A lot of people share similar experiences. In the world of cultivators, there's also the secret technique of spiritual seed transmission, through which the experts of the older generation can pour their battle memories into young people. Isn't it the same logic? You must have experienced similar fortuitous incidents before, mustn't you? Then, why are you staring at me in such a way as if I am an unreasonable monster? I am still Mo Xian. He suddenly opened his arms. His silver face seemed like a broken mirror that reflected the hideous expression that belonged to the Star Child. He bellowed, "A stronger, firmer, and more perfect emotion." After the update was completed, I examined my old self, only to discover that I was so indecisive, hesitant, and hopeless back then. I had found the ultimate solution to save mankind, but I refused to put it into practice because of all the ridiculous concerns, fantasizing that a perfect new world would just arrive automatically in millions of years' time. So absurd, so weak, so foul. Millions of years is too long. We must seize every second. I cannot watch my compatriots being tortured and killed in ceaseless wars while doing nothing, not even for 1 second. Even if the odds of success are 1 in 10,000, I will give my everything, sweep everything in my way, and struggle to the end of my path despite all the obstacles. Ha ha ha. I didn't know that even luck was on my side. You have been delivered to me. It seems that my path is the correct one. Virtual life is the ultimate form of evolution for mankind. Come on, wake up now. Join my side, and let's build the era of mankind 2.0 together. Such a mad invitation naturally could not move anyone. Liao spat on the ground and sniffed. Whether you are Mo Xian, Su Changfa, or the Star Child, you aren't so crazy as to think that you can persuade me with some illogical trash talk at such a crucial moment, are you? The broken silver face put on a scornful smile. I'm sorry, but you are flattering yourself, Liao. I never intended to persuade you. In fact, I don't even want to waste any drop of saliva on you. What I am trying to convince is it. I have told you everything frankly, including my origins. For it. Liao's pupils constricted abruptly. His blood-red left eyes even seemed to be on fire. Exactly, Professor Mo Xian smiled. I know you are there. You couldn't have been obliterated so easily. This is the best opportunity ever. Are you still not showing up, my own kind? What? Liao's eyeballs, one red and the other black, were completely frozen. He took a few steps back rigidly. Then, his left arm suddenly heaved, as if it had gone out of control. It could clearly be seen that deep, bloody stripes had interweaved and enveloped the arm. Those bloody stripes had invaded Liao's heart and skull at some point, and then pierced out of the skin as eccentric thorns. Arg! Liao cried miserably and fell to one of his knees because of the pain. What kind of force is this? It's tearing apart my soul. Half of his body was seawater while the other half was fire. The right side of the body seemed unusual, but tiny blood stripes were crawling out of every pore on the left side of the body. Those blood stripes were spreading upward and interconnecting like vines, constituting the fuzzy, bloody shape of a human. The left side of the body continued absorbing strength from the right side of the body, becoming stronger, darker, and clearer. It gradually revealed its facial features, which were identical to Liao's, except that they were more evil, cunning, and full of wariness. The right side of the body, which was gradually drained, withered at a visible rate. The skin was falling apart, and all the color had gone. At first glance, a blood-red person had crawled out of Liao's body and become a certain human-shaped tumor that lived on him. Some sort of weird stand-in. Looking at the half-smiling blood-red face that was filled with cruelty, Liao seemed to have completely lost his mind. He screamed, "It's you! It's actually you! You are not dead yet? It's impossible! I clearly killed you! You were completely dead!" Before the bloody shadow could say anything, Professor Mo Xian had already burst into laughter. The devil rises from within. How can a devil be completely killed when your heart is still alive? You thought too poorly of the extraterrestrial devils, Liao. Exactly. The bloody shadow smiled. It spoke in Liao's voice, but with a much more elegant, soft, and eccentric tone that was full of chilling intoxication. I lived for 5,000 years on Iron Plateau. Before that, I hibernated in the dark universe for millions of years. Even the most violent natural disasters in the universe failed to wipe me out. How could you have killed me entirely with your petty tricks at the beginning? You didn't see this coming, did you? What a foolish, idiotic, overaged high school student who thinks that he is righteous and hot-blooded only to be smacked in the face brutally at every crucial moment. Li Yao's nostrils expanded because of fury. He gnashed his teeth. "Hey!" Professor Mo Xian observed the bloody shadow with great amazement. What a perfect soul structure, with the waveform of the ancient energy life millions of years ago, and the familiar scent from 5,000 years ago. I knew that you were certainly not dead, my friend. How should I address you? Master of blood stripes, or? You may call me the mental devil. I have absorbed quite a lot of good stuff from this idiot soul, and I am not anything like the original blood stripe virus. Or to quote your theory, I have updated myself too. The mental devil glanced at Professor Mo Xian casually. The smile on its face was still evil and vigilant. However, I don't think we are any sort of friends, are we? As carbon-based life forms, wolves feed on lambs, tigers kill wolves, and lions butcher tigers too. As energy life forms, it is only natural for us to swallow each other. It is even the main means of evolution. 5,000 years ago, we lived in peace with each other. But right now, we seem to have been involved in the same turbulence. So, what do you want exactly by forcing me to show up through all your trouble? Cooperation. Professor Mo Xian opened his arms and earnestly replied. I told you everything candidly in order to show my sincerity. Regardless of whether you consider yourself to be a human, the blood stripe virus, or anything else, there will be great benefits and absolutely no harm if we cooperate with each other. Cut the crap. The mental devil snorted. Even if we are both energy life forms or extraterrestrial devils, you are an IT guy while my main focus is biotechnology. How can we cooperate with each other when there is such a vast difference between our trades? How do I know that you are seeking cooperation sincerely instead of looking for an opportunity to swallow me under the pretense of cooperation? Swallow you? Professor Mo Xian bulged his eyes as if he were greatly insulted. The fire that was burning the village down behind him grew even more furious. He waved his hands and said, This is our world. If I truly meant you any harm, I would have swallowed you with the power of the entire world. Why would I bother to tell you everything frankly in order to win your trust? You really think that I'm so gullible that you would just walk away if you had the opportunity to swallow me with the least effort? The mental devil cackled. You are now setting both the Federation and the Black Wind Fleet up with your scheme, controlling the entire spiritual nexus, and constructing countless spiriters' realms to corrupt so many experts from the ancient sages sector. You must have reached your limits, mustn't you? Maybe the fierce fight between you and me will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Your entire plan will be disrupted if so. That is perhaps the only reason you are calming me down with your fancy delusion. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao struggled to wave his arms and shouted, Whatever scheme you may have, I will not let things go your way. Shut up. The mental devil grinned hideously. This is a serious business meeting between extraterrestrial devils. Are you even qualified to interject? Just be a good boy. Wash your neck and wait to be killed, idiot. Together with the laughter, more and more blood-red thorns grew out of Li Yao's body, tying up the right half of his body and forcing him to bellow in excruciating pain. He had fallen to one knee, trembling harder and harder. It doesn't matter if I have to tell you the truth now. Yes, I've been lurking inside the body of this idiot the whole time, partly because I was waiting for the best opportunity to devour his soul when the odds of success were highest and the cost was lowest. Rounds of blood stripes blossomed around the mental devil, which waved like dancing snakes, making it even more hideous, it proudly declared. But on the other hand, this idiot was lucky enough to rise into a high position in the Star Glory Federation. My days were quite comfortable. The blood stripe virus is different from the new extraterrestrial devils that consider cyberspace as a carrier such as you. We reside in the bodies of intelligent creatures and feed on their strong emotions, especially the negative ones in wars. The Star Glory Federation is going to march to the center of the cosmos. Too many great battles will break out. It doesn't matter whether or not I can devour the soul of this idiot, because I can get everything I want under the identity of Li Yao. Therefore, why should I, an ancient extraterrestrial devil from a traditional field, work with you, a weird, unorthodox cyber-extraterrestrial devil? However hard you brag about your plan of cyberization of mankind, it is nothing but a bubble. Cyberspace is the future of mankind. It is most certainly not a bubble, perhaps because it was really Professor Emotian, or maybe because the extraterrestrial devils had their beliefs too. Professor Emotian suddenly raised his voice when the mental devil criticized the spiritual nexus as bubble. He shouted desperately, "We are about to usher in a new era of the Internet of Things. Nothing can stop the trend." Oh, the mental devil chuckled and narrowed its eyes. Then what can an old devil like myself, whose host is still a fleshly body, do in the era of the Internet of Things? Listen to me. Professor Emotian gradually calmed down, with passionate and earnest brilliance beaming out of his silver eyes. I have really never lied to you. I have been searching for you all the time, the king of the blood-stripe virus of the highest level. I believe in the eventual cyberization of mankind, but your concerns are valid, too. In order to prevent more innocent victims from being killed, and to make the new world of absolute peace to come sooner, it is true that I may have rushed into certain things. Right now, we haven't prepared the most advanced supercrystal processors for mankind as the containers of their souls. You may have seen the supercrystal processors at the bottom of Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital that were 3D printed with biomimetics on a molecular level. They can simulate 99.99% of a human brain, but not only are they extremely costly, there is also a slight difference between them and real brains which may lead to all kinds of side effects. Even if our plan works out, a fleshly body will still be the necessary shell for the spiriters for a long time in the future. At the very least, a brain is definitely needed. Therefore, I've been studying ways to build up the brain of humans so that they can be better adapted to constant life in the spiriters' realm. You also know that the human brains are too fragile right now and not fit to live inside cyberspace for long. The higher the simulation rate and the slower the virtual time, the heavier the burden for the human brains will be. They need to quit after every couple of hours to cool down their brains before they re-enter. That's all because the human brain is too primitive. It was designed for collection and hunting in the barbaric world in the first place. Only 100,000 years of evolution is far from enough to drive it into the new era of the Internet of Things. Besides, there is still the problem of reproduction. It's true that we haven't figured out a way for spiriters to have offspring in the spiriters' realm, real offspring. So, in reality, the brain and the reproductive organs cannot be abandoned but have to be strengthened. However, my research hit the bottleneck. As you have pointed out, I am merely a specialist in the spiritual nexus who is not good at biological and genetic technology. Besides, the construction and maintenance of the spiriters' realm alone already consumed most of my energy. Did I really have the time and vitality to explore a second field of studies? So, the mental devil said coldly, "You thought of me?" "Exactly," Professor Emotian exclaimed. 5,000 years ago, when your ancestors arrived on Iron Plateau, we were already neighbors. Although we never had the opportunity to meet, we did know about each other's existence in a certain mysterious way. Liao informed me of his experience on Iron Plateau later. Besides, the Glorious Sunlight Group came across certain uncanny creatures that were believed to have been infected by the blood-stripe virus when the dark continent of Iron Plateau was developed on a large scale. Such creatures were studied and determined to be ancient living creatures between bacterium and virus that boasted the function of activating the genes and building up the body. When I realized that the brain and the reproductive organ cannot be abandoned, naturally, the first thing that came to mind was you. I plan to develop brand new brains that are oriented to the era of the spiritual nexus with the help of the blood-stripe virus. That thing between bacterium and virus was not the real blood-stripe virus, the mental devil explained. It was an ancient, primitive life from billions of years ago and the first-generation carriers of the blood-stripe virus. Or to quote your theory, it was just a shell. You may consider them to be escape capsules that are prepared for long-distance journeys in the universe. Professor Emotian was even more convinced after hearing the explanation. It makes a lot of sense. I should have figured it out earlier. Although those things were capable of infecting and building up living creatures, They did not appear to be half as strong and intelligent as the bloodstripe virus that was attached to Xianxia in the past. It seems that most members of the bloodstripe virus are still low-level, primitive life, just like how most of the extraterrestrial devils wandering between the three-dimensional and the four-dimensional universes are nothing more than humble, underdeveloped energy worms. The high-level extraterrestrial devils that have melded with intelligent life perfectly are few after all. The mental devil sniffed. You are going off topic. How do you expect me to cooperate with you? I want you to modify human brains to make them more powerful and better separated with the soul, Professor Mo Xian replied. You have the naturally endowed techniques of the bloodstripe virus, and you stayed in the blood demon sector that was best known for their biotechnology for a long time. After we seize the supreme power of the Star Glory Federation, tremendous resources and the most distinguished talents will be supplied to you. I think that it shouldn't be a problem to complete the project within 100 years, right? By then, the brains of all human beings will be connected to each other through cables or biochemical nerves, allowing them to spend a long time on the spiritual nexus. It will be not just the Internet of Things but the Internet of Brains. As for the rest of the body parts, to conserve the precious resources as much as possible, all of them can be abandoned except for the reproductive organs. I will need your help in that regard, too. Look, the demands that I proposed are all long-term ones. They are evident enough that I'm not just improvising a trap to fool you, but hoping to cooperate with you sincerely. The mental devil tilted its head and thought for a moment. Then it remarked, Wait a moment. Let me conclude your demands. You are hoping that I can develop human beings into the following form. They boast a gigantic head with a capacity 5 to 7 times larger than right now, so that there will be enough room for cooling and to buffer the blast of overwhelming information for a long time. Their heads may also have certain natural interfaces where multiple types of biochemical nerves and crystal cabins can be plugged. But their limbs and internal organs can be restricted to the minimal size or even be removed once and for all. All they need is a system of rather powerful reproductive organs that allow them to produce normal seeds for their offspring to be born. That's what you want, right? Or to put it in a more vulgar way, the new human being in your mind will be a head with a dick hanging below, correct? Not correct, Professor Mo Xian said gravely. The new human being does not need external genitalia. After all, artificial insemination technology nowadays is quite mature. Sex can be conducted in the spiriter's realm. In the material world, the only thing that is needed will be tiny internal genitalia. This is the most energy-conserving and optimal form. Do you have any questions? The mental devil frowned. My question is, what can I gain from all this? Of course, there will be tremendous benefits, Professor Mo Xian said. The evolution of the new human beings cannot be completed without the help of the bloodstripe virus. By then, the bloodstripe virus will live inside the superbrains of all new human beings and absorb intense emotional fluctuation without doing anything. Isn't this your greatest dream? Survival, reproduction, and expansion were the most primitive and powerful instincts for all lives. The mental devil seemed to have been convinced by Professor Mo Xian. As it was deep in thought, the evil brilliance inside its eyes was even more intense than before, and the bloody thorns around Liao were dancing much more actively, too. Liao's screams became more and more hoarse, as if he had been completely suppressed by the mental devil. Professor Mo Xian thought that the mental devil was really tempted. He was overjoyed. How about it? There's no need for me to deceive you at all. By then, I will only need the world in cyberspace, and the bodies of the hundreds of billions of people in the entire Federation will be the most prosperous home for the bloodstripe virus. No, not just hundreds of billions. As long as the two of us join our hands, it is definitely possible to accomplish what the mad Armageddon started 10,000 years ago and sweep across the entire universe. The mental devil sniffed, giving neither approval nor disapproval. Blood God, the mad Armageddon. You are truly cocky enough to compare us to him. Getting to the bottom of it, the two of us are merely two bumpkin extraterrestrial devils at the edge of the cosmos. There's no other way now. We have no retreat, Professor Mo Xian replied, half calmly and half insanely. The Pangu civilization is about to be reborn. The alliance of the Holy Covenant is the best evidence. We also saw a living member of the Pangu clan personally on Kunlun. The Pangu clan cut their emotions with secret techniques, transforming themselves and all their vassal species into cold, heartless machines, for the sole purpose of destroying the soil in which chaos, or the extraterrestrial devils, thrived. Chaos, the extraterrestrial devils, and the ancient bloodstripe virus were the same in the eyes of the Pangu civilization. They were all evil energy lives. The sole significance of the Pangu civilization seemed to be annihilating energy civilizations. Now, the existence of the Star Glory Federation is no longer a secret. Since the Imperium of True Human Beings is capable enough of discovering this place and launching an expedition army, one day, the Alliance of the Holy Covenant will discover us and send an expedition army, too, with the will of Pangu. The Pangu civilization is cold and merciless. Do you think that they will let us go? By then, in a relatively better case, everybody will be brainwashed, their feelings and emotions gone. Kindness or evil, beauty or ugliness, all the emotions will be washed. After that, all individuals will be resealed with the 3 fundamental laws and turned into the walking dead and the most perfect tools. In the worst case, the entire habitable planet will be demolished and burnt into a translucent glass ball with overwhelming fire that is beyond the imagination of any human being. Not just human beings, even bacteria and viruses, which you considered carriers in the past, will not survive. It is definitely going to happen. For the Imperium of True Human Beings, this place is a conquerable territory, a land of high wealth and value. At the very least, the civilians here are slaves that can be exploited. So, the Imperium of True Human Beings has come to swallow this place. They won't completely destroy all the habitable planets or kill everyone here. But for the Alliance of the Holy Covenant and the Pangu civilization behind it, the edge of the cosmos, savaged by the extraterrestrial devils, is a highly infected area of plagues. They will not come here to conquer the place but to purge it. Do you see it now? The extraterrestrial devils and human beings should be good friends fighting by each other's side. Or rather, they should be in a deeply integrated symbiotic relationship. Whether you consider yourself an extraterrestrial devil or a human being, this is no time for an inner struggle. Let's build a powerful human 2.0 civilization to bring out the maximal power of the grand unified spiritual nexus. That's the only chance for us to resist the purge of the Pangu civilization. We may even be able to march to the center of the cosmos before we are attacked and exterminate the reborn Pangu civilization while it is still in its cradle. The mental devil and Liao both widen their eyes. Professor Mo Xian was not just shouting desperately. He was also persuading them heartily. The mental devil thought for a long time and then mumbled, "Then, I'm more confused now. Was the ideology of absolute peace you mentioned just now merely an excuse? Most of the extraterrestrial devils feed on the intense emotional fluctuations of living creatures. If all the worlds you build up in the virtual world are as peaceful and eventless as Peach Blossom Paradise, there won't be too much intense emotion at all. Also, you know that the Pangu civilization is gradually reviving. They have even found a strong spokesperson named the Alliance of the Holy Covenant. After they finish the Imperium of True Human Beings, they will certainly come here and purge the Star Glory Federation. Still, you are planning to build virtual words of absolute peace? Won't it destroy everybody's fighting will and get them killed in the end? Professor Mo Xian was silent for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. In his laughter, the whole world was shaking violently again. The sky and the earth collapsed. The furiously burning village turned into red, dancing butterflies before they became shiny crimson crystal balls far, far away. Now, Liao, the mental devil, and Professor Mo Xian were in the middle of space. Glittering stars were all around them. Upon closer inspection, every star was a crystal ball in a different color that contained all the things in the tiniest details. They were all splendid and wonderful small worlds. Hundreds of crystal worlds were emanating eccentric brightness in the deep, profound universe. An extremely thin wire extended from every world and was connected to Professor Mo Xian's body. Clusters of brightness as tiny as millet were transmitted into Professor Mo Xian's body from the crystal worlds through the wires, as if they were providing powerful energy for him incessantly. The mental devil looked around and observed, "This is... Welcome to the deepest part of the Spiriters' realm. If it weren't for the fact that you are my own kind, I never would have opened this place to you." Professor Mo Xian smiled. The 1,000 wires that were connected to him shivered quickly and pulled a few crystal balls over. Behind him, the crystal balls were enlarged non-stop, and bloody scenes of war were clearly visible. Together, they constituted a cruel, ruthless world of killing. Your question does have a point. The challenges that Liao proposed just now were quite reasonable, too, Professor Mo Xian said. If everybody lives in a peaceful, quiet paradise after they enter the Spiriters' realm, and they can get anything they want without any trouble, wouldn't the spirits and will of mankind be utterly deformed and destroyed? Where will the civilization of mankind go? How can it defend itself when faced with the Pangu civilization or other alien species? Hehe. Even someone like Liao was able to think of the simple question. How could it have escaped my attention? Liao grunted while he was struggling in pain. Hey, Professor, what do you mean by someone like Liao? You extraterrestrial devils are too mean. Professor Mo Xian finally glanced at him and smiled. Liao, don't worry. I've got everything planned out for the civilization of mankind. Distress is the source of progress, and contentment is the beginning of decadence. The Spiriters' realm is certainly much more than meaningless entertainment. In the Spiriters' realm, there are both peaceful, quiet, carefree places such as Peach Blossom Village, and places where resolution and courage will be honed. There are also places where you can study all kinds of latest technology and explore the external world. Do you see those worlds of killing? They are as perfectly real as Peach Blossom Village and even more real than reality. After the souls of ordinary people enter them and receive the battle training of the highest intensity, they can also grow into great warriors to defend the civilization of mankind one day. By then, their souls will be projected to advanced battle shells like what we did in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. Together with the help of the tremendous battle artificial intelligences, they will be the great army for us to resist the Pangu civilization and march into the Sea of Stars. As Professor Mo Xian introduced his plan, the pictures of battlefields in the crystal worlds were enlarged one after another. It could be clearly seen that countless people were fighting one another among mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. On the land, in space, and at the bottom of the sea. With blades, with guns, and with starships. Assault, annihilation, and massacre, it was happening everywhere. Those who were trapped in the battlefields all had twisted faces and bloodshot eyes. They were vomiting foam like rabid dogs, not having the slightest idea that they were in a virtual world. There was no telling how many of them were the deviant spirits digitally simulated and how many were the actual souls of humans. Even the mental devil felt creeped out watching it. It could not help but observe. You have constructed so many virtual worlds. Professor Mo Xian smiled casually. I have the best team of virtual world architects. Thinking quickly, Liao roared. It was Wei Qingqing and all the other culture-type cultivators who helped you build them. You even corrupted Wei Qingqing. No, I didn't. Such trouble was highly unnecessary. Professor Mo Xian admitted frankly. It's true that Wei Qingqing and the rest of them helped me construct the prototypes of a lot of worlds. But they didn't know the first thing about the truth and were under the illusion that what they constructed were test worlds, which would be preserved for the brand new civilizations in billions of years to come to make sure that they are similar to us. Some other fundamental data is from the game Civilization. You know that Civilization has hundreds of different war DLCs. Tremendous data on wars and killing have been accumulated in the past 100 years. With the data as the foundation, it is very easy to build the most perfect worlds of slaughter. After we seize control of the Star Glory Federation, human beings will be infinitely expanded on the spiritual nexus. An individual will be able to enjoy the peace and tranquility in Peach Blossom Paradise today, discuss with the most talented geniuses in a super metropolis that have a population of 10 billion tomorrow, and enter the gory battlefield the day after tomorrow to hone their courage, valor, and killing skills with repetitive deaths. After the killing missions are accomplished, the negative emotions caused by the memory will be sealed, allowing them to return to their normal life without any hindrance. Should the enemy really invade us? Or if we are establishing an expedition army toward the center of the cosmos, we will turn on the enormous war database and activate everyone's battle memories, emotions, and skill sets. Billions of civilians will be transformed into elite warriors, together with the army of deviant spirits who are tens if not hundreds of times larger in number, who will ever be match for us in the entire universe. As for the parts in you and me that originate from the extraterrestrial devils, we can extract the intense emotional fluctuations from the warring worlds as a stable source of food. Isn't this the most perfect symbiotic relationship? In the voices that were both gentle and deafening, Professor Mo Xian's body continued expanding until it became a silver, liquid metal ball again. It was so gigantic and flawless that it looked more like a shining black hole at the center of the virtual universe than a metal planet. At this moment, different but equally shocking pictures were flashing on the surface of the silver celestial body. They were the illusions in different virtual worlds. Some of the human beings who were deeply trapped in the virtual worlds without them knowing were studying esoteric projects in the ivory tower. Some were enjoying themselves in holiday paradises like Peach Blossom Village. Some were fighting all kinds of bizarre-shaped enemies on harsh alien planets. They calculated with all their wisdom. They dedicated themselves to love. They cried, screamed, and grinned to kill and be killed. They laughed. They wept. They were disturbed. They were happy. They were painful. They were crazy. They were tranquil. The infinite wisdom and emotional fluctuations emitted from them were flashing in replacement of one another like 10,000 different colors. The energy source that was vital for the survival of the extraterrestrial devils was entirely absorbed by Professor Mo Xian and supported him to build an even greater spiriters realm and devour the souls of even more people. Countless people's delight, fury, sorrow, and joy, or rather, their entire lives, was glowing on the surface and in the depths of the silver sphere. The laughter, cries, and screams of hundreds of thousands of people interweaved into the most horrendous, evil sound that Liao had ever heard. The sound made him both dizzy and outraged. You? Liao struggled to extend half of his body out of the bloody thorns. Then he crazily roared, "I thought that you had merely created some spiriters realms similar to Peach Blossom Village, and you truly meant to bring peace and tranquility to all human beings. I didn't know that you had also created so many cruel worlds of killing and intentionally sent so many people into them, manufacturing terror, pain, sorrow, and madness. You don't have the slightest respect for human beings and their most precious emotions and free will. Do the human beings who exist in such a way still count as human beings? They are just cattle that are caged in virtual worlds by you. They are energy factories that are designed to supply emotions. You have tarnished the most wonderful and profound emotions in the world. You have stomped on the free will that makes a human, yet you are shameless enough to claim that you are Professor Mo Xian. Everything you do is exactly the opposite of what Professor Mo Xian had in mind at the beginning. You are just a monster who has occupied the memories of Professor Mo Xian. How peculiar! Professor Mo Xian's voice came from the silver ball, which made Liao feel even more nauseated. Just now, when I only presented Peach Blossom Paradise to you, you said that such a spiriters realm was too easeful and eventless, and that it would deprive human beings of their ambitions and transform them into goalless parasites. Now I have presented another perfect solution, telling you that the spiriters realm can also stimulate the courage, valor, wisdom, and ambitions of human beings, in a way that is much more effective than reality. The evolution speed of a human soul will be greatly increased, but you are dissatisfied again. Not this, not that. You criticize someone else's plan, yet you cannot bring any solution to the problem yourself. All you do is give a seemingly exciting speech under the banner of justice on the moral high ground. Am I wrong in saying that you are merely high school level? The mental devil could not have agreed more. Exactly. Liao was mad. I will not let things go your way even at the cost of death. The mental devil grinned hideously. Save your efforts, high school student. You are no match for me. I'm about to consume you completely. Together with the enormous soul power of fellow cultivator Mo Xian, you don't stand a 1,000th chance to make a comeback. It turned to the silver ball and nodded head in great satisfaction. Very good, fellow cultivator Mo Xian. Your whole plan sounds impeccable. Even I am tempted, but there's one other thing. How are the 12 partners who came from the ancient sages sector, including Hylon, doing right now? You haven't swallowed all of them yet, have you? Professor Mo Xian hesitated. Asshole. 9 of them are the best subordinates that I kept to myself. The mental devil gnashed its teeth. The bloody threads were all standing up like venomous stings. I wasted 100 years exploring the dark nebula with this idiot at the risk of death, just to search for some primeval treasures or more powerful partners. Finally, I happened to find the ancient sages sector by accident and ran into 12 strong partners. I've won their trust and could spread the bloodstripe virus. My original plan was to bring them back to the Star Glory Federation and involve them in a great battle. Then, after both their physical strength and mental power were exhausted, I would split 9 drops of devilish blood and invade the brains of the cultivators except for the 3 ghosts, transforming them into blood puppets that are similar to Yen Shibei. 100 years. I searched for 100 years before I finally found 9 almost perfect raw materials to make blood puppets. The whole game was pushed forward step by step according to my plan. 2. We were about to jump to the Heaven's Origin sector and be engaged in a great war. But as it turned out, you jumped out of nowhere at the most critical moment and kidnapped all of them. They are all my prey. You want to swallow them? Not a chance. Let me tell you, I've been starving for thousands of years. Yen Shibei and Liao are far from enough to fill my belly. They are all mine. No matter whether you are Pangu, Nuwa, or a cyberspace devil. I'm definitely going to die with you if you lay one finger on them. The mental devil did not disguise its hostility at all. 100 bloody threads darted at the silver ball like quick arrows. Don't be anxious. I didn't do anything to them. The silver ball quickly changed the voice when the mental devil's aggressiveness was obvious. Rest assured. I have teleported them to somewhere very safe, in a desolate area not far away from the 100 Flowers space zone. At that time, I didn't know who you were and thought that you were a secret investigator from the Federation or the Imperium. That was why I made my move in advance. It's true that I intended to corrupt and control their souls, but I haven't succeeded yet. None of those monsters from the ancient sages sector are easy to deal with. Although I have trapped them with multiple illusions, it will still take some time before I completely digest and absorb them. Truth be told, I'm indeed short of strength right now, and it is bothering me. Since they are the puppet materials that fellow cultivator Bloodstripe have selected since a long time ago, I will certainly be generous enough to offer them back to you. However, fellow cultivator Bloodstripe, you are attached to creatures with living bodies. I believe that the blood puppets must rely on fleshly bodies too, mustn't they? Of those experts from the ancient sages sector, Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, and Wan Mingzhu are spectral cultivators without real entities. They are no use to you at all. So why don't we? The mental devil immediately understood what he meant and chuckled. Wan Mingzhu might pass, but Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun are the only 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators among them, who have the greatest soul power. You are going to claim the greatest benefits. Fellow cultivator Mo, that seems a sound plan for you. Enticing ripples were spreading on the surface of the silver ball. Of course, I wouldn't take away fellow cultivator Bloodstripe's benefits for nothing. You must know the risks of corrupting those experts, too. I'm afraid that you are not confident in corrupting and controlling all of them in one try and converting them into blood puppets. That's why you never really took action until now, right? Even if they are guided to a battlefield, they will not listen to your arrangement obediently and exhaust their physical strength and mental power in a world-blighting battle. It remains to be seen if you will have an opportunity. One moment of carelessness, and they may detect your existence. It is not entirely unlikely that they will bombard you with their joint efforts. Now is the best opportunity for us. The 12 of them have been separated by me and trapped in different spiriters' realms. Their souls are greatly weakened. This is the best chance to strike them discreetly. As long as we join our hands, we will be fighting each of them with the 2 of us. I will help fellow cultivator Bloodstripe to corrupt and control 9 of them first, and then fellow cultivator Bloodstripe will help me to swallow the rest 3. Nobody will lose anything in our cooperation. How does that sound? Greedy and wary brilliance beamed out of the mental devil's cunning eyes. Sounds reasonable enough, but how do I know that you are not lying? How are they doing right now? Show me first. Naturally, the silver ball was quite frank. 12 enormous crystal balls were pulled over and revolved around it. Every transparent crystal ball was focused with pictures from almost 100 perspectives. The main character of every picture was an expert from the ancient sages sector, including Long Yangjun. The 11 experts of the ancient sages sector, as well as Hai Lan, were all trapped in the gruesome battles in the illusionary world. The illusionary worlds that they were in were slightly different from one another. Some of them had even forgotten where they were and even having fun inside. The illusions of Yen Liren, Han Bailing, and Qi Chongsheng were the simplest ones. They were fighting against an overwhelming number of enemies. Yen Liren was a pure warrior. Qi Chongsheng was the commander of an army. Han Bailing was a local warlord. They were all fighting to their heart's content in the illusionary world, their soul power fading away without them knowing it. Professor Mo Xian had also gathered tremendous data about their fighting habits in the process. Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zhongyo, Qi Zhongdao, and some others, on the other hand, were trapped in the files and documents that were as high as a mountain, enjoying the pleasure of managing a city, a planet, or a country. The rest of them all had their own illusionary experience and dwelled in the breathtaking virtual worlds. Even when they realized that the illusionary world was false and broke it with all their soul power, they would only find their way into another virtual world that was even larger. After dozens of repetitions, the boundary between reality and illusion was blurred. Their weaknesses and preferences were figured out by the system, too, and the virtual world became more and more to their liking. Even Hai Lan had been projected into a space battlefield and engaged in a ceaseless battle as the commander of a fleet. Look, everybody has their own weakness and their desires that they pursue. As long as the weakness and desires are located, even experts in the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage will be so deeply attracted to the virtual worlds that they cannot free themselves. They will see it as another reality. The silver ball continued the persuasion with Professor Mo Xian's voice. Fellow cultivator Bloodstripe, it is now or never. What are you hesitating for? The mental devil licked its tongue quickly, and the greed inside its eyes was even more intense than before, like a weasel that was drooling before the chicken in a trap, both tempted by the meat and fearful of that the trap would kill it. What kind of trap have you deployed in the heaven's origin sector? Are you confident? Rest assured. Ripples that implied the confidence of victory spread out on the surface of the silver ball. My antecedent was a crystal processor virus produced to invade the supercrystal processors in the Star Prior's house. Most of the supercrystal processors in the Star Glory Federation today, including the latest models adopted by the government and the military, are related to those crystal processors from the Star Prior's house. In the past few decades, through Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital, I've received tremendous secrets hidden inside the brains of the vegetative patients, including the control permissions and soul passwords. With all the information I have, the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus of the Federation are no secret to me at all. It is also the same on the Imperium of True Human Beings side. I have extracted a lot of information about the crystal processors of the Imperium from the memory pieces of the Star Child and Su Changfa. Besides, the Imperium of True Human Beings and the Star Ocean Imperium in the past are of the same lineage. The architecture of their crystal processors is similar to that of the supercrystal processors in the Star Prior's house, too. As long as I can get in touch with the crystal processors at a close distance, it will be no trouble to hack them at all. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth now. The most elite troops of the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet have been gathered in the Heaven's Origin sector for a world-shaking battle. Hehe. I have hacked and controlled the 3 space gates of the Heaven's Origin sector. The connection between the Heaven's Origin sector and the outside world has been entirely cut off. The Heaven's Origin sector right now is like an enclosed coliseum where 2 trapped beasts are mauling each other until one of them is down. At this moment, the cyber war is also getting heated. The war network of both parties has been riddled with holes because of the enemy's attack. Moreover, all the cultivators above the nascent soul stage, regardless of whether they are admin type, battle type, research type, culture type, or creation type, have exhausted their brains and souls. You know that almost everybody counts on the help of the crystal processors in a modern battle, which creates the best opportunity for me to invade the brains of those experts. At the moment when the battle is fiercest and when their soul is the weakest and least defended, I will invade them and control the most elite fleets of both parties, including the strongest cultivators and immortal cultivators. The flagships and most of the main force warships of the Black Wind Fleet and the Burning Prairie Fleet, the 3 super crystal processors of the Star Glory Federation, and hundreds of experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage will all be under our control. We will be the absolute dominators at the edge of the cosmos. Honestly speaking, before you came, I was only 70% sure about the whole plan. Or rather, I estimated that I could only invade the brains of 60 to 70% of the experts successfully. A fierce battle would be inevitable later. But with you, fellow cultivator Bloodstripe, the situation is naturally different. After you completely swallow Liao's soul, you will be able to announce your grand return to the Heaven's Origin sector under the identity of Vulture Liao and join the most intense battlefield where the most experts have gathered. Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue will both recognize you. Nobody will doubt your identity. Isn't that so? Hehe. When the battle reaches an impasse and all the experts are too occupied to care about anything else, I will launch an invasion from their crystal processors, and fellow cultivator Bloodstripe, you will corrupt their physical bodies with their blood as the medium. If we attack together, who can ever stop us? The mental devil rolled its eyes again and again. Finally, it laughed delightedly, as if it had completely agreed on Professor Mo Xian's idea. What an immaculate plan. I can't find any reason to say no. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Professor Mo Xian, I will work with you for now. Let's hope that you do not forget your promises once the job is done. Why would I? The silver ball was amused. While there is little mutual trust between us, we are both unpardonable extraterrestrial devils in the eyes of the alliance of the Holy Covenant and the Pangu civilization. It is necessary for us to join hands and cope with the common foe. Isn't it? That makes sense. The mental devil's smile became more and more vile, and the bloody thorns flowing around its body grew more and more intense. Fine. In that case, ha! It raised its eyebrows, somewhat in surprise, and looked at Liao who had been tied up by him. At this moment, Liao was wreathed in multiple layers of bloody stripes like an enormous red cocoon, but bright golden fire was blossoming from the center of the interconnected bloody thorns and soon burnt the bloody stripes apart. You two assholes, don't ignore me. Liao broke out of the red cocoon. His furious fighting will jabbed at the mental devil like golden daggers while he roared at the top of his voice. As long as I exist, I will never let your scheme work out. The Star Glory Federation will be guarded by the people of the Federation. The cunning and sordid extraterrestrial devils will never have their turn. What kind of strength is this? The mental devil had trouble keeping its eyes opening under Liao's golden daggers. It's impossible. I clearly examined every part of your soul. How can the soul of a human be parsed and analyzed so easily? Liao burst into laughter. Bright golden blood was flowing out of his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth. His soul power surged out like a volcanic eruption, and even the illusionary world at the fundamental level could not bear the pressure anymore. The universe that felt like black velvet began to shake. Every crystal world was shivering lightly like a glass ball. Your virtual world has reached the limitation of its computational ability. Fury and disdain beamed out of Liao's eyes and darted at the silver ball. False is always false, can never become real. And you were talking about 120% real? Do you know the biggest difference between an illusionary world and a real one? The illusionary world has limitations. It is bound by the computational ability of the crystal processors. Even the supercrystal processors with the highest computational ability have their extremes in computation, simulation, and rendering. Those trapped in them are like fish in a glass tank. However big and real the glass tank is, the fish will inevitably touch an invisible barrier one day as long as they strive to swim forward. But in reality, no matter how ugly, cruel, and dark it is, there are possibilities of infinite wonders and a most bright future inside the ugliness, cruelty, and darkness. In reality, there is no glass ceiling that can stop mankind from striding forward. Even if an artificial intelligence can make the most reasonable reaction according to every situation based on the database that is as enormous as the ocean, it is not a real virtual life. By the same logic, however vivid your virtual world is, it is still false, in that it lacks what is of paramount importance for a civilization: the hope for the future and for the destiny of the universe. Idiot! The mental devil roared. The blood stripes waved crazily again, slapping the right half of Liao's body brutally like thorny whips. Cut the crap, you hot-blooded high school student. Just be quiet and wait to be killed. I will not die. Ding Ling Dang and Jean Xinhue are still waiting for me. Liao gnashed his teeth. The bright golden blades of his soul and the bloody thorns were entangled tightly, and the two parties began a fierce fight. My friends, my family, and the soldiers, everybody in the Star Glory Federation is waiting for me. I will certainly return to their side and fight with them. Liao and the mental devil looked like a two-headed boa, but the two heads growing on the same torso were gnawing on each other. The bloody thorns riddled the right half of the body with holes. The soul blades cut the left half of the body so hard that it was bleeding, and the bright gold flames and the crimson flames were colliding heavily, triggering thousands of sparks. It was the most dangerous mental warfare. After only a couple of seconds, the two parties were already heavily wounded. Their colors were dim, their flames were shaking, and they were breathing hard. The mental devil shrieked with a hoarse voice, I'm going to eat you alive." Liao's voice was somewhat intermittent, too. "I will not let things go your way. I will not." "Ah!" The mental devil burst into fury. Then, thousands of bloody thorns suddenly burst out and tied up the right half of Liao's body. It turned around and shouted, "Fellow cultivator Emotion, what are you waiting for? I have corrupted most of his soul and completely controlled his body. Come on and give me a hand to swallow his soul. Then, we will go to implement your perfect plan together." "Sounds good." The silver ball agreed quickly. Then, it floated thousands of meters back within a breath. While floating, the ball turned into an oval before it evolved into what appeared to be a peanut. A tiny cluster of liquid metal split apart from its body and slowly condensed into the shape of a human that flew toward Liao and the mental devil. Liao and the mental devil, who were mauling each other, fell dazed at the same time. The situation seemed to be turning awkward. "Hey, fellow cultivator Emotion, what is the meaning of this?" the mental devil demanded. "I asked you to help. Why did you run away? Us extraterrestrial devils shouldn't be so disloyal to our friends. Should we? Of course not. However, as you may know, I was a refiner in the beginning and then turned into a specialist in crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. I have a shallow understanding about sociology and scheming, too. But in any case, I am not a warrior. There's no reason for me to get close to the two of you when you are having a fierce close-distance combat. Is there? Well?" The mental devil and Liao looked at each other in bewilderment. Their perilous and soul-stirring battle somewhat turned rigid. "What's wrong?" The voice spreading out of the silver ball suddenly grew solemn. "Why are you not fighting? Keep going. Work harder and harder." "No." The mental devil grew anxious. "Fellow cultivator Emotion, well, it is actually not dangerous at all. Look, I have shattered his soul and swallowed most of the flames of spiritual energy. He has been completely suppressed by me, unable to move at all. You can kill him easily by jabbing him with your little finger after you come over. Really, come here." Who says that I'm suppressed?" Liao struggled hard, only to be beaten down time and time again. He could only roar angrily, "Although my hands and feet are tied by you, my soul is overly exhausted. My vitality is almost drained. I cannot even move my hair now, and my combat ability has dropped by 99%. I still have my hot blood. Asshole, come and try me if you have balls. Let me teach you a lesson." The silver ball calmly observed the two individuals who were entangled tightly and fighting each other in the same body. Then he said, "You're right. I am as cowardly as a chicken. What can I do?" The mental devil was dumbfounded. "You've got to be kidding me, Professor Emotion. I have devoted all my strength to suppressing him. I cannot persist for too long. This is the most critical moment. Come and give me a hand for the sake that we are both extraterrestrial devils. Otherwise, he may launch a great counterattack any time." "Exactly," Liao shouted. Strength grew out of nowhere inside him, allowing him to reverse the situation and suppress the mental devil below him. "Just watch and do nothing over there. After I finish this annoying, verbose mental devil, I will immediately go over and cut you apart. You scumbag that is pretending to be Professor Emotion." The silver ball was as peaceful as before, utterly unaffected by the trash talk of Liao's dual personalities. The smaller ball that split apart from its body a moment ago, on the other hand, grew larger and larger still while absorbing the strength of the countless crystal worlds around. For limbs extended out of the body, transforming it into an iron giant dozens of meters tall that looked both like a crystal suit or a colossus. "Are you kidding me? This thing again?" Liao and the mental devil were both shocked. "Rest assured, I said that we should cooperate sincerely. How could I idle by and not offer any help?" The silver ball that moving further and further away from the two of them and thoroughly protected by the newly emerging iron giant smiled. "Fellow cultivator Bloodstripe, let me introduce to you my help. This is the strongest battle artificial intelligence, Fighting God, developed after constant optimizations and purifications based on the battle data collected in the whole Federation over the past 100 years, including the battle videos of experts, virtual training in the game Civilization, and memory pieces of battles in the heads of the vegetative patients. Although it is merely a quasi-artificial intelligence, it is the last hyper-spirit and the most perfect one that I have produced. The battle database that it boasts is unbelievably huge. In terms of computational ability and battle awareness, it can be compared to the unparalleled experts in the divinity transformation stage or even higher levels. Because it is too strong, I cannot even build a battle shell that can accommodate it in reality. Neither a fleshly body nor a metal puppet like the grand illusionary soldier can allow it to bring out 100% of its combat ability. But this is the Spiriters' realm, where computational ability, battle awareness, and soul power are all that matters. The Fighting God is the guardian of the most central level of the Spiriters' realm. It is invincible in this place, sensing the overwhelming fighting will and infinite killing intent from the unbelievable Fighting God, which felt that a compression of 1,000 nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators. Liao and the mental devil looked at each other in bewilderment and both gulped. "Speaking of which, I cannot thank you enough, fellow cultivator Bloodstripe." The laughter from the silver ball was even more disturbing. "You and Liao were right about one thing. It was indeed the moment when my computational ability and my soul power were weakest just now, because I was focusing my whole strength on attacking the firewall of the mainframe crystal processors in the highest command center in the Defense Council. It was certainly not an easy task to control the highest command center as well as the 3 space gates. At that time, I was so weak that I could barely summon the Fighting God. Had I summoned the ultimate hyper-spirit, I'm afraid that the entire Spiriters' realm as well as my soul would have collapsed completely. Ha ha ha. That's why I told you everything frankly and even invited you to visit the core layer of the Spiriters' realm as a guest, fellow cultivator Bloodstripe. It was all meant to stall you for a moment until I could recover my computational ability. Now everything has been accomplished. The 3 space gates in the Heaven's Origin sector and the mainframe crystal processors in the most important departments in the capital city have all been hacked by me. Everything is under my control. I can finally turn back and focus most of my computational ability on the problem we have here. That's why I summoned the Fighting God. Fellow cultivator Bloodstripe, you must understand my hesitation. I'm sure that you won't blame me for not helping you a moment ago, will you?" The mental devil looked rather awful. It stammered, "Well, fellow cultivator Emotion, it suddenly occurs to me that I have a bit more strength. As the saying goes, you don't butcher a chicken with a cleaver for the bulls. I can totally take care of him by myself. There is no need to summon such a brutal thing. Why don't we take it back for now? A lion must try its best even if the prey is just a rabbit. There is no need for you to be so courteous with me. Hurry up and swallow him. Hurry up. The fighting god will provide powerful fire support for you. Kill, corrupt, and swallow now. Or maybe... The silver ball's face suddenly grew old. In a mocking tone, it observed, "You are not attacking each other at all but presenting a lousy act, hoping to deceive me? You?" Li Yao and the mental devil looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to continue acting anymore. Li Yao shouted in fury, "How did you know?" Li Yao. The ripples on the surface of the silver ball were scattered, as if it were sighing gloomily and thoughtfully. "This isn't the first time we've met each other. In the Flying Star sector when we were faced with Xianxia and the Star Child, and on Kunlun when we were faced with Su Changfa, we fought side by side. I observed with my own eyes how you took care of them. Even to this day, part of the memory pieces from the Star Child and Su Changfa are still deeply embedded within my soul. They were both fooled by you like dummies once. Your acting skills indeed far exceed your wisdom. However, you cannot play the same trick on an extraterrestrial devil twice. With the enormous computational ability that I have, how would I forget your ultimate skill after I learned that you are Li Yao? What did I tell you just now?" The mental devil could not have been more frustrated. It screamed at Li Yao with blood-red saliva spurting out. "I said just now that all the trouble was unnecessary. This damn drama was utterly redundant. Just rush forward and cut him down, and everything would have been resolved. Simple as that. Yet you had to resort to such folly. Look at what you've gotten us into." "Hey!" Li Yao grew angry too. "It is because your acting skills were too bad, all right? Look at your movement of swallowing. So unnatural and pretentious. There's also your weird chuckles that couldn't have been more exaggerated. Even a deaf person could have distinguished that you were acting." "It doesn't matter," the Silver Battle said calmly. "Fellow Cultivator Bloodstripe, I don't care if you were acting just now, and I don't care what your original scheme was. At this moment, my offer still stands. Swallow him, and you shall still have your share in this world." Well, the mental devil was slightly dazed. Greed and cunningness beamed out of its eyes again. "Hey!" Greatly alarmed, Li Yao felt that cold sweat was pouring out. "You are not really thinking about cooperating with the monster, are you? It will certainly not abide by its promise. It must be lying to you. It wants us to fight each other and wound each other, so that it can swallow us one after the other." The mental devil sniffed and slowly raised the arm made of blood. The end of the arm gradually turned into a blood-red blade. It said, "One must learn to bend their head when they are living under somebody else's roof. Don't blame me for turning this drama real. Blame yourself because your acting skills are too bad." "Li Yao, asshole, you have truly betrayed me. We had a pact. Idiot, pacts are made to be torn apart. I've had enough of you for a long time." Li Yao and the mental devil became entangled again. In the Spiriters' realm, displayed in the form of souls, they were the two sides of the same body in the first place. But the inner fight this time was 100 times more intense and dangerous than previously. The space around them was soon filled with bloody mists and flames of spiritual energy. But the mists were approaching the fighting god, while they were cursing each other aloud. Out of the blue, a sharp streak of brilliance darted out of the bloody mists at the silver giant. The silver giant, on the other hand, was long prepared. An enormous shield appeared on the iron arm and slapped back the streak of brightness as if it were a fly. "Aya!" Li Yao and the mental devil both screamed miserably. They rolled dozens of times in the vacuum, like a kite whose string had been severed, before they finally stabilized themselves. The flames of spiritual energy in dual colors were much dimmer than before. The left side of the body and the right side were both bruised and swallowed, barely distinguishable now. "It seems that you have made your choice. I have to say that I am very disappointed." The silver ball sighed, not without regrets. "Why is there such a stupid extraterrestrial devil? Scumbag. Now that their play was seen through again, the mental devil completely tore off the camouflage. Its head turned into a blood-red hedgehog, and it spat out a mouthful of saliva that was mixed with blood, roaring, "Open your goddamn eyes and observe. I am not any extraterrestrial devil. I am as human as any human can be. I am Liao. I do not intend to become a monster whose dick hangs below his head." Oh! The silver ball was slightly dazed, and the ripples gradually formed a big eye that observed the mental devil. Then it laughed in amusement. Interesting. Truly interesting. Is this the legendary dual personality? This is exactly the opposite of my case. I have combined the personalities of Emotion, Su Changfa, the Star Child, and many others into a unified personality, but you have split Liao's personality in half, each boasting human emotions and thinking patterns. The living, transformation, and melding methods of energy life forms are indeed unpredictable and splendid. Cut the crap. Liao and the mental devil both gnashed their teeth and simultaneously declared, "Let's fight." This was a virtual world where imagination, computational ability, and soul power were the only things that mattered. As his soul surged out, Liao's body that was half in fire and half in blood expanded crazily, too, until it was almost the same size as the fighting god. The fire in his right hand and the blood stripes in his left hand condensed into two enormous blades that looked like sickles. Shrouded in devastating auras, he attacked the fighting god. The enormous blade left such a long trace behind that it seemed capable of slashing a planet in half. However, from the end of the elbows of the fighting god, two enormous blades that looked like sickles extended out, too, and vibrated at a frequency of more than 10,000 times per second. The four enormous blades collided and shook hundreds of thousands of times within a moment, leading to an overwhelming ocean of shadows and the shrieks that were utterly unbearable for human ears. The enemy seemed to boast prophetic abilities. Every sharp, unpredictable attack from Liao and the mental devil was blocked in advance. On the other hand, the erratic moves that it utilized were always one step ahead of Liao's defense. After only several seconds, hundreds of wounds were slit all over the body of Liao and the mental devil. However, it was not blood that ran out of the wounds but deep gold and dark red soul power. Liao's soul was fading quickly and being absorbed by the enemy. "Give up, Liao." The silver ball that was observing the battle from far away smiled casually. This hyper-spirit is the most perfect battle artificial intelligence. Its database stores the essence of more than 1,000,000 clips of battle videos, which allows it to simulate the classic tactics of all the super experts in the Federation over the past 100 years. Naturally, as the ultra-level federal hero, you were an important target of studies for the artificial intelligence. All your public battle and training videos have been included in its database. It knows every detail of your combat pattern and can even simulate it perfectly. Hardly had the silver ball concluded his sentence when the fighting god suddenly took a step back. With ripples spreading out of its body, new plate armor and patterns appeared on it, turning into an enormous mystic skeleton battlesuit. It made a few causal moments. The more Liao looked at it, the more familiar it appeared to him. He almost felt like he was looking at a mirror. Asshole! Liao and the mental devil were utterly dumbfounded. The silver ball smiled and said, "Your attacks have all been seen through. You can never defeat it." Bullshit. Liao's eyes were bloodshot, and flames of spiritual energy were surging out, rolling into almost 100 triple-headed six-barreled Vulcan machine cannons. But the silver brightness on the enemy's body was wriggling and soon changed into remote attack weapons identical to what he had. Ah! The two parties opened fire at the same time. Stormy bullets swept across the entire battlefield. Liao and the fighting god were both caught in the turbulence of destruction. It was the purest head-on clash of computational ability and soul power. Although it was a virtual world, the two parties had to imagine hundreds of thousands of bullets, render their power, and calculate the trajectories of the bullets when they attacked the enemy. Even for the brains of a nascent soul-stage cultivator or supercrystal processors with a performance of billions of floating-point operations per second, it was still a huge burden. Boom! 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 Bullets of the two parties collided in the void. This place was not truly space. When the colorful blasts were spreading out, deafening explosions were triggered, too. The explosions bashed Liao's temples time and time again like iron fists, making his head dizzy and his heart pound. It was even difficult to breathe. Damn it. His soul power was growing weaker and weaker. Things were not going to work out in such a way. He was not faced with a living enemy right now. The enemy's computational ability likely comprised 100 supercrystal processors that were connected together. As for its soul power, it was looted by the silver ball from the countless people who were trapped in the crystal worlds without them knowing it. Even the 12 experts from the ancient sages sector were among the victims. Liao looked at the wires that were connected from the crystal worlds to the silver ball. According to the pace of the battle, they were shivering, expanding, and shrinking. Then, he immediately understood what was going on. The silver ball constructed illusions through the spiritor's realm and absorbed the soul power of the prisoners stealthily. Then, it poured the computational ability into the fighting god to fight with him. He was fighting the computational ability of 100 supercrystal processors and the soul power of countless victims, including the 12 experts of the ancient sages sector. The enemy had also grasped his combat pattern. How could he expect to win such a battle? Then, there is only the last resort now. Staring at the crystal worlds behind the silver ball, Liao's eyes were burning with blood-red fire. His body that was riddled with holes glowed. Although it was reduced to half the original size, it became much more swift and agile, turning into a long, narrow streak of brilliance again. He zigzagged in the middle of the storm of bullets and rushed forward as fast as he could. In the middle of the brightness, an enormous blade that could rip the universe apart was shining and slashing at the fighting god overwhelmingly. Ha! The fighting god sneered in contempt, switching from the remote shooting pattern to a melee combat pattern. It drew out an equally enormous and glamorous silver saber from the most unbelievable angle and slashed upward. According to the routes of the attacks, the two sharp soul blades should have collided without any surprise and become yet another clash that purely cost soul power. However, Liao and the mental devil retracted the saber at the last moment and merely ran into the auras of the enemy's blade with their fleshly body. Even the eyes that were in different colors were bulged wide as they searched for the best route when the auras dived into the body. Shwa! The saber from the fighting god cut through Liao's body without meeting the slightest hindrance. It entered from his skull and chopped his body in half right from the middle precisely. Liao cried miserably. Due to the heavy wound on the soul, black smoke was popping up. But as a result, the part of soul that was Liao and the part that was the mental devil were completely separated too. Ah! Bloody mist and light flames were surging out from the two halves of the body. They were becoming thinner and more lackluster, but the broken bodies were becoming more complete too. In the end, like geckos whose tails were cut, their bodies were renewed. Liao number 2. Dozens of enormous bloody wings extended out of the back of the mental devil, and every wing was unfolded to the maximum. It opened its hands and stood in front of the fighting god, while it roared desperately, "I will block this stupid giant. Go and do what you must." Mental devil. Liao could not have been more moved. But why am I Liao number 2? Even if you are not a mental devil but my other personality, at least I should be Liao number 1, right? Asshole, if you don't stop, I will really help them to beat you up. Copy that, Liao said. Hang in there. I'm going to dig out the internal organs of this scumbag. Who? The fighting god, realizing that it had been fooled, roared in utmost fury. The storm of bullets and blade auras were even denser than before. The grand unified spiritual nexus is our future. Why can't you understand? But all the attacks were blocked by the mental devil with the blood-red wings. Countless feathers were shot out while it was screaming miserably. But those feathers also floated in the vacuum and turned into red mist that blocked the attacks of the fighting god. Cyberspace is just a bubble, and biotechnology is the future. Scumbag. The mental devil screamed miserably in the excruciating pain. Now is the time. Go, Liao number 2. Don't forget my share when you blow up the scumbag. This time, Liao did not linger on the issue of who was no 1 foot and who was no 2 foot. Instead, he gritted his teeth to summon all his soul power, sprinting at the silver ball like a shooting star that was exploding on the way. Everybody was only best in their specialty. What was loaded in the database of the silver ball were the methods to hack the spiritual nexus and control crystal processors. It was impossible to carry an enormous battle database. Naturally, the silver battle was unwilling to directly compete with Liao. While sneering, it retreated further into the darkness. But as it turned out, Liao's target was not its real body at all. This time, Liao and the mental devil's teamwork finally paid off. Before the enemy realized what was going on, Liao had broken the connection between it and one of the crystal worlds. Oh? Are you hoping to break the Spiriters' realm and release your partners? The silver ball was slightly dazed. Then, it immediately realized what was going on and burst into mocking laughter. Idiots! They are all dwelling deep within the Spiriters' realm, unable to free themselves from the multiple illusions. Those illusions are all constructed targeting their weaknesses and lusts, like the most complicated mind maze. How can you break them so easily? Liao did not bother with its trash talk at all, but simply threw whatever remained of his soul power at one of the crystal worlds after condensing it into a flashing spear. Boom! Under the scourge of the light spear, the crystal world seemed to have suffered a barrage of the main guns of a starship. It was shaking abruptly, with cracks popping up on the surface. However, those cracks were recovering at a visible speed, and Liao had lost the strength to launch another strike of the same strength. Did you see that? It's useless. The laughter of the silver ball was even more sarcastic. Now that I have brought all of you to this place, I naturally have the confidence. Its laughter came to an abrupt end. While the cracks on the outside of the crystal world were recovering non-stop, it was shaking at a higher and higher frequency, as if it were an enormous egg that contained a primeval beast, and the egg was falling apart. Yes. The victim trapped in this particular crystal world was Long Yangjun, the elite warrior from the Nuwa civilization. Liao had spotted the illusions where Long Yangjun was trapped with a quick glimpse. It was made of many pictures, including splendid palaces, eye-catching halls, bloody fights among the common folk, and power struggles in the court. In the illusionary world, Long Yangjun was wearing a robe that was painted with a raging dragon. She had indeed become king of the world, holding the greatest power in the world. But it was not right. Long Yangjun was different from the other experts of the ancient sages sector. The rest of them were invaded by the extraterrestrial devil when their brains were completely exposed to the tides of the four-dimensional space during the space jump. Their soul had been deeply infiltrated for more than 12 hours. 12 hours was enough for the extraterrestrial devil to change all kinds of illusions to figure out their desires and weaknesses and corrupt them accordingly. But Long Yangjun had been lost in the Spiriters' realm a moment ago together with Liao. The extraterrestrial devil did not have the slightest inkling as to her real identity yet. All the information that it knew about Long Yangjun was from the narration of the other experts of the ancient sages sector. It meant that to this moment, the extraterrestrial devil still considered Long Yangjun to be lead eunuch Wang Shi, a powerful eunuch of the Great Qian dynasty in the ancient sages sector. The multiple virtual worlds that the extraterrestrial devil had prepared for Long Yangjun were all founded on the identity of lead eunuch Wang Shi, offering her what she liked most. It had nothing but power struggles, coups, mutinies, usurpations, and such. If it were a real powerful eunuch, they likely would have found such a world too attractive to get away from. However, it could never have occurred to the extraterrestrial devil that lead eunuch Wang Shi was just an ostensible identity for Long Yangjun and a camouflage of hers to find her real identity. What she really cared about was the god-sealing war hundreds of thousands of years ago and her mysterious destiny. Such a virtual world that was specially prepared for lead eunuch Wang Shi was definitely not anything that Long Yangjun was interested in. However, during his brief observation, Liao noticed that Long Yangjun seemed to have truly devoted herself to the lousy game and was enjoying herself very much. She appeared to have forgotten what was going on outside. But it did not make sense. With the intensity of the soul of an elite warrior from the Nuwa civilization, there was no reason for her to succumb so quickly. Therefore, Liao immediately realized that Long Yangjun was acting for the extraterrestrial devil, too. She must have realized that she was trapped in the spiritor's realm from the very beginning, but she could not figure out a thorough solution for the time being. So, she simply eased the vigilance of the extraterrestrial devil with such a gesture. In secret, she was accumulating her strength, trying to break the barrier in one attempt. Liao had no choice but to take the wild gamble by trusting Long Yangjun. Boom! 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 The crystal ball that was confining Long Yangjun shook more and more violently. Every light and shadow that it reflected seemed to have a Long Yangjun who was staring at the outside. Her eyes were as sharp as golden daggers that were even mincing the darkness of the outside world apart. The cracks that were gradually recovering under the collision of Liao's soul appeared again after a brief impasse. They extended forward and connected each other, turning into an unstoppable spider web. Sensing that the virtual world here was more and more fragile, the distant fighting god howled crazily, planning to approach and stop it. However, the mental devil, which was riddled with holes and had lost all its feathers, with barely the shape of a human, stood before it time and time again, shouldering the thunderous attacks from the enemy. The pain of the soul being torn apart by brute force was insufferable for normal people. With only 50% of the intensity of Liao's original soul, the mental devil was supposed to be no match for the fighting god at all. However, it simply harassed the enemy like sticky candy. While vomiting blood and laughing crazily, it shouted at the top of its voice, "Liao! Liao! Liao! What the hell are you screaming about?" Liao had exploited the strength of the other half of his soul, too, when he turned into a streak of brightness and crashed into the crystal world time and time again. He was blown apart and thinner than ever after every collision, but he was always condensed again before he gritted his teeth and launched yet another unreasonable charge. "Long Yangjun, can you hear me? I'm right here. Come on and save me." He delivered the telepathic thoughts of shrieks into the crystal world through the cracks. "Aya!" Right then, Liao heard the most twisted scream from the mental devil behind him. He turned around to check, only to discover that the mental devil had been completely ripped apart by the fighting god. Most of the fire of its soul had entirely perished. The last flickering light that looked like butterflies fled toward Liao and merged into his body, shivering. The two half-souls of the dual personalities were combined again. The mental devil spoke feebly inside his soul. "Brother, I can only do so much." Liao laughed miserably. He was not in any better condition than the mental devil. Looking at the fighting god charging at him like the wind, he was not even able to perform a dodge or block. His computational ability, imagination, and soul power were all running out. The fists that were brimming with stings and hooks grew larger and larger until they filled the entire world in the end. Perhaps because his soul was getting weaker and smaller as time went on, the relative size of the fighting god seemed to be growing ever larger, until it almost became a giant that towered hundreds of meters tall. Liao watched the coldness shining on the stings of the fists, unable to do anything about it. His soul was about to be ripped into shreds by the sharp stings when the crisp sound of something breaking apart echoed right behind him. It was followed by a deafening explosion, as if the energy of the whole galaxy blasted over his shoulder, past his ears, blowing up the fist as well as the entire right arm of the fighting god. The fighting god roared in shock and fury and retreated hundreds of meters away. Silver foam flowed out of its right arm that had already been blown apart, but the arm did not heal until a long time later. When Liao turned back, he found Long Yangjun standing in the dark void in her crystal armor, and smoke was still popping up from the most sophisticated and glamorous crystal cannon on her right arm. Liao was almost crying in joy. He never had such a strong urge to hug a woman other than Ding Lingdang. Long Yangjun looked around. Her eyes were hollow, and in human nonchalance seemed to be beaming out. However, it only lasted a brief moment before she returned to normal and focused her eyes on Liao. putting on a graceful smile that made it impossible to tell whether she was a man or a woman. She asked, "What's the situation now?" "The situation is that we are now deeply trapped in the most central layer of the Spiritors' realm. Those floating in the dark void around are all tiny virtual worlds. Each world has caged the soul of one person, including Meng Qixin, Han Bailing, Yen Liren, the rest of them, and you until a moment ago. The giant silver ball over there is the real identity of the extraterrestrial devil and the mastermind of the whole scheme. Hurry up and break all the virtual worlds to free Meng Qixin, Yen Liren, and the others so that we can attack together and beat the shit out of it." "Impossible. It's impossible." Crazy ripples flowed out of the silver ball from far, far away. It shouted in utmost astonishment. "Nobody can break away from the corruption of the Spiritors' realm so quickly and even invade this place. Why is your soul power so weird? It is even launching anti-corruption on my world? Lead eunuch Wang Shi is simply a nascent soul stage cultivator. How can you do that? You are not lead eunuch Wang Shi. You are no common nascent soul stage cultivator. You are not human. You are not human." While it was roaring, the right arm of the fighting god gradually recovered. There being no time for it to reconstruct the whole arm, it simply threw out almost 100 tentacles that were waving crazily. The sharp end of every tentacle was a coldly blinking dagger. They whipped the two of them brutally in the most terrifying sound. "Hee. Now that your real body has been located, everything will be easier." Long Yongjun sneered and declared confidently, "You thought that such a lousy virtual world was enough to trap me? I was merely trying to parse your fundamental architecture and trace your core database." Highly dangerous, purple swirls were condensing quickly on the barrel of the crystal cannon. Before the fighting god jumped at the two of them, another cluster of purple magma spurted out and hit the chest of the iron giant precisely. Then, it spread out quickly like a virus and soon crystallized the torso and the limbs of the entire fighting god, freezing it into a bizarre-shaped amethystine statue. "You can't break the virtual worlds now." Long Yongjun bit her lips hard. The extraterrestrial devil can totally conceal those virtual worlds and change their state to be unreadable and unmodifiable externally. Even if you do break the crystal balls, what you will get is only a bunch of meaningless, chaotic data. "Give me half a minute." She leapt backward and suddenly vanished from Liao's side. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right behind the silver ball, which was the real entity of the extraterrestrial devil. Before the extraterrestrial devil realized what was going on, she had stabbed her hands deeply into the silver ball. As her soul power poured out incessantly, a thin amethystine shell was condensed on the surface of the silver ball. The power of the amethyst was also transmitted through the wires that connected the silver ball and the many virtual worlds, freezing the hundreds of virtual worlds completely in that moment. What kind of strength is this? Why is it so eccentric? Who are you exactly? What are you exactly? Surging tides were raging on the surface of the silver ball. Countless ugly tentacles grew out. Like a virus that could infect the entire universe, it extended its tentacles deep into Long Yongjuan's body, transforming Long Yongjuan's transparent, crystallized body into silver, too. The two parties were engaged in a soul-stirring competition of corruption and anti-corruption. Silver stripes were sprawling on Long Yongjuan's face. The shell of the fighting god, which had been sealed by the amethysts, soon revealed a lot of cracks, indicating that it might break free at any moment. "Liao, now is the time." The silver threads were even invading Long Yongjuan's eyes, but she could not have cared less about it. She simply tried her best to lock onto all the virtual worlds and shouted, "Hurry up and smash all of the illusionary worlds." The fighting god, the strongest battle artificial intelligence produced by the extraterrestrial devil, finally broke free from the seal of Long Yongjuan's amethysts and charged at Liao with thunderous roars. The tentacles that were packed with stings and hooks were about to cover Liao overwhelmingly. However, half a second before the 100 tentacles formed a cage of destruction, Liao burnt up the last bit of his soul power and dashed out in dazzling flames of light like a crimson shooting star. Boom! 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 He collided with a series of crystal worlds brutally like an angry cannonball. The crystal worlds that had been corrupted and controlled by Long Yangjun were already as fragile as glass. They broke apart at first touch, and the pieces of the crystal worlds that exploded were splashing out, triggering a chain reaction, as if a colorful, shining storm of crystals was sweeping across the entire dark void. The explosion of every crystal ball was a tiny Big Bang. Everything in the virtual world, including the mountains, rivers, clouds, stars, pavilions, horses, and various kinds of people, was expelled. Countless crystal storms interweaved into a turbulence that consumed the entire fundamental level of the Spiriters' realm. All the virtual worlds fell into chaos after they were torn apart. They were melted and mixed up into a mess. The previously cruel warring worlds were connected to the peaceful peach blossom paradise. The vintage world of ancient cultivators, which was a duplication of the real world 40,000 years ago, was melded with the most advanced futuristic world, with a burning space battlefield in the sky where countless starships were exploding and crashing, and a prosperous city on the ground where countless people, true and false, were stunned by the sky that was falling toward them. The shouts and screams on the battlefield, the laughter and singing in the peach blossom paradise, and the obstreperous complaints in the modern metropolis. The joy, anger, sadness, excitement, fright, tranquility, and all the other emotions of mankind turned into surging ripples inside the turbulence, including Liao, Long Yangjun, the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector, Hylon, the vegetative patients accepted by Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital in the past few decades, and the staff who worked and lived in District 01 only to be swallowed by the liquid metal in the end. Everybody's soul was struggling and floating in the turbulence, comprising feelings and soul pieces, sharing and melding with one another. Liao felt that his soul was about to be completely torn apart and transformed into part of the enormous turbulence. He was unable to resist such an enormous force and could only shout at the top of his voice, "Yen Liren, Han Bailing, Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, Qi Chongsheng, where are you? Wake up now. Hurry!" Hardly had he concluded his sentence when the most brilliant and unstoppable sword auras that seemed powerful enough to slash apart the universe appeared at the depths of the turbulence that was swallowing the dark void. Perhaps it was Liao's imagination, but the whole turbulence seemed to be revolving at a lower speed after the sword auras showed up. Accompanying the sword auras, the short Yen Liren jumped out with a head like a wax gourd. He floated above the turbulence, completely melded with the sword auras. After another clear and firm enchantment, Master Bitter Cicada's handsome face that could make any man jealous enough to punch it slowly surfaced from the depths of the turbulence. Sword Maniac! Master! Before Liao had the chance to be excited, Master Bitter Cicada looked around and dived back into the turbulence. Very soon, almost 10 streaks of brilliance flashed out from the center of the turbulence and turned into the magnificent experts of the Ancient Sages sector. The 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector were gathered at the most fundamental layer of the Spiriters' realm. Despite their life experience and their wisdom, they had just been through the most bizarre and stunning dreams, in which their soul and mental power was absorbed by the extraterrestrial devil without them knowing, and they were now faced with the turbulence caused by hundreds of virtual worlds breaking apart and crashing into each other. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they did not know what was going on at all. When they saw that Liao's face was swollen and bleeding and could barely be distinguished, they were even more surprised. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, what is this place? What's going on? Why is the fire of your soul so weak that it may die down any moment? Master Bitter Cicada asked in a hurry. Well, Liao's head was in utter chaos, making it impossible for him to formulate a concise and appropriate explanation. Liao! A deafening roar echoed from the turbulence not far away. Long Yangjun was blown out by the roar, and the crystal armor all over her body almost completely fell apart while she was still flying. She vomited blood and drifted randomly like a kite whose string had been severed. Had it not been for the rest of them stopping her in time, she would have fallen to the other side of the turbulence with her soul entirely torn apart. She was in no better condition than Liao. In order to shatter all the virtual worlds, They had almost burnt up their souls. Chi-Lu, Chi-Lu, Chi-Lu. With blood-freezing wriggling and expanding sounds, the enormous body of the extraterrestrial devil slowly emerged from the deepest part of the turbulence. At this moment, it was no longer as delicate, elegant, and solemn as when it was the silver ball a moment ago. Sharp thorns had grown out of its surface that had been as smooth as mirror previously. The silver flagella around its body were longer and thicker and being waved in a much crazier way. Ripples were spreading out from the center nonstop, as if it were a weird brain full of wrinkles that was emitting weird yet powerful forces to the outside world. Virus. It was truly like a virus that had been magnified billions of times under a microscope, a virus that was fatal enough to corrupt the entire universe. Li Yao, you sure are bold to destroy my decades of hard work. You sure are bold to destroy the Spiriters, the last hope for mankind. I am going to destroy you. I'm going to destroy all of you. None of you will get away. Li Yao. The experts from the ancient sages sector did not have the first clue about what was going on. But the highly sensitive name Li Yao made all of them constrict their pupils hard. Is he referring to Monster Li, the legendary vulture Li Yao, dominator of 3 sectors? Most likely. It seems that we have indeed been noticed by Monster Li Yao and trapped in a terrible scheme since the moment we appeared in the Star Glory Federation. Damn it! Was Li Yao behind the illusions that we went through just now? This monster's wisdom is truly as profound and immeasurable as ocean. But what is this peculiar, abnormal sea urchin? It seems to hate Monster Li's guts. It is also roaring in our direction. Is Monster Li right behind us? Everybody was greatly alarmed. They turned around to check, only to find nothing behind except for the people who were struggling in the crystal turbulence. Well, Li Yao raised his hand somewhat awkwardly. Fellow cultivators, in fact. Li Yao, Li Yao, Li Yao. The extraterrestrial devil was still roaring ear-splittingly down below. The fighting god had landed near it at some point and was bound by the thousands of flagella and tentacles. They were melded. As it was melded with the fighting god, the real body of the extraterrestrial devil experienced yet another shocking change. Its body continued expanding and became even more hideous. The tentacles were thickening, and the front ends of the tentacles broke apart and blossomed like chrysanthemum, turning into bloody mouths with sharp tusks inside. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, we are in the middle of a crisis. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar gnashed his teeth. A tiger is before us, and a wolf is behind. Judging from the intense killing intent spreading out from this crazy devil, its soul intensity is at least above the divinity transformation stage and still on the rise. That mysterious monster Li must be lurking around us with his unknown ill intentions. Whatever you want to say, you can wait a moment and spit it out later. In fact, that is exactly what I want to say. Li Yao made up his mind. In fact, Monster Li is not lurking around. He is lurking right among us. Well, the truth is, I am the legendary vulture Li Yao, dominator of 3 sectors. Ba Xiaoyu, Yen Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, Hai Lan and the other experts. Everybody looked at him with the utmost astonishment, especially his face that was so engorged and deformed that even his mother would not have recognized him. Are you really serious? Ba Xiaoyu asked. I am very serious. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Because I am a man who likes to keep a low profile and despises fame and fortune. I sincerely hope to make friends with you, fellow cultivators. I was afraid that you would keep your distance from me after learning of my high and noble identity. If so, you would definitely restrain yourselves when we were hanging around. Wouldn't that be a bummer? Please don't look at me like that, fellow cultivators. Although I am indeed the legendary hero of the Federation, the dominator of 3 sectors, the father of civilization, and for some people, the founding father of the new Federation, I am in fact very modest and approachable. Don't feel that there is any gap between you and me. There is no such thing. In my eyes, everybody is the same. The experts of the ancient sages sector all struggled to swallow the revelation. I am suddenly so disappointed in the Star Glory Federation, Ba Xiaoyu said gloomily. Me too. Han Bailing nodded heavily, too. The legendary dominator of 3 sectors and the founding father of the Star Glory Federation is this guy? Qi Chongqing looked at Liao in disbelief, with intense suspicion and disappointment in his voice. There's no time for more explanations. Whatever misunderstandings, disappointment and dissatisfaction you may have for me or for the Star Glory Federation, let's talk about it later. All in all, the thing down below is an extraterrestrial devil. It is the mastermind of the whole scheme. Right now, Long Yangjun has forced it to reveal its true self and locked onto it. It has nowhere to run and no way to conceal itself. As long as we take it down, we will be able to break the entire illusionary world and return to reality. Otherwise, we will all be trapped in the Spiriters' realm forever until our souls and mental power are drained. Then, we will remain its slaves for the rest of our lives. You want to kill me? Not so fast. In hideous laughter, the extraterrestrial devil exploded like a tumor. The thousands of tentacles were divided into a dozen groups and attacked Liao, Long Yangjun, and the other experts from the ancient sages sector simultaneously. Overwhelming and gapless, the whole upper half of the crystal turbulence was its bloody mouths. There was nowhere to run to at all. Hee. Yen Liren sniffed and launched an attack. He did not care whether he was in reality or in a virtual world and whether his enemy was the dominator of 3 sectors or an extraterrestrial devil. If anything, the stronger an enemy was, the more intense his fighting will and his sword auras would be. Shwa! The sword auras flashed and surged in the void like dazzling lightning. Yen Liren's soul and sword auras were perfectly melded, and he slashed almost 100 tentacles within a moment. But every broken tentacle turned into a gigantic boa and lunged at him again. Thick silver blood spurted out of the fractures. Whenever the blood touched his soul, it would immediately begin crazy corruption and try to crawl into his soul like thousands of dense bugs. Despite Yen Liren's overwhelming sword auras, it was impossible for him to escape from the infinite web of the extraterrestrial devil for the time being. The other experts of the ancient sages sector were also dragged into fierce fights by the tentacles that were rife with bloody mouths and venomous fangs, unable to free themselves. They had been lost for more than 12 hours in the virtual world after all. Not only were their souls seriously exhausted and their mental power drained, their moves and techniques had also been seen through by the extraterrestrial devil. They could not help but feel that the enemy could predict their every attack. There was no need to mention Liao and Long Yangjun. They were both too fatigued to do anything. All they could do was keep themselves safe under the entanglement and suppression of the tentacles. Ha. Absorb the souls of you into my body, and let's create a new world of absolute peace and infinite wonders together. The extraterrestrial devil was still laughing crazily in Professor Emo Xian's voice, but with a completely different tone from Professor Emo Xian's. It had gone completely mad. It must have poured everything in. Long Yangjun was tied up by almost 10 tentacles. Countless tusks in the bloody mouth spit deep into her body and injected tremendous silver materials into her soul, gradually transforming her into a silver statue. The elite warrior of the Nuwa civilization grunted and struggled to say, it must have retreated all the mental power and computational ability that was previously dedicated to the invasion of the spiritual nexus in the entire Federation. It is too occupied in dealing with us to care about what is happening outside. Such strong mental power is not entirely its own but also from the people who are caged in the Spiriters' realm, including the many ordinary people and cultivators. The monster has stolen everybody's strength and is using it against us. Hang in there. We must persist to the end. It is now overloading too, and may collapse at any point. The soul power of thousands of people is not so easy to be absorbed and assimilated, either. One moment of carelessness, and it will completely fall apart. Hee. Meng Qixin and Han Bailing were both wearing painful expressions. They could barely say anything, but they blew out flames of spiritual energy, each more furious than last, burning the tentacles around them into ashes time and time again. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was already tangled by countless tentacles. Even her hair had been consumed, and she had completely vanished. However, Dazzling lotus flowers were suddenly blossoming from the gaps of the tentacles, and ear-splitting shrieks were echoing. Around Master Bitter Cicada, 108 beads that were condensed with the soul power glowed brilliantly. Even the enchantment of Sutras could vaguely be heard. They disappeared into the bloody mouths at the ends of the tentacles. Then, thousands of golden lines showed up on the tentacles when they were blown apart and driven away by the exploding beads. The other experts of the ancient sages sector were also exploiting the life fire at the deepest part of their souls under Long Yangjuan's encouragement and fighting a bloody battle with the extraterrestrial devil. In District 01 space station inside 100 Flower City in reality, the previously frozen liquid metal was bubbling as if it was boiling. Hissing shrieks could even be heard from those bubbles. In the machine room of the Guy-level supercrystal processor deep inside District 01 space station, cracking explosions were echoing nonstop, too. There was nothing but stunning red on the light beam that displayed the functioning status of the supercrystal processor. In only 10 seconds, the average temperature of the array of computation units inside the supercrystal processor was improved by 30 degrees, and it was still on the rise at a speed of 0.5 degrees per second. Despite the protection of the most advanced cooling arrays of the whole Federation, the supercrystal processor would completely collapse before long. Shwa! 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 The 100 space stations of 100 Flower City almost fell into darkness simultaneously. Countless citizens floated to the midair, staggering. The air became hot and soggy. The side of the city that was faced with the star was heated continuously, while thin ice and frost appeared on the other side of the city that was in the shadow. All the illumination rune arrays, artificial gravity units, and even air circulation system had crashed. Tremendous computational ability was repurposed to District 01 space station to maintain the most violent form of the extraterrestrial devil. Ugh! New air could not circulate, and the waste that people breathed out could not be discharged in time either. They were all gathered in a narrow space. Also, because of the rising or plummeting temperature, many people who were relatively weak already felt that it was difficult to breathe and that their head was dizzy. Perhaps, in an hour, the entire 100 Flower City would turn into a no-man's land. At such a price, abundant computational ability surged in incessantly. Like the most effective cardiotonic, the extraterrestrial devil expanded crazily, laughing, growing more and more hideous tentacles. Under the mental attack that focused the strength of millions of people, the resistance of the experts from the ancient sages sector grew more and more feeble, and they were struggling ever more helplessly. This place is its battlefield, Meng Qixin said. Or for the divinity transformation stage cultivators, this is its domain, in which it has absolute control over everything. Wu Suiyun and I were both heavily wounded before. Our levels plummeted and our domains are basically gone. There's no way that we can compete with it. What overwhelming mental power! Emperor Phoenix exclaimed. We are fighting millions of people at the same time. There's no chance for us to win. I can't hold on any longer. I'm about to be completely corrupted. Ba Xiaoyu bellowed. Hey, if you are indeed the legendary vulture Liao, the dominator of 3 sectors, you must have your last, ultimate move, right? Don't hesitate anymore. Now is the time for a glamorous transformation to save the day. The ultimate move? Well, how about I sing the national anthem of the Federation to boost everyone's morale? Idiot. You've got to be kidding me. Had I seen this day coming, we would have joined the Imperium's side. Ha ha ha. Every bloody mouth on every tentacle of the extraterrestrial devil burst into crazy laughter. In the middle of the laughter, tinier tentacles that looked like tongues with hooks extended out of those bloody mouths and licked everyone's body. Both the Federation and the Imperium are just stones on the path of evolution that are destined to be crushed. Instead of joining the Imperium's side, why don't you give up resistance, melt into my world, and become part of my soul? It will be the most wonderful experience that you have never tasted before. The civilization of mankind is about to evolve into a brand new, ultimate form. We will create a perfect new world together. Together, we will be the gods that control and protect the new world. Why are you still struggling against such an arduous and sacred destiny? Open your arms and embrace the future. Embrace my ass. Aya. Liao punched at the bloody mouth that was full of sharp fangs and long, hooked tongues. But his arm was bitten by the mouth as he did so. Thousands of streams of silver venom were directly injected into the deepest part of his soul, making him cramp crazily like an electric shock. His tears, snot, and saliva were all spurting out beyond his control. Is this the doom of the ancient sage's sector? Looking at his devastated appearance, the experts of the ancient sage's sector who had been tricked into the Federation by him all felt dizzy and terribly desperate. When they thought back what had happened in the past half-year, it was almost like the most ridiculous nightmare. Damn it! What kind of bullshit federation and dominator of 3 sectors were they? Blood like fire was gushing out of Long Yangjuan's throat as she shouted at the top of her voice. Don't panic, everybody. Look around. We still have hope. Huh? The experts of the ancient sage's sector were slightly dazed. They looked around, only to discover that the crystal turbulence made of hundreds of broken virtual worlds that was revolving and surging crazily was actually slowing shown and showing signs of stabilization. From the rolling ripples in the turbulence, a lot of transparent light spots flew out like fireflies. Floating and drifting, they moved up and reached the battlefield where the extraterrestrial devil and the experts from the ancient sage's sector were at an impasse. Inside every light spot, there was a human face that was either clear or blurred, with joy, anger, sorrow, ecstasy, and all the most genuine human emotions. They were souls, the souls of the ordinary people and the low-level cultivators. Overjoyed, Long Yangjun shouted loudly, "The computational ability of the monster has indeed reached its limits. Now that it has focused on the computational ability and mental power to attack us, it is no longer able to control the broken virtual worlds. The people who were caged in the virtual worlds before are now free. This place was the Spiritors' realm. The body size of every individual here was proportional to the intensity of their soul power. The soul power of the ordinary people was relatively weak, and they were the light spots that looked like fireflies. As for the middle and low-level cultivators, they were the light balls the size of fists. They had mostly been trapped in the virtual worlds much longer. They did not understand what was happening or where this terrifying battlefield was yet. The tiny people no larger than fireflies simply floated in the void, staring at the giants, who were fighting a blood battle in astonishment, fright, anxiety, and confusion. Only the few clusters of fire that were most clear and steady seemed to have realized something. They flew above everyone and looked at both parties in the battle suspiciously. One of the fires was in the shape of a tiny green bird. Liao was almost crying in joyful tears again. With the deepest shivering voice inside his soul, he shouted at the green bird, "Wei Qingqing, Sister Qingqing, I'm here. You are." The fiery bird made of green light looked at the source of the sound and soon detected familiar soul waves. But the name was so shocking that she almost could not believe it. "It's me, Liao." In the middle of the emergency, Liao hurried to prove his identity. "Last time we met, it was a while before I set off to the Dark Nebula. You said that you wrote a new novel and invited me to visit the illusionary world constructed by the novel. But I turned you down after learning that it was a romance novel about 2 men having a baby. Ding Lingdang, however, seemed to be quite into the book and spent a long time in the illusionary world with you, although I don't know what you did exactly. You still remember that, don't you?" The eyes of the little green bird were glittering, and tears were almost falling down. Finding it hard to believe her ears, she exclaimed in both surprise and delight, "Liao? Liao, it's really you." Wei Qingqing and the other spectral cultivators who participated in the Tinder plan, namely the people that called themselves Spiritors, were the real creators and maintainers of the Spiritors' realm. They had long become used to life in the Spiritors' realm, which meant that they had been deceived by the extraterrestrial devil on the deepest level. Wei Qingqing was a culture-type cultivator and a strong illusionist, who boasted the ability to construct illusionary worlds with words at her will. Her ability to identity, stabilize, and destroy virtual worlds was well above that of the cultivators of other types at the same level. The illusionists, architects, playwrights, data miners, and analysts as well as all the other participants of the Tinder plan like her were more adapted to survival and battle in the Spiriters realm than normal people. For the sake of absolute confidentiality, the extraterrestrial devil had naturally never told them the real plan but fooled them into creating a myriad of virtual worlds and strong old grandpas, battle-type artificial intelligences, under Professor Mo Xian's identity with the Tinder plan as a disguise. A day ago, when the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau and the Federation Army in 100 Flower City were gathered in the Tinder base, and Liao vaguely noticed that something was wrong with Professor Mo Xian, the extraterrestrial devil had decided to activate the plan ahead of schedule. While disrupting the carrier that accommodated Liao and other experts from the Ancient Sages sector with false jump coordinates, he had also controlled the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau and the Federal Army in the Tinder base and sealed their souls and the souls of Wei Qingqing and other workers into independent Spiriters realms, in order to prevent them from running out and sabotaging his plan. But because of the series of coincidences, and especially after Long Yangjuan's deep excavation and Liao's brute collision, all the virtual worlds were broken apart, and everyone's soul was released to the most fundamental level of the Spiriters realm. When the extraterrestrial devil poured all the computational ability on the 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector led by Liao, it was no longer able to control the agitated Spiriters. They were all freed. The spectral cultivators, or the Spiriters who believed that they were the third life form of the civilization of mankind, looked at the soul-stirring competition in bafflement. The scent from the extraterrestrial devil was quite familiar to them, but the craziest waves that were spreading out were extremely strange. They all shuddered hard under the intimidation. This is... Flapping her wings that were made of green fire, Wei Qingqing stopped in front of Liao out of habit, although she did not quite understand what was going on yet. Exactly like 100 years ago on the train north to the Grand Desolate Plateau, when she protected Liao, who was still an ordinary person, as a cultivator. It is not Professor Mo Xian. It is an extraterrestrial devil. The 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector all knew that the situation had reached the most critical moment. Although they hated Liao's guts in their heart, they had no choice but to unleash the most passionate fire of their soul to buy a precious moment of rest for Liao, Wei Qingqing, and the rest of them so that Liao could finish his speech. He was speaking to both Wei Qingqing and the thousands of Spiriters who were still confused. The so-called Spiriters and Spiriters realm is not a plan of succession for mankind prepared for the future millions of years' time. It is in fact an upgrade plan of mankind that is becoming reality right now. The extraterrestrial devil intends to perform a dreadful upgrade by transforming all human beings into Spiriters and completely virtualizing the civilization of mankind. Our everything will be installed in supercrystal processors, and the extraterrestrial devil will hide behind the curtain and control those supercrystal processors and the entire Spiriters realm. Then, it will absorb our precious emotions and will in the process. In such a way, it will achieve its evil purpose of parasitism. What? The souls of the ordinary people who did not know much were unaware of the true meaning of Tinder plan and virtualization of mankind. But the specialists who were directly involved in the Tinder plan and the Spiriters who had been contemplating and debating on the future of the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus for decades were all greatly shocked. There was only one Liao in the whole Star Glory Federation whose name could be spoken by Wei Qingqing in such a passionate way. Shocking, on the other hand, could not begin to describe the feeling of those people who heard Liao's real identity and the words that followed. Everything that was floating around their souls, including the shattered warring worlds, the terribly cruel hells, and the hideous appearance of the extraterrestrial devil, certainly could not be explained by the Tinder plan. Stop it! Twisted silver stripes were flowing on Liao's body and face, as the extraterrestrial devil's corruption reached the deepest part of his soul. His voice was shivering under the excruciating pain. We have done our best. Now, only you who know the virtual worlds best can stop it. This is true. The eyes of Wei Qingqing and all the other Spiriters shifted from the 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector, who were gritting their teeth and struggling in pain, to the extraterrestrial devil whose tentacles and flagella were raging crazily. You are not Professor Mo Xian. You are the extraterrestrial devil. You have been lying to us all this time. Do not be fooled by his nonsense. The anxious voice of Professor Mo Xian, echoed from deep inside the silver universal virus. I am Xian. Everything I've been doing is to offer the Federation and mankind a perfect new world of absolute peace, where there are no wars or contradictions. You are all spiriters and members of the perfect new world. Have you not realized how wonderful the spiriters' realm is compared to the ugly world outside? You should stand on my side and turn all human beings into you, upgrading humans and demons into the spiriters. No, no, this isn't what we agreed upon. This isn't what Professor Xian told us. Wei Qingqing flapped her wings, raising green tornadoes to help her resist the tentacles that were coming at her like wriggling worms. The conditions are still immature for the spiriters to grow and flourish independently. We are forced to live inside the spiriters' realm because we don't have a choice after losing our fleshly bodies. However wonderful the spiriters' realm is, it takes the real world as a template and can only be founded on the soil of reality. Without the support of reality, isn't the spiriters' realm a river without a source or a tree without roots? Besides, the operation and expansion of the spiriters' realm do require resources. Computational ability is the most critical resource for the spiriters' realm. The generation of computational ability, on the other hand, depends on upgrading the supercrystal processors and the infinite expansion of the grand unified spiritual nexus. Both the supercrystal processors and the bases to launch and receive signals of the grand unified spiritual consume tremendous resources in the real world. A lot of the precious resources are also rare and unrecyclable. There are only limited resources to create the crystal processors and maintain the interstellar network. So, there are bound to be contradictions. You are talking about a perfect new world? Is there anything in the universe that is really perfect except for death? So, neither the spiriters nor the spiriters' realm are ready. We belong to the future, millions of years away. We will leave the present to the people today and conquer the universe in millions of years as the future explorers of mankind. Isn't that logic what Professor Xian taught us? If you were really Professor Xian, how could you have betrayed your belief and transformed so many dreadful worlds into reality? Faced with Wei Qingqing's criticism, the silver universal virus was covered in chaotic ripples, which gradually condensed into a big, blurred face that was exactly like Professor Xian's. Shame, guilt, doggedness, frenzy, all kinds of complicated expressions could be found on the big face. I can't let it go. I cannot let go of my motherland, my compatriots, and the civilization of mankind that I hold dear. I can barely wait for millions of seconds, much less years. I have to save them. I have to save you. I have to save everyone. Veins that looked like earthworms and bugs protruded on its enormous face, as if it were debating with itself fiercely. Then, it suddenly changed its facial expression and became extremely hideous again. Whoever stops me from saving mankind will be mankind's greatest enemy and the real virus of our civilization. In the perfect new world of absolute peace, such viruses must be killed. Now that you are unwilling to follow me to carry out such a grand mission, you will become part of me and the spiriters' realm. Qilu, 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 Qilu. The tiny flagella around its body suddenly lengthened and lunged at the souls of the ordinary people that were no larger than fireflies and the low-level cultivators the size of fists. Those people were mostly research-type, admin-type, and culture-type cultivators. Naturally, their soul power was far weaker than the soul power of Liao and the other experts from the ancient sages sector. In the blink of an eye, a large area of them was already swallowed by the extraterrestrial devil. Shua! One of the thickest tentacles opened the bloody mouth at the end and jumped at Wei Qingqing overwhelmingly. From the bloody mouth, another 100 tentacles that looked like both teeth and tongues dashed out again. Sister Qingqing. Liao was greatly alarmed. There was no telling from which corner of his soul he found some new strength, but he broke the tentacles that tied him up in crazy roars and ran over to Wei Qingqing. But he was one step late. Before he took action, Wei Qingqing, the strengthless culture-type cultivator, just like on the train to the Grand Desolate Plateau more than 100 years ago, triggered her near-non-existent combat ability and immense soul fire, turning into a furiously burning, brilliant green bird. She smiled back at Liao. Then, without any hesitation, she soared high above and darted at the bloody mouth of the extraterrestrial devil like an arrow shot from the bow. Professor Emotion, this is not the real you. Wake up now. No! Liao reached for her, only to snatch a few burning green feathers. Every feather was part of Wei Qingqing's soul that focused the drops of her life in the past century. The joy when she was with the children on the remote resource planets, the delight when her imagination ran wild in the fictional world she constructed, and the excitement when she had the chance to explore the unknown future millions of years away. It was her song, her pride, her hope, and the most dazzling moment of her life. But in front of the shining green features, Wei Qingqing flapped her wings and accelerated abruptly toward the hideous, bloody mouth of the extraterrestrial devil. Without any question, she was tied up by almost 100 tentacles, but the moment before her soul was completely shredded, she was still emanating her feeble light while gritting her teeth, exactly like how she had burned her entire life on the train north to the Grand Desolate Plateau 100 years ago, when it encountered a beast tide just to launch the Tai lightning railgun once. The Wei Qingqing in front Liao and the Wei Qingqing in his memories overlapped into an unbendable, unkillable, and unbroken green bird that disappeared deep inside the bloody mouth of the extraterrestrial devil. Arg! Liao burst into such fury that every shackle, every barrier, and every blockage deep inside his soul was cracking and exploding. Silver liquid metal was flowing out crazily from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, only to be burnt up by the flames of his fury. It was the corruptive force from the extraterrestrial devil that had invaded his body earlier, but it was pushed out of his body in his desperate rage. Liao's previously dim and insignificant soul was clear, expanding and burning again. His messy hair all stood up, making his head look like an active volcano from which magma was erupting incessantly. The entire dark void was illuminated in red. What kind of strength is this? What a powerful soul! And it is still rising. Is this really just a nascent soul stage cultivator? The other experts from the ancient sages sector were still competing with the extraterrestrial devil hard with their mental power. The two parties were at an impasse. Although they had managed to resist the corruption of the extraterrestrial devil and even occupied and wasted the extraterrestrial devil's enormous computation ability, it was still impossible for them to launch a counterattack. Right then, they all perceived the soul power that was flowing crazily out of Liao. There seemed to be a black hole deep inside Liao's brain that was connected to an alien world. Strength from the distant shore of the Sea of Stars was arriving in this world. The unprecedented, overwhelming soul tides even dazzled the divinity transformation stage cultivators, such as Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun. Besides Wei Qingqing, the other spiriters had all heard Liao's explanation and the extraterrestrial devil's horrendous declaration. For most of the spiriters, even if they considered the spiriters' realm their new home, they could not accept that their family, offspring, and compatriots would live such a life forever, not to mention that they would all be controlled by the extraterrestrial devil. Wei Qingqing had set a good example for them. Even if they had been transformed into the spiriters, they were still proud human beings. The souls of the cultivators only the size of fists and the souls of the ordinary people that looked like butterflies were all charging at the extraterrestrial devil while roaring. In the dark void, a glamorous meteor shower glowed most brilliantly with the dignity, pride, and free will of mankind. Boom, 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 boom. The souls of countless cultivators and ordinary people crashed into the extraterrestrial devil brutally, causing splendid ripples on the shell of the silver virus. But they were too weak after all, and they did not understand the means of soul attacks. Their random collisions barely brought any result. Instead, the tentacles and flagella of the extraterrestrial devil caught them and swallowed them one mouthful after another. With every cluster of souls that it absorbed, the strength of the extraterrestrial devil would expand a tiny bit. The souls that it did not have time to consume were blown away with tentacles. Those firefly-like souls were shaking in the dark void randomly, as if they had been mired in the violent tempest, disappearing while shrieking aloud. Ha ha ha! This is the deepest part of the spiritor's realm that I carefully crafted. This is my domain, my world. Its flagella squirming. The extraterrestrial devil laughed soul-stirringly. Every corner of this universe carries out my will and my rules. Nobody can defeat me in this place. Nobody. As spiriters, you are supposed to be the constructors and defenders of the spiriters' realm. You are the new hope of mankind. But you have betrayed me, betrayed the spiriters' realm, and betrayed the brand new civilization of mankind. You can all just die. Turn into basic data currents and be part of my database. The crazy laughter came to an abrupt halt. Unusual ripples were spreading out on the surface of the virus shell, with abnormal bubbles protruding at the center. The flagella and the tentacles were all straightened, as if they were affected by a certain invisible force. They were unable to move anymore. Bo! 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 The abnormal bubbles exploded one after another. Green light that was made of interconnected green feathers beamed out of them. Ah! This is... The extraterrestrial devil's crazy laughter turned into a scream of fear and confusion. The bubbles all over its body kept increasing and exploding one after another. Light spots that looked like fireflies all rushed out of its body and got away from its control. They were the souls that had just been swallowed. The souls that were feeble and insignificant but clear and firm. The extraterrestrial devil has reached the limitation of its computational ability. Long Yongjun shouted in excitement. The core data is overflowing. Cannot digest and absorb so many souls. There are certain fatal logical errors in its fundamental algorithm. If it absorbs more souls, it will crash. It's impossible. How can this happen? The flagella of the extraterrestrial devil were wriggling again, trying to block every broken bubble on the body, but it was as useless as blocking a flood with a fence. More and more fireflies were spurting out of its body, like a shining spring. Not just the souls that were swallowed moments ago. Even the soul pieces that it had devoured in secret over the past decades were vomited out, too. The green light that had torn apart its body at the very beginning, which was made of green feathers, condensed into a tiny, insignificant green bird in the meantime. It was flapping its wings and glowing freely in the middle of the storm and turbulence. Sister Ching-Ching. Liao felt two streams of hot magma spurting out of his eye sockets. A new name was added to the list of women who he wanted to hug most other than his wife. The extraterrestrial devil intended to build a new world that was solely made of the spiriters, but the so-called spiriters had abandoned it. After throwing out tremendous souls that were incompatible with its core algorithm, the body of the extraterrestrial devil was greatly reduced, like a balloon whose air had been discharged. Silver tides were also surging on the crinkled shell. Almost 4 tides seemed to be attacking and mauling each other, until eventually, one of the tides protruded and condensed into the shape of a human. It was Professor Mo Xian's appearance. Li Yao. Embarrassment, regret, confusion, determination, and many other emotions flashed on the face of this Professor Mo Xian, in turn. His arms were deeply stabbed into the silver ball, blowing out a swirl that reached its core. He raised his head and roared at Liao. Now is the time. Open fire at me and finish everything. Professor, Liao mumbled. Is that you? Are you really Professor Mo Xian? He is the real Professor Mo Xian. The little green bird that was hovering in the void chirped. The core operational logic of the extraterrestrial devil and him had a conflict. That's why we were set free. Enough talking. I have exposed my core database to you. Silver tears flowed out of Professor Mo Xian's eyes. He desperately shouted, if the core database is not destroyed, it may run away and be reborn. Cannot hold it for long. Open fire now. Kill me and destroy it. What are you doing? What are you doing exactly? Another few clusters of silver tides rose up on the surface of the silver ball and turned into the appearance of Professor Mo Xian. But their faces were all extremely twisted and looked nothing like the real professor. Those fake Professor Mo Xians shrieked and lunged at the real Professor Mo Xian. But however hard they bit and shoved, they could not stop the real Professor Mo Xian from opening the core database to Liao. Don't dawdle, Liao. Do what you must. The real Professor Imo Xian shouted at the center of the surging silver tides. Liao understood everything. Perhaps Professor Imo Xian's soul had indeed been split apart in the accident decades ago, and more than half of it had been lost. But even in the residue that remained after the accident, there was still something called humanity inside. Whatever his body and soul had changed into, he was still a human being, he was still a cultivator, and he was still Professor Imo Xian. While hot tears were raging out, Liao raised his right hand. He heard the singing and the roaring of all the sources around. He also sensed that his own soul was shaking, which was so feeble and yet entailed infinite potential and strength. It was reverberation, the reverberation of human souls when they were vibrating at the same frequency. Right? It seems that I do have one last trick. It's what I learned from the Qi trainers of Iron Plateau, the reverberation of fighting will. Fighting will is the presentation of the soul when it is activated to the maximum. If fighting will can be reverberated, why can't the soul? Come on. Sing, roar, burn, and reverberate. Everyone, let me sense the vibration of your soul, your pride as a human being, and your determination to fight to the end. Let me gather all of your strength. From deep inside Liao's soul, magnificent, soul-stirring music was running out like a dam whose gate had opened. The sound was thick, stagnating, slow, and deep at first, as if we're rising from the bleak land covered in mist to the sky that was rife with dark clouds. The night sky where dark clouds were rolling was too dark. Nobody could tell whether the sound would be completely consumed by the dark clouds or rip apart the seal on the firmament. Hearing the sound that was so familiar that it had almost been melded into their blood and marrow, the souls of all the ordinary people and cultivators began to vibrate. Before they realized what was going on, their instincts had driven them to vibrate at a similar frequency. With Liao's soul, the source of the sound, as the center, the waves from countless souls congregated into each other like thousands of brooks merging into a crushing river. All the experts from the ancient sages sector observed, listened to, and sensed everything stunned. What was happening in front of their eyes was something that the seasoned, battle-tested nascent soul stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators had never experienced before. The reverberation of the souls of thousands of ordinary people and low-level cultivators was also brand new strength that they had never seen. In the unified chant and reverberation, the sound, like a disobedient beast, finally crashed into the night sky that was full of dark clouds after a high-pitched roar, introducing a glorious morning glow. It was the darkest moment before dawn. But the morning glow was even more brilliant in contrast to the darkness of the night sky. The blood-red crimson soon illuminated half of the dark clouds, turning the tiny section of the sky in the east clear and bright. The dark sky was raging, hoping to besiege and swallow the tiny hope. But the morning glow and the sun behind grew brighter and more unstoppable. The two forces, bright and dark, fought in the bleeding sky. The soul-stirring and awe-inspiring music turned into an ineffaceable scroll in front of the eyes of the experts from the ancient sages sector after they heard it. Golden sunlight ripped dark clouds as well as the dense fog that enshrouded the bleak land into shreds like sharp blades, illuminating a troop that was marching forward in silence on the ragged mountain roads and the rough cliffs. Every set of armor and every sword was shining brilliantly, and every determined and resolute face was highlighted. The collisions of blades and armor, the thuds of horse hooves, and the breathing of the soldiers were in the same rhythm, as well as the fluttering sound of the blood-stained flag in the wind. All the noises became part of the music and melded into the magnificent march perfectly. Why is there music? Meng Qixin and Han Bailing looked at each other in bewilderment. This sounds like the national anthem of the Star Glory Federation. Emperor Phoenix and Qi Zhongdao realized what it was at the same time. They were both interested in the political structure of the modern cultivation civilization. The national anthems, national flags, and many other things were an important part of their investigation. Are you serious? Is it really possible to boost morale by singing the national anthem? Ba Xiaoyu looked at Liao in bewilderment. Along with the reverberation of everyone's soul, the feelings, will, mind, and soul of everybody all turned into waves that were attracted by the source of vibration and gathered in Liao's right hand, which was raised high in the sky. There, a ball of light that was too dazzling for the naked eye was already born, and it was expanding quickly, accompanied by the greatest battle hymn of the Federation. It was growing more and more scorching and powerful. Even the entire dark void was twisted uncontrollably because of the interference of the ball of light. It was then that Ba Xiaoyu realized that Liao had not been joking when he proposed to boost morale by singing a song. It was indeed his ultimate move. All the experts from the ancient sages sector could not help but murmur at the same time, "This is too unbelievable." But the pitch of the song did not rise higher and higher and enter the most blood-boiling and grandeur climax as they expected. Instead, it dropped down and became slow and gentle. The slow tune unfolded another scroll in front of their eyes. The zigzagging rivers, the rippling wheat that was flowing non-stop, the peaceful villages that were dotted along the rivers and wheat lands, and the people who were smiling and singing happily and looking forward to the harvest full of expectation. Therefore, the experts of the ancient sages sector understood the force that the song was praising. They realized what the troop in the song was fighting for and where they were going. This place, the rivers, the wheat fields, and the villages, was their hometown. They were going to fight the most terrible enemy and the deepest darkness in the universe in order to protect the precious land and their wonderful home. Their lives, children, and parents were staring at them from the back. The hot, fragrant homemade food was awaiting them below the red bricks. The wheat fields, the rice flowers, and the rivers were all supporting them. Under the support of such forces, in the slow and mild section, the troop, the marching song, and the unbendable spirit had been fully charged with strength. After a deafening drumming, the music abruptly reached the climax. The troop charged at the sky suddenly, striding toward the rumbling thunder and the rolling dark clouds. The people in the front line and in the hometown, the people in illusion and reality, men and women, old and young, ordinary people and cultivators. Everyone was singing together aloud. In the middle of the lightning, can you see what makes us so proud? Dawn is born in the middle of the dark sky. Who is surfing in the sea of stars? Nothing rumbles as loudly as the Star Glory Federation. Whether or not the angry tides in the universe have died down, on the glorious land, and in the sky of freedom, let's march forward, Federation. Let's march forward, Federation. The song that continued to rise, just like when it had been sung countless times in the past 600 years, would never be stopped by anything once it began. It was the battle hymn roared by the warriors who fought through death and blood after collisions of blades and bones when they charged at death and destruction side by side. It did not require a touching melody or a professional singer. It was unnecessary to find the correct beat. As long as 100 people, 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people burnt their lives and ignited their soul, they would be able to bring out the voice of a nation, a people, and a civilization. The experts from the ancient sages sector were not very familiar with the battle hymn that had been passed on for almost 700 years at first, but for some reason, the battle hymn felt like iron torrents that were crushing their souls and pressing on their hearts. Their every finger, every toe, and even every strand of hair was shaking together with the rhythm. What kind of technique is this? Why do I feel that my blood is boiling? Ba Xiaoyu widened his eyes. The fire of his soul was burning brighter and brighter and had finished all the tentacles that constrained him without him knowing. It seemed attracted by the voice inside Liao's soul and bounced at the same frequency as the beat of the song. But it doesn't feel bad at all. Ba Xiaoyu clenched his fists, and his fists were beating powerfully like two hearts. Without me knowing it, the fire is burning all the way from my toes to the top of my head. It's been a long time since I last had such a gratifying feeling. Is this a sign of a breakthrough? Liao, Ba Xiaoyu, and the experts from the ancient sages sector stared at Liao, the source of everything. For Liao right now, his entire right arm and even his entire upper half body had been wreathed in the ball of light that looked like a supernova outbreak. It had taken over the domain of the extraterrestrial devil and become the absolute center of the dark void. Is this the real vulture Liao? His strength is truly immeasurable and unstoppable. Even Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the two divinity transformation stage cultivators, found it practically impossible to keep their eyes open under the dazzling light released from Liao's right hand. In the echo of March Forward, Federation, March Forward, Federation, the troop that jumped up from the bleak land had completely ripped apart the darkness and the clouds. There was no telling whether the sunlight donned each and every one of them with glamorous armor or their shining sabers and swords had turned into sunlight that sprayed on the earth and guarded the human world. It's impossible. The extraterrestrial devil's scream could clearly be heard from the golden sunlight. This is my world. Nobody can destroy me in this place. Nobody. Li Yao. Professor Mo Xian shouted desperately again. Torn by almost 5 false Professor Mo Xians, he looked more painful than ever. However, he simply held onto the shell of the silver ball and unveiled the dark red light spots at the most central part. Now is the time. Don't worry about me. Bring it on. Professor, I'm sorry. Liao gritted his teeth, with tears flowing on his face. I'm the one who should be sorry. Professor Mo Xian laughed miserably, as if a great burden had been relieved. I was wrong. I hope that there is still time. Now, let's fix the mistake. It's impossible. I can't fail. No. Why? Why is this happening? The extraterrestrial devil struggled hard and cried at the top of its voice. Countless flagella and tentacles were waving futilely and pierced through Professor Mo Xian's body. But they could no longer corrupt the slightest bit of the clear and determined will and belief that belonged to a human being. Do you still not understand, scumbag? Liao laughed through his tears. You think you can calculate and control everything with a few supercrystal processors and an enormous database. But the feelings of mankind are incalculable, the will of mankind is uncontrollable, and the spirit of mankind is unstoppable. Even if you devote the computational ability of the entire universe, you will not begin to estimate the limits of the civilization of mankind. However many dark, cruel, and ugly things we may encounter on our way forward, we will press on and resolve everything with our courage and wisdom. We will never seal ourselves in tiny crystal chips in the illusions of absolute peace under fantasized rules. Sister Qingqing is not under your control. Professor Mo Xian is not under your control. None of the spiriters are willing to be under your control or bound by your limits and rules. You failed from the very beginning, asshole. Don't you feed on the feelings of mankind? Then enjoy this. The outrage, the pride, the joy, the songs and roars, and all the other emotions of human beings. The world is ours. You can go to hell now. The ball of light that condensed the will and dignity of countless people exploded. The dark void exploded immediately. The fire of souls that was incalculable, inestimable, uncontrollable, and limitless covered the entire world within a moment. Liao saw a brand new universe slowly rising in front of him. Every star in the universe was made of the most brilliant point of an individual's life. The ecstasy, fury, sorrow, and happiness that were denser than anything congregated with Liao's soul into a surging, unstoppable galaxy that rushed into the core database of the extraterrestrial devil without meeting any hindrance. Ah, don't kill me, humans. We're on the same team. The extraterrestrial devil was like a glass ball that was melted. All the tentacles and flagella were burnt up. Plies of wrinkles were even dangling from the silver shell. Under the massive blast of emotions and will, it screamed desperately and twistedly. Very soon, the scream turned into bubbling and gurgling sounds. Its core database completely crashed. The energy waves degraded into dim curves, drowned in the reverberation of Liao, Professor Mo Xian, Wei Qingqing, and everybody else. In reality, the mainframe crystal processor of District 01 space station, the supercrystal processors in the Tinder base, and the bases that were responsible for exchanging information and telepathic thoughts with the 7 sectors around 100 Flower City, had a series of explosions at the same time. Without the control of the extraterrestrial devil, the dark void could not hold out any longer. The most fundamental layer of the entire spiriters realm was collapsing. Too many people had been drained in the reverberation of soul a moment ago, and their memory pieces were scattered like cosmic dust and attracted to the powerful souls of Liao and the experts from the ancient sages sector, allowing them to have a glimpse on tremendous bizarre memory clips in the moment. Liao's soul, on the other hand, was the center that crashed into the fundamental database of the extraterrestrial devil. Naturally, it swallowed a lot of information, data, and energy waves from the extraterrestrial devil. The foreign energy that was struggling before death went on a rampage inside the deep part of his soul and bombarded the gate that was hidden at the bottom level of his soul. Boom! 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 Liao felt that 3 peals of thunder echoed in a row in the depths of his soul. The seals and shackles were blown to smithereens, and an invisible gate was slowly opened. A while back, this very gate had already been barraged once by another extraterrestrial devil at the bottom of Deep Blue's Superbrain Hospital, which had made Liao notice the existence of the gate for the first time. Right now, the seal on the gate had been completely opened. Through the gap in the gate, he noticed that an unbelievable channel seemed to be hidden in the depths of his soul, which led to a different world where he could see a blue planet as the 3rd planet of a stable galaxy. Earth. Arg! Liao wanted to hold his head and roar, but his soul had been melted with the entire universe, and he could only float and drift together with the turbulence made of thousands of soul pieces. In a trance, he heard himself making that declaration again. I will certainly be back. I will certainly be back. I will certainly be back. Plop! Liao seemed to have fallen into a dark, bottomless ocean, and his soul was condensed again. Opposite him, Professor Mo Xian was floating in the void with his arms wide open. He was still in the same simple style, with a gray coat, untrimmed stubble, and an untidy face. But the affection, regret, shame, pain, and resolution in the depths of his eyes made Liao realize that he was different from a moment ago. It was the real Professor Mo Xian who was exactly like 100 years ago. From the 10 fingers at the ends of Professor Mo Xian's wide-open arms, countless strings of light, like the extensions of his veins and nerves, dived into the depths of the darkness. Liao sensed powerful life energy surging out unstoppably from deep inside Professor Mo Xian's soul and flowing to nobody knew where. The last bit of Professor Mo Xian's life was burnt crazily. His soul grew weaker and weaker, and his body was turning dim and clear. He was even disintegrating into shiny powder from his feet and dispersing into the darkness. With a smile, he walked to his death peacefully. Liao bulged his eyes. Professor, what are you doing? Why are you burning your soul crazily like that? Listen, Liao. Professor Mo Xian coughed lightly and said, I don't have much time left. I'm glad that everything could be ended in your hands in such a way. Before I leave, there are a few things that I would like to say to you. It won't happen, Liao said in a hurry. Since your remaining soul is still here, we can definitely find a solution. You won't die. You even survived when you were in the state of a phantom entity. There's got to be a way. Please stop. I have to die, Professor Mo Xian said calmly. It extracted tremendous computational ability to attack you at the last moment without considering anything. Countless mainframe crystal processors in and out of 100 Flower City were overloaded. As a result, a lot of the crystal processors and bases for space communication have exploded. 100 Flower City is completely out of control now. At this moment, the gravity control rune arrays, the temperature adjustment units, and the air circulation system in the space stations are all having problems. People will die if the situation is not resolved. A lot of people will die. Only I can repair the urgent faults at the cost of the last bit of my computational ability by constructing a brand new, temporary control circuit. 30% of the facilities in 100 Flower City can be recovered. So there is no option now. Consider it my way of repenting for 1,000th of my sins. Professor, Liao found it impossible to tell the difference now. Are you yourself or the extraterrestrial devil? Professor Mo Xian's lips struggled into a smile. He asked back, what about you? Are you completely Liao or mixed with some part of the mental devil? Does a pure Mo Xian or Liao really exist? Are human beings evil and hideous because they are corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils? Or have the extraterrestrial devils been attracted to human beings because they are evil and hideous in the first place? Such questions are too complicated for me to answer. You can take your time to study them. Our time is limited. Liao, listen up. At this moment, all the body parts below Professor Mo Xian's knees had turned into glittering dust that dispersed into darkness. From Professor Mo Xian's glabella, a cluster of silver light emerged and slowly drifted to Liao. I told you last time that I would teach you the method to enter the divinity transformation stage the next time we meet. Putting on an ugly smile, Professor Mo Xian said, "In fact, you must have sensed something just now, mustn't you? The divinity transformation stage is not unsubstantial at all. It is just the release, reverberation, contagion, and control of the soul. Every divinity transformation stage cultivator has their own domain. Your domain is perhaps the voice that surges out of your soul. At first, you swallowed the soul pieces of the extraterrestrial devil, which should have given you a lot of techniques to travel on the spiritual nexus freely with your soul. This database, on the other hand, is the essence of my decades of years of study. It should be able to help you better sort through your strength, condense your soul, and reach the real divinity transformation stage. I won't be reassured if the database is given to anybody else, since there may still be the residues of the extraterrestrial devil inside. But because a weird mental devil resides inside your soul, which is highly immune to the extraterrestrial devil, you are the best candidate to accept it. It will be at your mercy after you have it purged. Also, there are a lot of research files and experiment data regarding artificial intelligence and the grand unified spiritual nexus inside the database. Believe me, Liao, the grand unified spiritual nexus is really the future of mankind. I may be indeed too hasty today. However, we must not give up eating for fear of choking. We must not stand still and refuse to make progress. And we must not refuse to touch the future because we are scared, instead sealing us in the seemingly safe present. Mankind will eventually embark on the journey to the future, won't they? Like you said just now, no matter how much darkness, danger, ugliness, and pain is up ahead, just walk on bravely. I look forward to the day, even if it is millions or billions of years away, when the civilization of mankind really breaks out of the universe that nurtures and yet seals us and pays a visit to a greater world. He spoke to Liao with a smile, full of expectation. His legs vanished in the wind. The only thing left was his mottled and lackluster torso above the waist. I will. Liao felt his eyes and heart becoming hot again. Clenching the essence of Professor Mo Xian's 100 years of training, he said, "Human beings already cannot live without the spiritual nexus. Perhaps your dream will really come true one day, in millions of years." Hehe. I have no doubt about that. Taking a deep breath, Professor Mo Xian slightly raised his voice. However, there is one other thing that needs to be done. You have to destroy another extraterrestrial devil. Liao was greatly surprised. Another one? The division and reproduction of the extraterrestrial devils costs a great amount of energy, Professor Mo Xian explained. So, since it was swallowed by you 100 years ago, this extraterrestrial devil only divided or reproduced twice. One time, it divided when Lei Yuqin, the cerebral specialist, was examining my soul and performing therapy and invaded her soul. However, it wasn't a very successful division. Lei Yuqin's own emotions and ambitions were not very intense. She did not ferment a very powerful extraterrestrial devil, and it was destroyed by you easily in Deep Blue Superbrain Hospital. But before that, during the collapse of the virtual spirits sector, the extraterrestrial devil had a very successful reproduction. The one who was corrupted was another experimenter named Lu Qingchen. Liao was greatly alarmed. Lu Zue's grandson, Su Changfa's disciple, the president of the CFIA and leader of the immortal cultivators in the Federation, and Jin Xinyue's spy whom she planted a long time ago? Exactly. Don't underestimate him at all. He had the most intense emotions and the most massive ambitions. For the extraterrestrial devil, he was an even better nest to reside in than me. Professor Mo Xian struggled to catch his breath before continuing. According to the plan, we were supposed to work on different sides. I would control everything in the Federation, and he would invade and take over the entire Black Wind fleet. Our plan was meant to avoid all the risks. If the Federation and the Black Wind fleet truly suffered great casualties in the fierce clash, giving us the chance to seize the power, it would be great. However, if something went wrong on my side, as long as he could successfully control and strengthen the Black Wind fleet, there would still be a chance to suppress the entire Federation. Control and strengthen the Black Wind fleet? Liao was rather anxious. Will the Black Wind fleet trust Lu Qingchen so easily? Even if they do, how can he control an entire fleet just by himself? It's very simple. I absorbed tremendous soul pieces from Su Changfa, Professor Mo Xian quickly explained. When I got in touch with the Black Wind fleet via the spiritual nexus, I pretended to be Su Changfa. In fact, it was not exactly pretension because Su Changfa was part of myself. Su Changfa was a member of the Imperium of true human beings and an authentic immortal cultivator. Besides, I intentionally delivered a lot of critical intelligence, including the distribution of the Federal Army, the files about the latest starships, and the disruption frequency of the spiritual shield to the Black Wind fleet. Such intelligence was all real. Naturally, the commander of the Black Wind fleet did not have any doubt about the existence of Su Changfa. Therefore, they permitted Lu Qingchen, Su Changfa's disciple, to enter Black Swirl as a liaison. The immortal cultivators are born to be suspicious. They definitely couldn't completely trust Su Changfa and Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen would be apprehended the moment he arrived on Black Swirl. He would even be tortured. The enemy would also dig deep into his brain, hoping to find the real situation. But their reaction was within our expectations. Lu Qingchen went there to be tortured. The purpose was to connect his brain to the battle network of the Black Wind fleet. Liao bulged his eyes wider and wider. After the brain and the network are connected, it will be possible to release the virus, Professor Mo Xian said, half in pain and half in fear. In terms of the integration with the extraterrestrial devils, Lu Qingchen is even better than me. On one hand, it is because my liquid metal life form was too weird for the extraterrestrial devils. On the other hand, I was already 200 years old when the virtual spirit sector crashed. Not only were my beliefs firm, the intensity of my soul had passed its prime and was gradually declining. To age and die is the law of nature. A cultivator 200 years old cannot stop his soul from slowly decaying however hard he trains himself. The extraterrestrial devils, which consider the soul fluctuations their energy source, naturally do not like an old man like me. Lu Qingchen was different. When the virtual spirit sector collapsed, he was only in his 50s. For a cultivator, it was almost the most beautiful teenage years. His soul was burning furiously, and his belief was not completely stabilized. One might even say that he was still confusedly searching for his belief. The extraterrestrial devils took advantage of his weakness and thereby obtained the perfect host. Lu Qingchen walked much further than me, although he was much younger. Regarding the integration with the extraterrestrial devils and the maturation later, he made much more progress. He had even grasped certain secrets of the extraterrestrial devils on the deepest level. The flagship of the Black Wind fleet carried such a dangerous extraterrestrial devil bomb, but they did not know the first thing about it and still performed a space jump confidently. Don't forget that during a space jump, all human brains and crystal processors in the fleet are in a certain weird, unfolded state in the four-dimensional space. They are easily invaded in such a state. According to the plan, Lu Qingchen would implant something into the mainframe crystal processor of the Black Wind fleet and the brain of their commander, Hai Ming, during the precious window of the space jump. When the battle reaches the most fierce phase, and when the computational ability of Hai Ming and the mainframe crystal processor is exploited to the limits and about to crash because of overloading, Lu Qingchen will launch a final attack and release the extraterrestrial devil, or virus, inside his head. Wait, Liao shouted. Is the Black Wind fleet idiotic enough to not perform the most thorough physical examination on him? In order to control an entire fleet, there must be a great number of extraterrestrial devils, mustn't there? How could they have not noticed the anomaly? You don't understand how the extraterrestrial devils arrive, Professor Xian explained. The extraterrestrial devils are not hidden inside Lu Qingqian's head. In fact, Lu Qingqian's brain and body are as clean as anybody's. Even the most brilliant soul-searching technique wouldn't find anything suspicious. However, he has an ancient secret technique of the extraterrestrial devils, which allows him to build a certain object that is like a space gate inside his head in order to summon the extraterrestrial devils that are between the three-dimensional and the four-dimensional space. Do you still recall the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils on the 10th space ring in the Flying Star sector? Those extraterrestrial devils did not fly over from somewhere in space but directly showed up in our world upon the calling of the altars of extraterrestrial devils. The so-called altars are, in effect, star beacons for the extraterrestrial devils that help them to lock onto the coordinates in the three-dimensional world and arrive directly. Ever since the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils on the 10th space ring in the Flying Star sector, they haven't invaded the edge of the cosmos for 100 years. However, they did not idle by for the past 100 years. Instead, they continued expanding and proliferating, waiting for a good opportunity. Liao was completely confused. Professor, how many extraterrestrial devils are out there? 3 or countless? The extraterrestrial devil's life form is entirely different from that of human beings. They cannot be measured by the number of individuals, Professor Xian said. They are more like some sort of collective intelligence, like a swarm of bees and bugs. A single devil is like a cell inside the human body, which does not possess self-awareness, thinking ability, or any moral standard. Just like how countless cells constitute a conscious human being, countless devils can add up into a greater devil that has primitive instincts. However, at this point, the extraterrestrial devil still does not have complete self-awareness and thinking ability. It only has the natural instincts to corrupt and become a parasite. After it infects an intelligent life, for example, a human being, it will evolve into the ultimate form. That is exactly the state of me, Lei Yuqin, and Lu Qingqian. So, in the Star Glory Federation, there is only one extraterrestrial devil in the ultimate form left, Lu Qingqian. However, he still controls countless devils in the form of cells. Such devils are also highly contagious and can significantly boost the desire to kill, fight, sabotage, and destroy in their hosts. Due to the time constraint, I cannot explain the specific mechanism to you now. In short, you can think of it as there being an enormous hole inside Lu Qingqian's head. As long as he wishes, countless viruses or cells will break the barrier between the three-dimensional and four-dimension space through the holes and erupt to infect everybody in the Black Wind Fleet. The Black Wind Fleet plus extraterrestrial devils. It will definitely be a cataclysm that will sweep across the entire edge of the cosmos. The hole in his brain is as enormous as that? Liao exclaimed in shock. Then he suddenly recalled something and shook hard, almost stunned. He realized that there seemed to be a great hole inside his brain that led to the mysterious Earth. What was that all about? Professor Xian coughed violently. The smoke of dispersion had already reached his chest. He mumbled, I cannot atone for the catastrophe that I have brought to the Federation even with my death. I had already been grasped by desperation until you showed up again. Listen, Liao. I don't know if there is still enough time, but there may still be a slim chance of survival. Maybe you are the only one who can save the Federation now. Of course. Liao nodded heavily. Rest assured. That's my thing. The experts from the Ancient Sages sector, those nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators. Professor Xian breathed quickly. They all follow you, don't they? Well, I suppose so. I will certainly move them with my powerful charisma. Then go to the Heaven's Origin sector immediately, Professor Xian shouted desperately. The elites of the Burning Prairie Fleet and the Black Wind Fleet have been gathered in the Heaven's Origin sector and engaged in a fierce fight. But the 3 space gates that connect the Heaven's Origin sector to the outside world have been completely sabotaged by the extraterrestrial devils. Both our foes and us are now isolated and must fight to the death like caged beasts. Now, all that matters is whose reinforcements arrive first. The side whose reinforcements arrive earlier will be able to swallow most of the elite troops on the enemy's side and seize control of the 3 space gates, thereby claiming victory. Without the space gates, even if they know the coordinates of the Heaven's origin sector, the follow-up troops of the Federation will not be able to jump over randomly. That way, they will only be scattered into a mess by the cosmic storm and destroyed by the enemy one after another. However, as for a dozen super experts, you can still jump over, reverse the situation, and launch a counterattack even without the navigation of the space gates. I have sent the carrier back to 100 Flowers City with the last bit of my strength. The experts from the Ancient Sages sector only have a minor shock in their souls. They are slightly weakened but utterly unharmed. 80% of their combat ability can be recovered if they take some tonic pills. Everything from now will be in your hands. Liao, I'm glad to have seen you again. I'm sorry. Professor Emotion smiled, dimmed, and gradually disappeared into flowing, glittering smoke. Professor, wait. Professor, there is one last question that I want to ask you. Liao's mind was in a mess. There was one thing that had always bothered him, and he was certain that he would never have the chance to ask it if he did not ask it now. Why did you divorce Professor Yuan at the beginning and even have an affair with someone else? Such scandals were not real, were they? It was highly unnecessary if the purpose was to transform Lei Yuqin into an extraterrestrial devil, wasn't it? It does not fit your past personality, which makes it the biggest loophole of the whole scheme. It was exactly because of this incident that I noticed something wrong and traced all the leads back to you. That was the beginning of everything that followed. If you hadn't divorced Professor Mo Xian in the beginning, chances are that the extraterrestrial devil's plan would have worked out. That explains a lot. So that was the loophole. Professor Mo Xian was slightly dazed. The most touching smile appeared on his face that was gradually melting. There was no romantic relationship between Lei Yuqin and me. That scandal was indeed planned too lousily. However, I've only loved one person in my entire life. In any case, I would never involve the one whom I love most into such a dangerous swirl. I would never give the extraterrestrial devil a chance to infect Manchio. Never. Liao was stunned. It was not until a long time later that he finally laughed. He laughed so hard that tears were flowing. So, the extraterrestrial devil failed a long time ago. Its plan was destined to be a failure 50 years ago. Professor Emotion laughed, too. His vitality had been drained, and the fire of soul had perished. The only things left were the sparks that looked like fireflies. They made up a shallow smile before they gradually spread out and dispersed into darkness, bringing vague brightness to the universe. Goodbye, Liao. Goodbye, Professor. Good luck, Federation. Good luck, mankind. Accompanied by the professor's last mumble, Liao felt that he dropped heavily again. He seemed to be both falling into a bottomless abyss and floating in the high sky. Then he suddenly shuddered, only to find himself enveloped in a cluster of warm, thick liquid. He was back to reality and his own fleshly body that was still protected by Little Black and the Colossus. The dependable, real, and clear feeling could not have made his mood better. Chi, a large mass of the exhausted spiritual energy spurted out of the gap of the plate armor on the shoulder of the Tartarian skeleton, like pillars of smoke that were soaring up into the sky. The silver liquid metal that enshrouded the Colossus ebbed like a tide, and the strengthened helical armor at the chest slowly opened. Liao fell out of Little Black and the dark protective liquids. Hoochie, 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 hoochie. The sensation of time in the Spiritor's realm was several times longer than reality. There was no telling how much time had passed in the real world, but it was certainly the most soul-stirring experience for Liao in his entire life. On one of his knees, he breathed heavily and enjoyed the slightly stinging but extremely comfortable feeling when fresh air flowed into his throat and his lungs. When he raised his head, he saw the most unbelievable and splendid picture. District 01 space station had been drowned by the silver liquid metal previously, and the glittering silver metal had even turned into hideous, terrifying figurines. But at this moment all the figurines were gone. The silver ocean was boiling, with bubbles popping up non-stop, before it quickly faded and froze. From every bubble, a tiny, soft twig was growing out. Buds were appearing at the end of the twigs. The buds that were apparently about to blossom stretched the petals to be as thin as paper. It could be clearly seen the souls that were carefully protected inside. District 01 space station immediately turned into an ocean of flowers. Those twigs and buds were supposed to be silver. Yet, the souls that they enshrouded illuminated them into a plethora of glamorous colors. Billions of hues were like scattered ripples and tides, crashing, dying, and illuminating each other. Liao had never seen such a splendid, glamorous, and wonderful view before. A moment later, all the buds bloomed. Transparent light spots that looked like lotus seeds and pearls were formed inside the flowers. From every light spot, a soul was slowly woken up and moaned after the prolonged dream. Liao understood everything. They were the people who had been absorbed into the Spiritors' realm, the past Spiritors. For Liao, Longyang, the experts from the ancient sages sector, and other living beings, they had their own flesh and blood. After the collapse of the Spiritors' realm, their souls naturally returned to their own bodies in the same way that they were sent away before, receiving the protection of the brain again. However, for most of the Spiritors, like Wei Qingqing, they had long lost their natural-born bodies. Souls were extremely vulnerable. They might vanish forever after being exposed to the air for less than an hour. It was needless to say that those souls had just been through the collapse of the Spiritors' realm and were greatly damaged in the violent turbulence and storms. If they were released into the real world recklessly, the only thing that awaited them would be death. Therefore, with the intensity of Professor Mo Xian's soul and his weird life form, he perhaps could have kept himself safe. But he burnt his entire soul willingly and activated computational ability that was beyond his limits. With the last bit of his life, he controlled the enormous ocean of liquid metal and preserved thousands of Spiritors in such an amazing form. Before an appropriate number of artificial bodies was found, they could live inside the flowers safely and stably. Other than in District 01 space station, silver liquid metal was growing and spreading in the form of vines in every space station of 100 Flowers City. Countless branches were growing out of every vine and producing colorful, shining buds. The souls that had been trapped in the Spiritors' realm for a long time all woke up from their prolonged dreams and blossomed in the most glamorous forms. Those space stations were extremely anoxic, extremely hot, or extremely cold in the beginning. Many people's eyes rolled back because of the suffocation. Many others were trembling in ice and frost, and the faces of a lot of seniors and children were blue and purple due to the lack of oxygen. They were scratching their necks and chests with their hands subconsciously. The 100 space stations were about to become living hells when the air circulation system and the temperature adjustment rune arrays hummed and reactivated as the flowers of souls blossomed. The first warm and moist breeze was blown into the lifeless space stations again. The frost frozen on the cabin wall, as well as the desperation on everyone's face, was all melted. All the people who knew or did not know each other burst into tears of joy after surviving the disaster and hugged each other. Then, over each other's shoulders, they looked at the flowers that were blossoming all over the sky in confusion. At this moment, 100 Flowers City truly deserved its name. Hundreds of flowers were blossoming. Professor! Inside District 01 space station, Liao was choked with sobs in mixed feelings. The silver liquid metal that enveloped the skyscrapers around all faded, and the silver statues were melted, too, revealing the people who were sealed inside. Colonel Luo Qixing, the commander of the 414 Troop of the Federal Army, and the members of his daring team all looked at each other in bewilderment. The liquid metal that clung to their legs had not entirely disappeared. They could not help but scratch their heads, feeling that they had just had a dream, no, 100 or 1,000 dreams. At the critical moment, countless soul pieces flew in the dark void randomly. Everybody burnt their life to their heart's content and was attracted, moved, and amazed by the shining parts of other people's lives. 2. The staff in the Grand Unified Spiritual Nexus Interaction and Control Center woke up one after another, too. Intense confusion lingered inside everyone's eyes, but there was still the brilliance when they joined each other, sang the battle hymn, and declared their feelings, spirit, and will together. Everybody stared at each other in a different way from before, as if an invisible barrier among them had been removed and certain ineffable things had been added. In front of Liao, the liquid metal that was in the appearance of Professor Emotion was melting like a candle that was burnt fast. It was flowing into the silver ocean on the ground that was barely fluctuating now. Professor Emotion could not say anything anymore. He could not even maintain the basic facial organs now. He was merely straightening his arm and raising it high, as if he were trying to snatch something from the sky and the space, or to leave certain things that were condensed inside his palm to this world. Professor Emotion was slowly melted into the silver swamp. His legs, torso, and head all disappeared. In the end, the arm that was raised high was the only thing left. The arm was descending slowly, but the opened hand was slowly clenched into a fist whose thumb was raised at Liao. Good luck, Liao. Good luck, Federation. Good luck, mankind. Professor Emotion was completely consumed by the silver swamp, marking a complicated, unjudgeable end to his life. Long Yongjun had crawled out of the Inyang, her colossus, at some point and observed everything behind Liao. One who dies without regrets has never lived a meaningful life. Every expedition has an end. Perhaps for Professor Emotion, this is the best ending. She paused for a moment, and in human confusion beamed out of her eyes again. She said softly, "Human beings are so sophisticated. There's no time now. Let's clean up everything and prepare to jump to the heaven's origin sector." His eyes read. Liao stared at the place where Professor Emotion had vanished. He took a deep breath and said, "We cannot let Professor Emotion have died for nothing. The last stop is still waiting for us." Professor Emotion had done his best to protect all the spiriters. He had also recovered 30% of the functions of Hundred Flower City as a hub of the spiritual nexus and transportation in the Federation. However, Hundred Flower City had been seriously affected in the previous corruption and sabotage after all. Right now, most of the communication routes were cut off, and the space sailing routes among the 7 sectors were an utter mess. Most of the citizens were either just freed from the frigidness, the high temperature, the lack of oxygen, and the zero gravity, or experienced the soul-stirring battle in the spiritual nexus. Their souls were extremely weak, and it was difficult for them to start working immediately. Under such circumstances, every second must be seized if a dozen top-tier experts above the nascent soul stage were to be projected to the heaven's origin sector. Hang in there. Looking at the bare cabin wall, Liao's eyes seemed to have passed dozens of light years and saw Xianxia, Ding Lingdang, Guochunfeng, Bai Kaisen, and a lot of other family and friends who were gritting their teeth to fight in the heaven's origin sector. He waved his hands and thought to himself, "Hang in there. Hang in there just a while longer. I'll be back very soon. I'll be back with the strongest reinforcements at the edge of the cosmos." Right when Liao and his companions were deeply trapped inside the spiritual nexus, the highest command center of the Defense Council of the Federation in the Heaven's Origin sector was in mayhem too. Until the knotted longsword slowly showed up, everything was under the control of the leadership of the Federation, or more specifically speaking, Xianxia, Guochunfeng, and Bai Kaisen. Including Black Swirl, the flagship, the most elite forces of the Black Wind Fleet had been lured to the Heaven's Origin sector exactly as planned. Their follow-up troops had not completed the space jump yet and were still behind the brown dwarf. The fleet was divided into 2 parts, one at the front and one far behind, with dozens of light years between each other. They were definitely in the most awkward situation. Xianxia's so-called Demon Rebellion troops had torn apart their mask of armed insurgency, too, and participated in the assault against the Black Wind Fleet together with the Heaven's Origin Fleet. With the help of their stalling, the Burning Prairie Fleet, the ace troop of the Federation, completed the first jump successfully, too. The latest and strongest main force warships, including the flagship Burning Prairie, had all appeared between the number 2 Space Gate and the number 3 Space Gate. Burning Prairie was no longer the warship modified from Heavenly Phantom, as it had been 100 years ago. It was now a super warship that the most skilled specialists had produced after 30 years of hard work at the cost of tremendous resources. The dim moon plan drafted by Xianxia was about to succeed. All 3 space gates were under the Federation's control. The enemy's reinforcements could not arrive quickly. Even if they risked jumping over without the guidance of star beacons, they would be scattered like dust in the vast galaxy of the Heaven's Origin sector, which was 8 billion kilometers in diameter. It would certainly be a disaster for any fleet. Warships could only bring out their full combat ability when they were integrated in the system precisely. Without the protection of the shield starships, the arsenal starships would be like tortoises without their shells. They could only perform a suicidal one-time attack. They might even be destroyed beyond their shooting range by the super-remote heavy weapons that the enemy deployed on the planets. Without the firepower support of the arsenal starships, however powerful the spiritual shields, the disruption magnetic fields, and the cyberspace competition abilities of the shield starships were, they would not last long under the enemy's barrage. Even the most reckless commander would hesitate to perform such a hopeless, blind jump. Reaching the battlefield through regular cruise instead of space jump? It was even less likely. The 2 parties were dozens of light-years away from each other in the 3-dimensional universe. Even if the large-scale battle group could march at the unbelievable speed of 1/10 the speed of sound, it would take them hundreds of years to reach the battlefield. Therefore, the elite forces and the brain of the Black Wind Fleet were isolated and helpless. Thus, as long as the follow-up troops of the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived in time and destroyed the enemy's sharpest claws and most important brain, there was no way that the Federation would lose the war. There seemed to be only minutes away from the realization of the goal. The remaining troops of the Heaven's Origin Fleet were still stalling the enemy, who were 10 times stronger than themselves, with amazing courage and fighting will. They harassed the enemy like a cluster of stingy mud. Right when they were about to collapse, the rebel demon troops that stayed near the number 1 space gate reinforced in time and filled in the loophole. They roared at the thousands of pillars of light shot out by the Black Wind Fleet, just in order to buy 1 second, 1 more second, and another second for the arrival of the main force troop. The Burning Prairie Fleet, the absolute main force of the Federation, lived up to its reputation, too. The first attack group, personally led by Chief of Staff by Kaizen, performed a textbook space jump. After they crossed millions of stars and went through the 3D-4D-3D breaking and condensing, their solemn and rigorous battle formation was not disrupted at all. Thousands of straight exhaust flames illuminated the darkness of the sea of stars, like a forest of coldly shining spears on the shoulders of an ace troop in ancient times. Led by the flagship Burning Prairie, the forest of spears moved slowly in space and adjusted their relative position by the feedback of the mystic rays. The entire battle group was like the most immaculate work of art. When 2 starships multiple kilometers long were marching forward side by side, the heads of the 2 starships would be less than 10 meters away from each other. On the universal scale, the distance was hundreds of times smaller than the width of a hair. After the first attack group arrived at the Heaven's Origin sector, it did not hurry to lunge at the coordinates where the Black Wind Fleet was. Instead, it changed into a defensive battle formation in an arc shape unhurriedly, creating a safe space for the second wave, the third wave, and other fleets that were arriving from the other sectors of the Star Glory Federation. In case of the leakage of information, the dim moon plan was a top secret of top secrets. Even within the Burning Prairie Fleet, only a few leaders were aware of some information about the plan. The regular garrisons of other space zones definitely knew nothing about it. The local garrisons of those space zones were mostly weak in combat ability. It would take a very long time for them to regroup and jump. But now that the door had been closed for the enemy, there was nothing to be worried about. They had taken the full initiative. The void that had just been ripped apart once was releasing tiny, broken ripples. Invisible electric arcs, under the scanning of the probe magical equipment, were like colorful tides that were running to all directions one wave after another. The second attack group was about to come. It was made of the motherships in the Burning Prairie Fleet that had the thickest plate armor and the largest storage of ammunition and crystals. They were the real main force. Right then, the 1,000-star beacons that belonged to the 3 space gates died out at the same time. By die out, it meant that the Burning Prairie Fleet, the Black Wind Fleet, and the command center of the Defense Council on the ground could no longer detect them with all their scanning and navigation magical equipment. They seemed to have turned into 3 dead rocks within a moment from the most advanced, precise devices of mankind. Only the soldiers of the Federal Army stationed near the 3 space gates, after putting on special glasses that could detect invisible light, could see that thousands of twisted electric arcs suddenly dashed out of the 3 space gates and tangled every star beacon like a chain reaction. As the ball-shaped electric arcs exploded one after another, the glamorous star beacons lost all their glamour, as if they were covered in a thick layer of dust. The main force troops of the burning prairie fleet that were about to jump under the guidance of the space gates were immediately thrown into chaos. A third of the main forces had finished the jump, but they lost their way at the last moment. Like paratroopers who jumped in the middle of a storm, they were scattered in the vast space zone in a radius of almost 1 billion kilometers. The remaining 2/3 of the main forces that had yet to jump aborted despite the great price. All the space jump units were cracking and exploding. They were like runners who were sprinting at the highest speed, only to hit the brakes abruptly upon noticing that there was a bottomless cliff up ahead. Although the danger of falling apart was spared, fractured bones were inevitable. Right now, for the main troops of the 2 parties, the 3 passes that connect the outside world to the Heaven's origin sector had been blocked by a landslide. That was only the beginning. Most of the communication bases deployed around the home planet of the Heaven's origin sector, which were used to transit information with the other 6 sectors on the spiritual nexus, collapsed after the entanglement of a series of invisible sparks and electric arcs. Even if some of the lucky dogs survived the attack, when the information load that was supposed to be shared by 100 bases was concentrated on them, a series of information delays and jams took place. The government network and the military network on the home planet suffered a fatal attack at that moment, too. The enemy seemed to have known the most inconspicuous weaknesses of the military spiritual nexus. A vintage sword was even slowly showing up on the Guy-level crystal processor inside the command center of the Defense Council that had the highest computational ability and confidential level in the entire Federation. The sword slashed all the data displayed in the 3D pictures into pieces unhurriedly and presented the sharpness of the 2 edges where spiritual energy was dancing in an almost arrogant way. Then, it curled and gradually turned itself into a knot. Peace is better than war. A slogan surfaced below the knotted sword, one that was very correct to some extent but could not have been weirder or more ridiculous at such a moment. All our data has been deleted. Damn it. It has tampered with our registered identity information crazily. Even the brainwave features have been messed up and randomly redistributed. I cannot even log into my own work interface, much less trace it down and kill it. What the heck is that? I've never seen a crystal processor virus in such a form with such an attack mechanism before. The contagion is too fast. It is an assault from various nodes of the spiritual nexus at the same time, as if it were alive. The 3 space gates have all been controlled. It is not a common virus. Some of the damage is from the outside world. The 3 space gates have all been paralyzed. Estimated time of repair, unknown. The communication with the outside world has almost been entirely cut off. The other 6 sectors are an utter mess now. 100 Flowers City, as the transportation and information hub, has lost all signals. It is now in a frozen state, including Wan Guqing, Guochunfeng, and Jin Xinyue who had just arrived there. All the leadership of the Federation were about to be frozen, too. Everybody looked at Jin Xinyue and Guochunfeng, as well as Wan Guqing who apparently should take the blame for everything in suspicion and criticism. It's impossible. Jin Xinyue was still wearing a confident smile on her face, but ice and frost were spreading out of her smile. On the hundreds of 3D light beams in front of her, the same sharp sword appeared simultaneously and minced all the information and data without any trouble before it slowly knotted itself. Peace is better than war. Jin Xinyue felt that she could hear the mockery when the enemy said those words. But she could not have been more perplexed. This is completely unreasonable. Even if the Black Wind Fleet did see through my plan, it should have been impossible for them to checkmate us like this. The technology of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus in the Federation is no worse than the Imperium's. How can our facilities be taken down by the enemy so easily? Enough! Wan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation, was still like an old camel that was so sluggish that it kept its eyes half closed when faced with the most dreadful sandstorm. Even if there was any panic or hesitation in his heart, he did not reveal any of such feelings in his voice, which was as calm as ever. Find a way to kill the virus and reboot the spiritual nexus. At the very least, the situation is fair for the enemy and us. Both parties have only delivered the most elite forces to the heaven's origin sector, while the vast majority of troops are still dozens of light years away. Now that the 3 space gates have been paralyzed, nobody's reinforcements are coming anytime soon, right? Report. Hardly had he finished his sentence when some analysis finished examining the data transmitted before the collapse of the spiritual nexus. The data was the appearance of the starships that were teleported in the second wave by the Black Wind Fleet. After careful analysis, it would be able to tell the model, level, and scale of the new starships. Before the 3 space gates were completely paralyzed, the Black Wind Fleet's second wave of teleportation had almost been done. However, none of the analysts had been able to tell which level and model those new starships belonged to in the fleet of the Imperium with the weird data. Judging from the appearance, most of the starships in the second wave were too weird and did not match any of the starships in the intelligence. At this moment, after the 3 starships were all paralyzed, they finally understood everything, and their faces turned pale. Report. The Black Wind Fleet did not teleport their main forces in the second wave but sent their space gate. They dissected the enormous space gate and transported the parts on many starships. The command center of the Defense Council was consumed by silence. The Black Wind Fleet had established a space gate at a certain point dozens of light years away, perhaps in the orbit of some dim star. It was no secret. No matter how tense the relations between the Black Wind Fleet and the homeland of the Imperium were, and no matter how dangerous the power struggles were, it was impossible for the expedition army to completely cut off the connection with the homeland. By establishing a space gate and a super long-distance communication base, if the nightmare of failure came true, however unlikely, they would be able to ask for help from the homeland. Whether or not the homeland would send out reinforcements in time, and whatever the purpose of the reinforcement would be after they did come, such preparation work had to be done nonetheless. However, none of the leadership of the Federation had foreseen that Hai Ming, the commander of the Black Wind Fleet, would be insane enough to teleport the space gate, which was made of hundreds of star beacons and boasted absolutely no defense or attack abilities due to the enormous size and the sophisticated structure, to the Heaven's Origin sector altogether. Under normal circumstances, it would be the most idiotic strategy. The capacity, cost, and scale of every space jump were limited. To teleport the star beacons, which did not have any impetus and were extremely precise, dozens of light years away would not only consume an astronomical amount of spiritual energy but also occupy the capacity that should have belonged to warships. One could not have all the best in the world. One more star beacon teleported could mean the reduction of quite a few arsenal starships or shield starships. Who could tell if the lack of one arsenal starship or a shield starship would be the last feather that decided the outcome of the war at the most crucial moment? Even if they did dismember the entire space gate into parts and teleport them over at great cost, it would still take a lot of time for the space gate to be assembled, debugged, and charged with energy. During the whole process, the space gate would be an enormous and fragile target that was at any weapon's mercy. The first wave of attack from the Black Wind Fleet was not large in quantity in the first place. Logically, as long as the follow-up troops of the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived in time, they would not have any opportunity to assemble and debug the space gate unhurriedly at all. Instead, they would be drowned by the warships and soldiers 10 times more than themselves. However, the 3 space gates on the Federation side had all been paralyzed, and it remained unknown when they could be fixed. Part of the elite forces of the Burning Prairie Fleet were all there were. Besides, due to the blackout of the spiritual nexus, the coordination and command structure had fallen into chaos. They were all mired in an invisible swamp. Was it possible to compete with Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, with the forces that they had available? Before the spiritual nexus was repaired and rebooted, would the space gate of the Black Wind Fleet flare first? Everybody had the same desperate questions. Hai Ming's seemingly rash and insane strategy turned out to be a marvelous, decisive move. as long as he could assemble and debug his own space gate before the 3 space gates of the Federation were repaired. The unstoppable hooves of the Imperium would thump on the entire Federation starting from the Heaven's Origin sector. Linking the anomalies from the beginning of the war to now, Xianxia reached the conclusion immediately. She had been tricked. The Queen of Demons felt as if a sour and bitter plum was stuck inside her throat. Her heaving shoulders were shivering intensely, and she could barely catch her breath. Wan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation, glanced at her and blocked her from everyone's berating eyes in silence. Then, he peacefully said, "The space gate must be destroyed before the enemy finishes assembly and charging." It was a useless statement, but on many occasions a useless statement was the most correct statement. At least, we know for certain now. Wan Guqing was even able to control his facial muscles to put on a seemingly confident smile. As long as we win the war, we wouldn't need to worry about the arrival of a second Black Wind fleet for a long time in the future. It is well known that the construction of a large-scale, high-level space gate consumes tremendous time and resources. To say that only a national treasury can afford such projects is not an exaggeration. I think that the Black Wind fleet must have reached their limits to build such a space gate after only 10 years, no matter how extravagant they may be, right? Our strategic focus was supposed to be destroying the enemy's space gate and preventing the forces from the enemy's homeland arriving at the border of the Federation directly. However, we did not know where the Black Wind fleet had hidden their nest and their space gate at all. Searching for a secret space gate in thousands of space zones would be no different from fishing for a needle in a vast ocean. But as it turns out, the enemy has delivered the fat meat to our door. What else can this be if not a blessing for the Federation? We must get rid of the chaotic state quickly. At least, we must establish a communication route that directly leads to the flagship of the Burning Prairie Fleet. We also need to know the latest situation on the front line. Right now, in the boiling sea of stars, how many troops are still organized and under our control? Since the best specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus nationwide had gathered there, and even quite a few experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage were supervising, it was possible to establish a route to the flagship of the Burning Prairie Fleet in the emergency, even though the spiritual nexus could not be completely repaired for the time being. The result of the communication, however, was not promising. When the highest command center in the capital city was scourged by the storm of crystal processor virus, the first attack group of the Burning Prairie Fleet that had been comprehensively connected to the battle network suffered ubiquitous infiltration and infection, too. The crystal processors were paralyzed. The data was a mess. The communication lagged. The commands could not be delivered. The battle formation was falling apart. It was even impossible to distinguish the quadrants and the coordinates. The warships had turned from moths darting toward fire into flies that had lost their heads. There was not the slightest organization anymore. Bai Kaisen, the chief of staff, estimated that it would take at least 3 hours to regain effective command and the ability to fight against the Black Wind fleet. 3 hours. The highest command center was caught in dead silence again. Everybody knew clearly that the Heaven's original fleet had been exhausted to the maximum and might collapse at any second. The demon troops that had reinforced them were neither good at space battles nor led by a distinguished commander. They were camouflage and bait in the first place, and courage was almost all that they had. The 2 second-tier troops were impossible to stop or stall the Black Wind fleet. Once the Black Wind fleet destroyed them easily, they would be able to change their battle formation unhurriedly into an impregnable defensive circle. In either the battles in space or those on the ground, the defenders always had greater advantages than the attackers. The Black Wind fleet was of a higher quality than the Burning Prairie fleet in the first place. If they were given enough time to arrange their battle formation and take a good rest, it would be practically impossible for the Burning Prairie fleet to break the defense and destroy the space gate even if it regained effective command later. What could they do? Who else could stall the Black Wind fleet and earn 3 precious hours for the recovery of the Burning Prairie fleet and the spiritual nexus? Yes, there was another deep sky fleet, the Big Bai fleet. However, the Big Bai fleet was incomparable to the Burning Prairie fleet in terms of both scale and quality. It was merely established for experimental and explorational purposes as a supplement for the Burning Prairie fleet. The members of the fleet were mostly ex-space pirates, a mob that was too old to brush their own teeth. Their commander, Bai Xingjian, was merely at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. If he were in the Burning Prairie fleet where the most distinguished talents were gathered, he might not even be qualified as a commander of a secondary fleet. Besides, the Big Bai fleet had lost connection even earlier. It was presumed first that they had encountered a cosmic storm or were under the influences of the enemy. However, judging from what had happened recently, it was possible that the crystal processor virus had broken out on their starships in advance. Even the most elite forces in the Burning Prairie fleet were greatly disturbed by the mysterious virus. The Big Bai fleet must have been even more chaotic, right? The last order from the command center to the Big Bai fleet was to move to the number 2 and number 3 space gates immediately and join the first attack group of the Burning Prairie fleet. Report. The communication officers brought messages from the ground. Representative Ding and the other 8 nascent soul stage experts have arrived at the launch base of Heaven's Artillery. All the colossi have finished their maintenance. They are ready for an assault. Representative Ding was Ding Lingdang. Unlike Jean Xinyue, she did not work in any government departments, but was just a senior representative in the federal parliament. Other than the fleets, the colossi were the only forces under the control of the highest command center now. But it was their last trump card and last resort. Right now, the colossi of the Black Wind Fleet had not been deployed. If the few colossi on the Federation side carried out such an exhausting mission as to stall the enemy, they would certainly be trapped by the hostile starships and crystal suits. Such a strategy was no different from quenching thirst with poison. But watching the Black Wind Fleet assemble the space gate unhurriedly while doing nothing meant nothing but doom. The highest commander was so quiet that even a needle would rumble when it hit the ground. Report. Right then, another route leading to 100 probe cameras in space was finally repaired. The chaotic battlefield around the Black Wind Fleet was displayed on the light beam clearly again. The series of little white spots that were rushing at the Black Wind Fleet from the edge of the battlefield made an analyst cry in excitement. He jumped to his feet so hard that the chair below his bottom was blown away. Everybody was taken aback. They looked at the analyst in surprise. Big Bai. It's the Big Bai fleet. The familiar appearance parameters gradually focused into the models and names of starships. The analyst's throat seemed to be on fire under the stimulation of the glittering names. The Big Bai fleet has somehow appeared behind the Black Wind Fleet. The two parties are less than 30 light seconds away from each other. The distance is still reducing. They are so fast. They still have their organization and keep the most perfect cone-shaped attack formation. How is it possible? They took a turn. The Big Bai fleet changed their overall direction at a speed of at least 3% the speed of light, and the battle formation is utterly unchanged. Is this really happening? They've changed their target and lunged at the space gate of the Imperium that was just teleported. Faced with the scattered light spots on the 3D light beam that altered their direction and paved forward fluently, the ministers, representatives, advisors, and analysts in the highest command center were all dumbfounded. Tides of disbelief, each higher than the last, were raised in their hearts. Anyone with some understanding of space warfare would understand how difficult it was to turn an entire fleet made of countless starships that had different safety distances and spiritual shield frequencies when the fleet was running at a super high speed of several thousand kilometers per second. The structure intensity of the starships themselves, the limits of the body and brains of the soldiers on board, the coordination among the starships, their locations in the battle formation, all of them were complicated problems that were a high burden of calculation. Moreover, such a movement had been performed in the cone-shaped attack formation, the densest formation of all, against the fatal bombardment of the enemy. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that it could be done. The commander who was bold enough to do such a thing must be the craziest person in the world. The Big Bai fleet, however, miraculously accomplished it. They had performed the most glamorous emergency turn. Thousands of exhaust flames pulled almost perfect arc traces before they stabbed into the soft belly of the Black Wind Fleet like shining sabers. How is it possible? Why did the Big Bai fleet show up there? Weren't they supposed to be marching toward the number 2 and number 2 space gates? They are not under spiritual and magnetic interference at all. They turned off the network and entered the radio silence state, thereby keeping themselves safe from the attack of the crystal processor virus. They're maintaining minimal communication within the fleet. Yet, they kept such a strict and delicate battle formation with such weak communication. Is such amazing commanding ability really accomplishable for the beginning level of the nascent soul stage? What exactly is going on? In any case, they have come at the perfect time. The second wave of starships of the Black Wind Fleet are still mixed with the star beacons. They are fundamentally a tray of loose sand and still under the shock of the space ripples. Those starships are practically defenseless. Contact the Big by Fleet now. Hurry. Hurry up. What? Still can't reach out to them? Well, unlike the Navy, in the civilizations of single planets, the deep sky fleets of universal civilizations often wandered off the mother planet or even mother world and explored the places thousands of light years away or even further. The mother world had little control over the deep sky fleets, and the deep sky fleets were essentially self-governed, independent kingdoms. It could be said that the Star Glory Federation had 9 sectors. Other than the 7 sectors in the general sense, the Burning Prairie Fleet and the Big By Fleet were 2 tiny sectors that had all the necessary elements. In contrast, the Burning Prairie Fleet, which was built by the funding from the federal government, the Big By Fleet had been constructed mostly based on Xianxia as well as the civil corporations and private sects such as the Glorious Sunlight Group. It had basically been developing on its own. Naturally, the Federation government had even less control over it. The Big By Fleet had just finished a voyage drill that lasted a whole year. Although sailing logs were sent back every few days, nobody knew exactly where they had gone, what they had done, what changes they had experienced, and what they were up to except for the information provided on the logs. Everybody knew that Bai Xingjian, the commander of the Big By Fleet, had always been a misfit for the traditional fleet system of the Federal Army, but he was Jin Xinyue's trusted subordinate. Shua! 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 Everybody cast their eyes upon Jin Xinyue, but Jin Xinyue was as dumbfounded as they were. Staring at the unpredictable but thunderous spots on the light beam, she did not have the vaguest clue what was happening to the Big By Fleet or Bai Xingjian. According to the acceleration right now, there are only 3 minutes to go before the Big By Fleet clashes with the second wave of starships, teleported by the Black Wind Fleet. On the light beam, the war was like a chess game. The first unexpected chess piece jumped up and bared its blood-stained tusks. The war was a chess game, in which the leadership of the Federation, such as Wan Guqing, Guo Chunfeng, Jin Xinyue, and Bai Xingjian, were the players. For the dominating big shots, their war was fought from the dry and safe command center in front of the thousands of ever-changing light beams by reading the numbers and data and making corresponding arrangements. Their war was sometimes magnificent and grand, sometimes mysterious and unpredictable. It was indeed a great game with the universe as the board and the starships as the chess pieces. Everything was clear on the board. There were always traces to be found. The process of attacks and counterattacks always repeated itself. Soul-stirring, decisive moves might happen every once in a while, too. Even if they failed, they would at least know clearly why they had failed. They would still have time to be shocked, dazed, infuriated, or regretful. However, a war could not just be won by the big shots. Every amazing decisive move from the big shots, every well-concocted scheme, and every deeply hidden trap had to be accomplished by the common soldiers who were fighting hard on the front line. For the common soldiers deeply mired in the cruel battle between the Heaven's Origin Fleet and the Black Wind Fleet, it was impossible for them to regard the war as a game. Through the blood-stained goggles on their helmets, the war unfolding in front of their eyes was not a chess game where every player's every move was clear, but 2 enormous, chaotic, violent turbulences of death, which were colliding and dragging each other into mutual destruction. The rabid dog was one of the common soldiers. He could not see the scheme of the Black Wind Fleet, the mayhem of the Burning Prairie Fleet, and the miraculous arrival of the Big By Fleet. He did not know that the tiny light spots that were hopping out of the void from far, far away were the components of the Imperium space gate. Nor could he foresee what would happen after the star beacons were done assembling. He could only see that the spiritual shields of the starships around him were turning dim red, like venous blood that was slowing dried. He could only see that the shells of a lot of starships turned dangerous orange before they exploded without warning. While they turned into enormous fireballs, they shot out tremendous pieces that were mixed with violent spiritual energy and electric arcs in all directions, producing deadly storms that swept without any pattern on the battlefield. He saw that the sharp shrapnel reaped lives easily like sickles, caring little whether their targets were a friend or foe, without the least mercy. A lot of soldiers of the Federal Army and soldiers from the Imperium were fighting hard when they were pierced through by the same broken pieces, ending up like meat on a skewer. He saw even more people whose trajectory was deviated and whose power rune arrays were broken because of the blow of the broken pieces. It was utterly useless however hard they struggled, until they fell into the enormous pillars of light that were shot out by the warships of the two parties in desperation. The moment they fell into the pillars of light, they were immediately lost, like mosquitoes falling into melted steel, leaving neither the slightest scream nor the tiniest dark smoke. The rabid dog had mostly been involved in ground battles within the atmosphere, but he had also participated in space battles before. Deaths in ground battles were always accompanied by screams, cries, tears, and fearless roars, as well as deafening explosions. The battles in space, on the other hand, were utterly soundless. Everybody seemed to be playing a solemn, grave mummery. The most glamorous pictures of destruction and the most maddening silence gave him an extremely weird sense of contradiction, making it impossible for him to tell which of the two forms of battles were crueler. Perhaps wars were always the same. For insignificant dust and worthless ants, who were nothing more than figures larger and small on the combat ability calculation tables, the ground and the space were equally cruel. It was true that he was at the peak of the core formation stage. He was also a major in the Federal Army. But so what? The several kilometer-long starships were swirling before him slowly like dying whales, only to be pierced deeply by dozens of light pillars like spears. Cracks were slit easily on the seemingly solid plate armor, and fireballs erupted out of the cracks like abnormal tumors. What erupted out of the cracks at the same time were the cultivators in the building foundation stage, core formation stage, or the nascent soul stage who were piloting the starship. Whether or not they could activate their feeble spiritual shield for self-defense, they would eventually be burnt to ashes or melted into orange meteoroids together with their crystal suits. The rabid dog drifted with the surging tides of spiritual energy, like a straw that was floating on the surface of an ocean. The meteoroids made of countless human bodies and their magical equipment brushed past him. His spiritual energy was running dry. His crystal suit was about to be wasted, and only dozens of rune arrays were still functional, barely. At this moment, even the tiniest bullet might take away his insignificant life. Faced with such an enormous and chaotic battlefield, such an absurd and cruel fate, was there any difference between a core formation stage cultivator or an ant? His body that was floating like a dry leaf suddenly halted, as if he had reached the eye of the storm that was temporarily steady. The heated battlefield came to a weird peace. When his violently shaking brain gradually stabilized, the rabid dog finally sensed the excruciating pain caused by his broken bones, exploding internal organs, and furiously burning nerve endings, as well as the sense of suffocation now that his soul had been exhausted. The field-tested veteran realized with his keen intuition that the brief peace was an ominous sign. They had failed the war. The fire in the bleak space died out as fast as it was ignited. After only a moment, nothing but cold debris of starships and bizarre-shaped corpses was left around him, like a boundless grave in space. The sparse pillars of light that the starships on his side shot out would only raise counterattacks 100 times more enormous from the enemy's side. The exos of the Imperium, mixed with thunder and lightning, were also sweeping over like a swarm of locusts. The rabid dog laughed miserably, only to vomit a large mouthful of blood. He felt numbness around his abdomen. When he looked down, he noticed that a section of an antenna as thick as fist had pierced his liver. His experience of walking past death in the past 100 years told him that it was a fatal wound. This time would truly be the last time that he struggled. Such an unremarkable death. Damn it! The rabid dog felt that his head was dizzy. His past was flashing in the darkness like a kaleidoscope. The burning pain in his liver area and the never-forgotten punch 100 years ago gradually overlapped. He felt like vomiting again. This time, he wanted to vomit out the blood of his entire life. In his younger years, the rabid dog had once imagined his death, too. Like thousands of common hot-blooded young men in the Star Glory Federation, he was not scared of death, but he was scared of leaving the world in an unknown and unremarkable way. It was the most dangerous moment of the old Federation. Toughness was highly valued by society. War games and hero movies were very popular. The teenage boys whose spiritual roots had not been developed yet, having nowhere to vent their hot blood, mostly imagined dying like a hero in the games or the movies. It would be best if they went on a killing spree with a saber in one hand and a sword in the other, leaving a mountain of dead bodies of demon beasts before they dropped a few gallant words that would be duly quoted in the history books and marched into the overwhelming beast tide, carrying a burningly hot crystal cannon on their shoulder. It was the perfect death. At that time, the rabid dog could in no way have predicted his actual way of death, that he would die like a fart that was neither smelly nor loud. It was the golden years of his life. He had once been a rare prodigy that always grabbed everyone's attention. He had thought that his fate was preordained, that there was nothing but brightness and splendor in front of them. He would be the hero of the small world around him, if not the entire universe. However, the arrival of that man completely shattered his dream and blocked the path of his fate before it was even opened. Everything changed overnight. His father was sent to prison, his family's property was confiscated, and even a lot of additional debts were owed. He also suffered both physical and mental strikes and lost his reputation in his circle. Eventually, none of the elite universities were willing to admit him, and he could only earn his degree in a mediocre college. The world and the fate that he had believed in collapsed. He had spent the next 20 years in devastation after the strike. He did not give up trying, but whenever he was prepared to re-examine his life and work hard again, news about that man would come at him like a haunting ghost. If it was just a common opponent or enemy, maybe he could have trained himself hard to catch up and seek revenge. But that man was an out-and-out monster. News about him was too appalling to be believed every time. He was cast into desperation and lost all the determination of rivalry. Distressed, he did not have the nerve to compete with that man, but it did not mean that the storms raised by that man would spare him. As the capabilities and fame of that man soared unstoppably, his grudge and conflicts with that man were dug out and elaborated as gossip. Of course, most of the articles were meant to highlight how magnificent that man was. He was nothing but an insignificant stepping stone at a corner of the picture. Even in some of the paragraphs where he was described more, his ugliness and aggression were always emphasized to contrast the glorious image of that man. He lived such a life for 20 years. In the world around him, he seemed to be in a bundle with that man. Whenever the name of that man was mentioned, his own name would be mentioned, too. Verbal abuse was highly unnecessary. The mocking eyes of those people were enough to contort the nerves made of iron. 20 years later, his classmates who had far lower aptitude than him had already made their own accomplishments and distinguished themselves. Even the most unremarkable classmates had established their own happy families. Yet, he still brooded on self-pity and self-abandonment, unable to free himself, degenerating into a hopeless drunkard and mobster. The slap from his father, who was on probation because of an illness, changed his fate again. I don't have a son like you." Those were his father's last words on the sickbed before death. His hands trembled when he tried to cover the old man's eyes, but he failed however hard he tried. Ever since then, wherever he went, he had always seen the eyes of his father staring at him from high above in anger and disappointment. He thought that he understood what his father meant. Honestly speaking, when he revisited a lot of things in his teenage years as an adult in his 30s, he was to blame for most of it. It was his own fault. Therefore, he had quite complicated feelings toward that man. Instead of hatred, it was more like intense jealousy and discontent. He wanted to get revenge on that man, on his ridiculous fate, and on the wretched heavens. He wanted revenge not because he loathed that man but because he planned to tell the entire world that he would take back what belonged to him and that he was the real hero of the world. During the 3 days of his father's wake, he was reborn with an epiphany. 7 days after his father's death, he said goodbye to his old life and went to the cruelest underground arenas in the Federation. With the body that he had earned through crazy training in his younger years, he began fighting from the matches of the lowest level until he reached the annual finals held by the arenas of 120 cities. The name of Rabid Dog was then born. The moment he put on a mask before the game was the easiest and most comfortable moment for him, because nobody knew who he was in the cruel world of the underground arenas. He was the Rabid Dog. He broke into the building foundation stage from the refinement stage after only 5 years. Considering his past, it was almost a notable miracle. Between the games, he sometimes looked at the starry sky with his swollen eyes, imagining if he could ever be on par with that man one day. After all, that man had been gone for a long time and was said to be in hibernation. It was a great opportunity for him to overtake him, but the cruel reality shattered his hope time and time again. In a match when he was closest to the core formation stage, he was beaten black and blue, and his capability plummeted after resting for half a year. Later, he rose and fell for many years in the underground arenas, never making any greater achievements. After that, when he explored the resource planets as a bounty hunter, or when he joined the Federal Army to fight various sorts of enemies, no matter how he tortured himself with the mad, cruel, and perverted methods, his cultivation advanced as slowly as a snail. Peak of the core formation stage. After 100 years, he had only reached the peak of the core formation stage. It might be extraordinary enough for common people, but compared to that man, he was even more worthless than a piece of crap rolled over by a wheel. There was no telling when, but he suddenly realized at some point that he would never, ever catch up with that man in his entire life. It did not matter. Capability was not important. Accomplishments came as the top priority. He would make accomplishments that were far greater than that man's. Even if he had to die, he would die the most splendid death. With such a belief, he always led the charge in the most dangerous missions when he served in the army. But fate pulled yet another great joke on him. He did not have a good time. Except for the Uranian Ring War, the Federation had merely experienced occasional bandit-clearing battles in the past 100 years. Even if he could sweep across the demon beasts or the bandits on an entire planet, was it really something worth being proud of? At this moment, the counterattack against the Imperium was supposed to be his greatest opportunity. But he did not expect that the main force of the Black Wind Fleet would assault the Heaven's Origin sector unexpectedly. Although he was personally involved in the war, he was among the first troops to resist the enemy. He was out-and-out cannon fodder that was destined to be killed, just like so many common soldiers around them had already been. Yes, common. At the last moment of his life, looking back at his 100 years of monotonous life in hindsight, the Rabid Dog finally took off his mask of hysteria and madness. So, I've always been just a common person, just like the thousands of common soldiers around me. We die as meaninglessly as we live. We have always been so. Wretched heavens. Fuck you. So, Liao is your favorite that you have chosen, and I am really just a stepping stone. I can never catch up to him. It is useless however I torture myself. The gap between us will only grow greater and greater. Is this my fate? I am just a common person. How can a common person fight a superhero? Just die commonly and silently in this damn war, like all the common soldiers nearby, like mud and shit. Is there anything to struggle for? The more I struggle, the more I'm like a joke. Die now. No need to think about anything. Sorry, old man. In my next life. The Rabid Dog's self-awareness gradually dispersed, and his soul fell into feeble darkness. But he failed to embrace the long-expected relief. Bulging his eyes, he noticed that a blue point was jumping merrily on his retina. The medical system of his crystal suit was miraculously auto-repaired and was injecting synthesized living cells into his liver. Perhaps certain tiny meteoroids hit the critical points of a certain medical unit. The most unbelievable things could happen on a battlefield even when the odds were 1 in a billion. What's the meaning of this? You don't want me to die again. In a trance, the rabid dog saw his father's eyes of fury and disappointment gazing at him. "What do you want? Wretched heavens! If you do not want me to die, if there is really a slim chance for me to compete with Liao again, give me a sign. I do not wish to defeat him. I only want to stand in front of him and show him what I am right now. I want to tell him who I am. Wretched heavens, help me. Even if Liao is really the hero of the entire world, let me be the hero of this tiny battlefield for 1 second. 1 second is enough." The rabid dog was met with silence, with tears dropping down. Hardly had he finished when a series of flashes appeared nearby. Is this your sign, wretched heavens?" The rabid dog was slightly dazed. Then he was given hope again. Not caring about the pain in his abdomen, he activated whatever was left of the rune arrays on his crystal suit and flew toward the flashes. A moment later, he hit the brakes quickly, his eyes bloodshot. They were a few crystal suits of the Imperium who were cleaning the battlefield. They had not noticed him in the beginning, but after he activated the power rune arrays and exposed himself, the crystal suits of the Imperium all came at him. "Fuck!" The rabid dog spoke to the wretched heavens. So that was the sign that the wretched heavens had given him. A different death, but equally unremarkable. 90% of the battlefield had been occupied by the trident lightning of the Imperium. The rabid dog should wait for his death in desperation now. However, discontent, 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 discontent. In a trance, he somehow recalled his golden years in floating Spear City 100 years ago and the once proud, unbending young man. He. The rabid dog vomited blood hard. Then, he raised the remaining half of his dragon-slaying saber and laughed crazily. Blood filled his helmet. Even the goggles were stained. Through the blood, the brilliant sea of stars was as heated as fire. "Wretched heavens and you pieces of crap." Waving the dragon-slaying saber, the rabid dog activated the last 5 power rune arrays and shot forward like a falling star. "I used to be the top expert of the Crimson Nimbus No. 2 High School of Floating Spear City of the Star Glory Federation. Hellion Lie. Who do you think you are? If you want to kill me, come on, let's see if you can." The 5 immortal cultivators of the Imperium also discovered that Hellion Lie was jumping at them in rage. They could not help but come to a brief halt, puzzled at what exactly the insane major of the Federal Army was trying to do. But the next second, the crystal cannons and honeycomb-type flying sword launchers all over their crystal suits were shining in the most dangerous colors. The final storm was to arrive soon. Hellion Lie did not care about anything. He only wanted to focus the last drop of his wisdom, courage, spirit, will, and emotions into his saber and slash them out. Not at the junk in front of him, but at the infinite sea of stars. He meant to tell the whole universe. "I lived." Hellion Lie's ugly face was wearing a smile as brilliant as a young man's as he was prepared to be showered by mystic rays, bullets, radiation, waves, vibration sabers, and chainswords. His only regret was that everything had happened too fast. He had only just found his proud heart again, but did not come up with a quotation for his valiant sacrifice. Although the quotation might only be recorded in the local textbooks of Floating Spear City. On the other hand, nobody was around to note it down even if he came up with anything. The next second, when the enemy's tiny flying swords and destructive mystic rays were all shot out, the 5 exos of the Imperium as well as a large area around them were consumed by almost 100 dazzling light balls. The light balls expanded to almost 100 square meters in only 1/10 of a second, and they perished in another 1/10 of a second. In the brief moment that lasted less than half a second, most of the materials within the range of the light balls had been obliterated. The only thing left was scattered cosmic dust that was still emitting colorful brilliance. White flashes were still lingering on Hellion Lie's retina, but a tiny bubble had appeared on the battlefield. The exos inside the bubble suffered great casualties. Like germs swallowed by leukocytes, Hellion Lie was utterly dumbfounded. Had his dragon-slaying saber not been directly attached to the armor on his palm, he would have thrown it out in shock. Narrowing his eyes, he observed where the cannon fire had come from. The remote scanning cameras on his crystal suit had been damaged. Because of the intense magnetic interference on the battlefield, he could not be connected to the battle network on his own side, which made it impossible for him to retrieve the pictures taken by the large probe cameras of the Federal Army. He could only see a few broken light spots. They were like razor blades as thin as paper that were stabbing into the most vulnerable gap between the two attack groups of the Black Wind Fleet. "It's our fleet." Helion Lai bulged his eyes. He grabbed the handle of his saber and bashed his helmet quickly, hoping to fix a few broken crystal cameras. As it turned out, the maintenance technique that was quite popular among the veterans was indeed effective. The furiously burning image on his retina seemed clearer than before, allowing him to realize that it was a federal fleet that was not large in scale but amazingly fast. There was no telling where it had been hiding previously. It seemed to have directly crawled out from a hole in space. Although his military rank was major, Helion Lai did not have any specialty in commanding or leadership. He was a pure battle-type cultivator who always led the charge in dangerous battles, and he did not know the first thing about the competition of warships. However, he was still a field-tested veteran in the Federal Army, and he could tell the situation of the battle based on his own observation and judgment. His criterion was the unity of the exhaust flames of the starships. Regardless of the scale and capability of the two parties in the battle, it had almost always been the party whose exhaust flames were better organized that won in his experience. Even if the two parties were mired in a mess and everybody was fighting on their own, the party that restored their exhaust flames order would most likely recover from the chaos first and secure the final victory. This time, the exhaust flames from the mysterious fleet on his own side were not just standardized. They were almost immaculate. Helion Lu was not a man good at playing with words. Years of fighting and training had failed to grant him enough artistic cells. However, he still sensed astounding beauty from the rotation, flipping, and turning of those exhaust flames as well as the changes of their colors. Wild bees were dancing wildly, razor blades were shaving, and a wolf pack was roaring. The charge, attack, and evasion of the mysterious fleet were so brilliant that even an outsider such as Helion Lai was able to locate the weakness of the Black Wind Fleet under their guidance that was as precise as scalpel. The whole battlefield seemed clearer than before just because of the arrival of the mysterious fleet. Helion Lai noticed that the first and second attack groups of the Black Wind Fleet had a certain distance between each other because they had been teleported in two goes. Before, the Heaven's Origin sector had been completely crushed, and the Burning Prairie Fleet had been too far away to stop the two parts of the Black Wind Fleet merging and regrouping. However, the mysterious fleet had crawled out at the most precarious moment for Black Swirl, and lunged at the rear of the Black Wind Fleet, which had not been stabilized yet and carried a lot of redundant objects. Like the sharpest cleavers, they peeled the shell of the Black Wind Fleet layer after layer. Then, with their stormy bombardment, the vulnerable star beacons were all turned into fireballs. They were far smaller than the Black Wind Fleet in terms of number. The firepower on board did not seem as impressive either. But when it came to the control of timing and the coordination of the starships, they were definitely the most awesome fleet that Helion Lai had ever seen. Helion Lai saw that the Black Wind Fleet's bottom was on fire, and its head, with Black Swirl as the core, was taking a turn in fury. The enormous fleet extended 6 tentacles, made of hundreds of starships as if it were a universal octopus, trying to besiege the mysterious fleet from 6 directions. The mysterious fleet, on the other hand, was like the most cunning fish that slipped out of the circle before the tentacles arrived. Swimming among the interconnected pillars of light casually, it even seemed to be roaming through the courtyard of its house. Then, it suddenly switched battle formation and began to hassle the Black Wind Fleet from the external side. Like mosquitoes that could drive people mad, the starships stood in the middle of the Black Wind Fleet's two sides and stopped them from joining each other. The swift charge, the fierce firepower, and the effective dodging made it impossible to capture, kill, or drive away the mysterious fleet. It even did not seem to be made of enormous warships hundreds of meters long but single shuttles enveloped in bubbles. Helion Lai did not know if the arrival of the mysterious fleet could change the whole situation. After all, their number and firepower paled in comparison to the Black Wind Fleet. The best they could do was probably stall the Black Wind Fleet for a moment through harassment. However, the mysterious fleet did attract the enemy's full attention. The main battlefield became the joint between the two parts of the Black Wind Fleet. The exos of the Imperium, who had been cleaning the battlefield, all returned crazily. The debris of the Heaven's Origin fleet where he was at immediately cooled down. Nobody paid any attention to him or the thousands of common soldiers who had already been killed or who were still floating quietly inside the iron cans. If this was really a sign from the wretched heavens, it would be all the more reason why he should not idle by and wait for help. Helion Lai searched the battlefield for a long time and found more medication drugs and high-energy food from the first aid boxes on the crystal suits of a few comrades who had passed away. He poured the supplies into his own first aid box. Then, luckily, he also found several jet plugins. If they were installed to his broken crystal suit, it might be slightly accelerated. There were still intact and undamaged chainswords and vibration sabers on the battlefield. But Helion Lai could not bear to part with the dragon-slaying sword that had followed him for a long time but had already broken apart from the middle. After all, the enormous saber had originally been almost 4 meters long. Even though half of the weapon was broken, even though it was full of dents and cracks and might completely fall apart at any second, it could still be dedicated to a battle. Helion Lai turned around the handle of his saber and tapped his helmet hard. He bellowed to himself, "You are Helion Lai. You are Helion Lai. You are fucking Helion Lai. Do something. Anything." Refreshing himself, Helion Lai activated the power rune arrays and the jet units and rushed toward the area where thousands of starships were engaged in a fierce fight. Right now, he did not know what he could do. But first, he needed to come up with a quote, a gallant and blood-boiling one. Amateurs watched a game for fun, and insiders watched a game for observation. Unlike an outsider such as Helion Lai, the highest command center of the Defense Council of the Federation was experiencing a storm 10 times more powerful because of the mysterious appearance of the Big Bai fleet. Under the arduous efforts of the specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, one communication route after another was repaired, and more probe cameras were reconnected. The previously fuzzy battlefield became clear again. The Big Bai fleet's trajectory of attack that was as fast as the wind and as rampant as fire was transformed into unbelievable data for all the leadership of the Federation to review. They have directly pierced through the front part and the rear part of the Black Wind fleet, causing large-scale chaos at the enemy's rear. Their own damage can't be higher than 2%. 15 minutes. In only 15 minutes, they have changed from the cone-shaped attack formation to the butterfly-shaped formation that highlights both attack and defense. Even the Burning Prairie fleet has never achieved this in its drills. A fleet of such a scale needs at least 20 minutes to change the battle formation, not to mention one that is under the bombardment of such high-intensity firepower. Is this really the Big Bai fleet? Isn't the Big Bai fleet a miscellaneous troop that was founded with carriers and space pirates? Despite years of training and education, their tactics were always guerrilla warfare that the space pirates were best at before. How on earth can they place themselves into such an immaculate battle formation in a head-on clash between major fleets? More than that. Far more than that. Look at the coordination of cannons and exos of the Big Bai fleet, and look at their prediction of the Black Wind fleet's counterattack. With their shocking sense of pace, they are taking the full initiative in the battle. There's no need to mention the organization of hundreds of starships that are almost like one. Which commander even in the Burning Prairie fleet can possibly have such amazing commanding skills? Is it really Bai Xingjian that is commanding the Big Bai fleet right now? The incompetent rogue who was kicked out by the Burning Prairie fleet. Looking at the Big Bai fleet on the light beam that was charging, turning, attacking, retreating, and dispersing unpredictably, haunting the enemy like a ghost, the leadership of the Federation found it hard to believe their eyes. Right then, an advisor of the military, who had wrinkles all over his face, suddenly cried, Yan Xingjian. The tactics that the Big Bai fleet is adopting today are quite similar to Yan Xingjian's classic case where he gathered the space pirates and assaulted the coalition fleet of the Six Sects of Heavenly Saints City under the cover of the cosmic storm. Upon hearing that, the specialists of starship battles beamed with interest and started recalling that battle. The starship specialists and commanders of all levels were mostly from the Flying Star sector. The most powerful fleet in the flying star sector over the past 500 years was the coalition fleet of the Six Sects of Heavenly Saints City. Xianxia, on the other hand, was the only one who had been a commander of the fleet and who had completely destroyed it later. It was no longer debated whether he was right or wrong, but the classic cases left by the best commander of starships in the past 500 years had always been included in the textbooks and studied by the schools of starship commanding in the Federation. In the most famous counterattack of Spider Den, the Six Sects of Heavenly Saints City summoned all the forces of the major sects of the Flying Star Sector first, and established an enormous army that marched to Spider Den overwhelmingly. Xianxia established his authority over the disobedient space pirates as the supreme space pirate. In less than 1 year, he suppressed all the dissidents and built the ruffians into a strong army governed by strict rules. At that time, the secret sailing routes and jump points from Spider Den to the outside world were almost all discovered and blocked. The space pirates were isolated and had nowhere to run. They were short of reliable logistic bases and factories. The number, level, firepower, and defensibility of their starships were far worse than the specifications of the coalition fleet. The new commander of the coalition fleet, the leaders of the Six Sects of Heavenly Saints City, and even most space pirates, did not think that there would be any suspense in the battle. They thought that the final battle would be fought on the orbit of Spider Den, if not on the ground of the planet. However, under the cover of a once-in-a-hundred-years cosmic storm, Xianxia threw the helve after the hatchet and commanded the fleet of space pirates to bypass the main troop of the coalition fleet and assault the logistics fleet at their rear. In the battle, Xianxia's marvelous command was best demonstrated. He obviously had the chance to completely destroy the logistics fleet, but he did not. Instead, he mixed his own fleet among the enemy's supply starships, taking the enormous and clumsy carriers as his shields and barricade. In such a way, the main force of the coalition fleet's firepower was limited to the maximum extent. Eventually, they were lured into the fiercest turbulence in the cosmic storm, and Xianxia secured a miraculous triumph. The classic battle where the weak defeated the strong influenced the future generations for almost 300 years. At the very least, during the years when Liao and Professor Mo Xian visited the Flying Star Sector, the Six Sects of Heavenly Saints City still had not entirely recovered and were unable to organize a coalition fleet of the same scale. They had to count on the grand illusionary soldiers to besiege and clear Spider Denver. The current battle was almost like a recurrence of the battle years back. After passing through the enemy's battle formation and testing their firepower, the Big Buy fleet simply dived into the depths of the second wave of the Black Wind Fleet starships and regarded the components of the star beacons and the space gate as shields to resist the infinite fury from Black Swirl. Such a highly dangerous game was like a dance on the edge of a blade. When they were disrupting the enemy's battle formation completely, they would very likely be disrupted by the enemy. One moment of carelessness, and they would never be able to get out if the Guardian starships around the star beacons managed to stall them. In the past 500 years, or perhaps forever, Xianxia was the only lunatic who had been audacious enough to make use of such a tactic. Even the countless starship commanders of the new Federation, after studying for 100 years, had to come to the conclusion that such a unique, insane tactic was inimitable and that it should not be copied at all. That was because such a tactic to maintain high calmness and control during a close-distance charge, thereby completely disrupting the enemy while changing one's own battle formation freely, was too demanding for the computational ability, the commanding ability, and the insight on the performance of the starships. It was so demanding that it was almost a natural-born gift that could not be earned through training. Any commander who had not reached Xianxia's level would embrace their own doom if they copied his tactic recklessly. Xianxia's sharpest sword can only be used by himself. It was a very popular conclusion among the starship commanders in the Star Glory Federation. But today, no. It's not a recurrence. Gazing at the sword auras on the light beam that were sharp, eccentric, fierce, or fickle, a lot of starship specialists remarked almost feverishly, "This is almost a strengthened version. It is even more impressive than Xianxia's performance." In terms of both personal combat ability and commanding ability, Xianxia had been one of the most distinguished people at the edge of the cosmos in the past 1,000 years. However, A lot of Starship specialists and historians believed that he had never brought out his full potential or reached his own limits. Despite his immense capabilities, he had been so greedy when it came to the so-called treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium on Spider Den that he betrayed the six sects of Heavenly Saints City and degraded into a shameful space pirate from a glorious cultivator. Eventually, he had been haunted by his own guilt and even killed miserably because of mental derangement when he was trying to break into the divinity transformation stage. After his death, his soul had been attached to countless rats that mauled and brutalized each other until they gradually died off in the years that followed. That was truly a miserable ending. More importantly, Xianxia had been born at a wrong time. When he distinguished himself, the 7 sectors of the new Federation were still separate from each other, and their techniques, magical equipment, and tactics could not be shared. The experts from different sectors had no chance to discuss and debate with each other, either. The competition between the coalition fleet of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saints City and the fleet of space pirates, from today's perspective, was nothing more than a storm in a teapot. Even if one was born a dragon, one would never be able to soar into the sky if one grew up in a small pond. Xianxia had been very strong, but he could have been stronger if he had been born 200 years later and grown up today when the new Federation had splendid collisions with the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, and even more formidable foes. A lot of Starship commanders and specialists of military history all believed so. Then, right now, an even stronger Xianxia had revealed himself right before them. The glamour of Xianxia's sword was displayed again, in an even sharper, more fluent, more natural, and more sordid way. Yes, it was more sordid. Although Xianxia was known as the supreme space pirate, he had received the strictest education for cultivators since childhood, and he had been the most conventional Starship commander in the beginning. Although his tactics were aggressive and cunning, they still had the rigidity and strictness of a regular army, which was slightly different from the style of the real space pirates who fought unpredictably and lawlessly just based on their animalistic instincts. But the Big By fleet before everyone's eyes had perfectly combined the strictness and aggression of the regular army and the cleverness and keenness of the space pirates. It was like a wolf in space that had been armed to the teeth. What did the Big By fleet go through in the drill last year? The commanders of all levels and all the specialists looked at each other in bewilderment, not having the first clue what was going on. Even Guo Chunfeng stared at Xianxia weirdly. Nominally, Bai Xingjian was the top general under her banner. Hey, let me ask you. The two compatriots, who were both transformed into humans from demons, whispered to each other. Guo Chunfeng could not help but ask, "Is this Bai Xingjian Xianxia's bastard son? Why didn't you tell us about such an important trump card?" "I don't know anything about that either." Xianxia did not know how she should feel. The dates do not match. When Bai Xingjian was born, Xianxia had already been gone for almost 200 years. Besides, even if he were Xianxia's bastard son or true disciple, that still can't explain why he is so strong. No wonder this boy couldn't stay in the Burning Prairie fleet for long. Guo Chunfeng sighed and grinned. "I thought that he was too arrogant, but after witnessing his true capability today, I've finally realized that he was too modest." At this moment, almost 100 analysts inferred the changes in the next couple of hours based on the situation of the battle so far. The first data that jumped out, on the other hand, was the capability of the commander of the Big By fleet after their comprehensive evaluation. Divinity transformation stage. The guy who was commanding the Big By fleet right now had computational ability and commanding ability, at least in the divinity transformation stage. The highest command center was caught in dead silence again. The big shots were too shocked to feel overjoyed. In the end, it was Wan Guqing, the Speaker of the Federation, who made the new decision. "Right now, we still can't reach out to the Big By fleet. In any case, they have disrupted the Black Wind fleet's pace of attack and earned precious time for us. The first branch of the Burning Prairie fleet must unfold into battle formation at any cost as soon as possible and enter the battlefield before the Big By fleet is exhausted. Ask the 9 colossi at the Heavens Artillery to be prepared to be projected into the battlefield any time." Everybody was baffled by the decision. The colossi of the Federation had not been deployed in the most perilous moment a while back. Right now, the Big By fleet had come to save the day and cast the Black Wind fleet into an organized mess. The situation of the battle had been greatly soothed. Why were the most elite and precious forces of the Federation to be projected at such a moment? The circumstances right now are different. Staring at the light beams, Wan Guqing said, while we can infer the capability of the Big Bai fleet and the following changes of the battle, the Black Wind fleet can definitely do the same. Right now, they are in a hurry to join the front and rear of the fleet and finish the deployment of a defensive formation before the Burning Prairie fleet arrives. But the Big Bai fleet has stabbed into their bones like a shining saber and is even churning hard there. I don't know much about the battles of fleets, but if I were the commander of the Black Wind fleet, this is the time that I would consider deploying my colossi. On Infinite Fire, the Big Bai fleet's flagship, inside the immersive command capsule on the bridge, Bai Xingjian's soul was surging, and his spiritual energy was flooding out, commanding hundreds of starships to gallop in the vast space and cut as precisely as scalpels was highly exhausting for the computational ability and the soul. One moment of carelessness, and the highest commander might go mentally deranged, with their soul drained and their brains shattered. The immersive command capsule was magical equipment that ensured the safety of the commander and enhanced their computation and commanding abilities as much as possible. At first glance, the immersive commanding capsule and the general medical cabins were almost the same, except that the crystal cables that extended above the commanding capsule were denser and thicker. Moreover, the high-energy nutrition drugs, nervous interaction liquids, and ancillary crystal processors inside the command capsule could not be found even in the medical cabin of the highest level. Even so, when Bai Xingjian burnt his soul to the maximum and unleashed his most powerful strength, crazy bubbles were still popping up from the commanding capsule in which he was soaked, as if it were a pool of boiling magma. Unstoppable auras were flooding out of the command capsule incessantly, straightening each and every crystal wire. His telepathic thoughts, like shivering nervous electricity, spread over the entire bridge within a moment, before they moved on to every corner of Infinite Fire and then every starship in the Big Bai fleet. All the starships seemed to be attracted by the invisible electric arcs and performed delicate, marvelous attacks. Old fart, I was really fooled by you. Had I known that the mission would be so tricky, our deal wouldn't have been so simple. Brilliance sealed for 100 years was blossoming inside Bai Xingjian's eyes. Arcs of light were sprawling with his eyes as the core. He did not seem to be in the middle of a perilous battlefield but enjoying the most delicious meal in the world. He smiled in great satisfaction. But forget it. After all, I was looking forward to a game with the ace troops from the center of the cosmos to see where my limits were. In the meantime, the view on the bridge of Black Swirl, the Black Wind fleet's flagship, was completely different. Hai Lan stared at the Big Bai fleet that was jumping on the light beam non-stop like an irking parasite so hard that the brilliance beaming out of his eyes was even more dazzling than the cannon fire on the battlefield. The assault of the Big Bai fleet was within his expectations. When he considered the 334 possible changes of the battle, 47 involved the anomaly of the Big Bai fleet. But based on the data provided by the most reliable intelligence network, and even if the data was doubled, he could never have foreseen that the combat ability of the Big Bai fleet was so high, and their tactics were so sordid, brutal, and effective. The commander of the Black Wind fleet finally could not help but roar. How is it possible? Such a commanding ability and such a well-trained fleet are excellent even for the few most famous ace fleets in the Imperium. It would have been surprising if the Burning Prairie fleet had such a commander, yet it is not the Burning Prairie fleet but the Big Bai fleet. What the heck have the barbarians been doing? Are there so many redundant high-level commanders in the Star Glory Federation that even such a monster must be stuffed into a mediocre fleet? This is too absurd. What kind of weird trap is this? Or were the leadership of the Federal Army all blind? Hai Ming's pace was completely disrupted by Xingjian. He was also an experienced fleet commander whose expertise was well above average. Therefore, after he received tremendous data and files sent by his own intelligence network and Su Changfa, he had been able to gain an insight on the tactical styles and weaknesses of all the high-level commanders in the Federation. He had even drafted more than 300 contingency countermeasures and run almost 1,000 wargame deductions before he finally decided on the assault plan. He knew the most detailed data about every high-level commander in the Federation, but never had he foreseen that he would be faced with such a Bai Xingjian. The Big Bai fleet did not boast the capability to have a head-on clash with the Black Wind fleet. But if they were to continue stabbing and stalling, not only would the battle formation be cast into disarray, even the precious star beacons would risk being destroyed. The establishment of space gates was open and free. The lack of a few star beacons would not affect the function of the entire space gate. But if more than 50% of the star beacons were destroyed, the precision of navigation would be greatly reduced, which could have a terrible influence on the follow-up troops when they were performing a space jump. In the emergency, Hai Ming failed to find a perfect solution. Pondering for a moment, he frowned and activated 2 rune arrays on the control panel. When the strengthened command capsule slowly rose from the deck down below, 10 tiny shadows ascended on the control light beam and revolved slowly. They were the images of 10 colossi, like 10 iron beasts that were sleeping but still scratching their claws and teeth in their dream. Those were even not the whole storage. I didn't expect that our side would make use of the colossi first. Hai Ming, who was slowly soaking within the strengthened command capsule, ready to do his best, thought to himself gloomily. With such changes taking place on the battlefield, we can only count on the colossi to delay the Big Bai fleet. As long as they are stopped for a moment, our warships will be able to besiege and slap those annoying flies. Despite the unexpected factor that is the Big Bai fleet, the enemy's overall capability is too far away from ours. This war may be slightly more twisted than I expected, but the outcome is still destined. Other than anything else, in terms of the quantity and quality of the colossi, do the bumpkins at the edge of the cosmos know how to maintain or pilot a colossus? Everything is still under control. There can't be a second, unexpected factor. Even if there is, it won't stop the iron hooves of the Imperium. Inside District 01 space station of Hundred Flower City, as the silver tides of liquid metal gradually ebbed, more and more people woke up from the nightmare. They were still dwelling in the ecstasy of surviving a disaster and the trance after a prolonged dream. Of course, there was still the shock that was caused by the grand return of a renowned hero, who was the legendary. Solemnly, Liao typed on the virtual keyboard of his portable crystal processor quickly, his eyes beaming with insight. Countless streams of information poured down like a waterfall. His eyeballs were shivering at an ultra-high speed when he searched and analyzed the most important files without leaving any detail. He was in deep thought, glaring at the light beam and hesitating over something. In the end, he narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth to make the decision. Long Yangjun looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing? Did Professor Mo Xian tell you some critical intelligence and you have come up with a whole plan of attack based on it?" Critical intelligence, yes. A plan of attack, not yet. Without even raising his head, Liao continued his search crazily and replied, "I am reading the quotations and famous speeches of celebrities to prepare for my blood-boiling and soul-stirring speech." Why would you do that? Haven't you noticed that a lot of people around are waking up and even moving close to the 2 colossi? Colonel Luo's soldiers are eyeing me in a different way now, too. A lot of them learned my real identity in the Spiriters realm. This is the grand return of Vulture Liao, the dominator of 3 sectors, at such a dangerous moment. Do you not feel that I should say something to boost the morale and fire up the atmosphere? It's not like I can just stare at everybody in silence, right? Damn it, I've lost connection again. The network here is not entirely fixed yet. Hey, do you have any experience that you want to share with me? Aren't you a lead eunuch? You must have been the one who drafted the speeches for the emperor, right? Long Yangjun took a deep breath and replied, "No, such a practice is not popular in my hometown. But you were an expert in the nascent soul stage and a renowned celebrity 100 years ago. How are you not prepared for this?" "That is the problem," Liao said as if he were greatly wronged. "I was indeed a minor celebrity 100 years ago, but I was an ultra-level federal hero at best. The integration with the Blood Demon sector was also quite a controversial issue in society back then. There was no telling if I did the right thing. So, my life was definitely different from right now. How would I know that they would adulate me as if I were dead? Dominator of 3 sectors, superhero, father of civilization, and even father of the Federation. Do they have to make things so awkward? What can I say? It's not like I can just wave my hands at everybody shamelessly and calmly and say, "Greetings, everyone." Yes, there's no point in keeping it a secret anymore. In fact, I am the legendary dominator of 3 sectors and the father of your country, and I have finally returned to save you. Right? Long Yang Jun pondered for a moment and asked, "May I laugh?" "You may not." Liao gnashed his teeth. "Help me think about what I should say. This is truly embarrassing. Look, everybody is crowding. Wait, the few guys there are even holding flowers in their hands. They are not offering the flowers to me, are they? There is a solution." Looking at Liao's belly, Long Yang Jun observed, "Why don't you keep your mouth shut and just continue singing with your abdomen? List all the patriotic songs of the Federation from the past 500 years and sing all of them in a row. Then you'll have all the vibes that you want." Liao glared at Long Yang Jun. Then, his eyes caught a dozen shadows that were flying in through the airtight gates, which made his face change greatly. Crap. Meng Qixin, Han Bailing, Qi Zhongdao, Yan Liren, and the rest of them are here. It is indeed not very promising for me. Long Yang Jun raised her eyebrow and remarked, unmoved, "I believe that the experts of the ancient sages sector who have been tricked and kidnapped by you and who were almost killed by the extraterrestrial devil are greater trouble than your passionate, adoring fans. Although they are behind me, I can almost sense their burning fury right now. To be honest, if I were in their shoes, I would definitely feel like slashing you in half right now, too." Liao grew anxious. "What do you mean by tricked and kidnapped by you? Didn't we do everything together? Is that so?" Long Yang Jun smiled. Then she suddenly furrowed her brows and burst into fury. Grabbing Liao's neck, she yelled, "Well played, Monster Li. I didn't know that you were vile enough to deceive all of us." Liao bulged his eyes and asked in disbelief, "There's no need for you to be so harsh, is there?" "What? A coincidence?" Long Yang Jun shouted back in a voice 10 times louder than his. "How can it be a coincidence? Do you really think that the people of the ancient sages sector are all idiots? You have clearly concocted everything. There's no need to disguise yourself now, Monster Li. You clearly calculated everything and dug a pit for us to jump into. You pushed us into desperation so that we would become your cannon fodder. It's great for you now. Your scheme worked out. We were played for fools. We pissed off such a formidable enemy as the extraterrestrial devils for no good reason and made them a mortal enemy by stopping their shocking plan. Most importantly of all, the secrets of the ancient sages sector were exposed. Even if we do not want to mess with the extraterrestrial devils anymore, those haunting ghosts will not let go of us. After they seize the Star Glory Federation, the ancient sages sector will definitely become the first target to be savaged by them. Neither the Great Qian Dynasty nor the Dark Cloud Prairies will not get away. Now, the people of the ancient sages sector are left with only 2 choices. If we don't want to become the puppets and slaves of the extraterrestrial devils, we will have to join hands with such an asshole like you and eradicate the remaining forces of the extraterrestrial devils. This is exactly your aim, Monster Li, isn't it? You were too cunning. Liao blinked hard. Well, I suppose so. Calm down, don't be rash, and listen to your explanation? Long Yangjuan's shrieks echoed in the clouds. Are we not calm enough right now? Had I not been telling me calmly and rationally every second not to be rash and that nothing could be helped even if you were dead, I would have cut you into pieces and boiled your dirty, filthy guts. Explanation? What explanation do you have for bringing such great trouble to us? What we want is not an explanation but compensation. Whatever rhetoric you may have, is it even possible for you to compensate us with the national power of the Federation? Right? It seems that you are truly fucking capable of that, but so what? Do you think that we will be fascinated? The people of the ancient sages sector have our backbones. Boom, 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 boom. Meng Qixin, Han Bailing, Qi Zhongdao, Yan Liren, and the other experts landed near the 2 of them, raising undying airwaves. Other than Yan Liren, all the experts of the ancient sages sector were gloomy, apparently demanding an explanation. Sword maniac Yen Liren, on the other hand, stared at Liao's slightly protruding carotid artery with great interest. Fellow cultivators, you've come at the right moment. Without looking back, Long Yongjun gnashed her teeth. Monster Li is indeed too sordid. He planned such a great trap and lured us into it. Now what's done is done, and regret is useless. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. We would have joined the Imperium if we'd known it in advance. Well, if I may offer some correction, Liao said carefully. Even if you joined the Imperium, you wouldn't have escaped from the disaster, either, because the extraterrestrial devils have also set up traps on the Black Wind Fleet side. Also, if it weren't for us unraveling the scheme by accident, it is very likely that you would have been trapped in the Spiriters' realm forever, unable to free yourselves. Technically speaking, whether you chose the Federation or the Imperium, the battle against the extraterrestrial devils would have been inevitable. At least, we still have hope right now. Cut the crap. Who are we? Long Yongjun continued shouting. How is the battle between the Federation and the Imperium, or the battle between them and the extraterrestrial devils, related to us? Do the life or death of the soldiers of the Federation army and the common folk mean anything to us at all? If we are really pissed off, we will wash this place with blood, leaving no survivors behind and saving the Imperium and the extraterrestrial devils the trouble. Do you really think that we are harmless chickens? Master Bitter Cicada, don't you agree? Master Bitter Cicada could only step forward and say, Lord Wang, let's be lenient wherever it is possible. Those ordinary people are all innocent. It is unnecessary to vent our fury on them. Besides, we are indeed in a subtle situation right now. Let's hear what Master Spiritual Vulture, Master Li, has to say first before we make the final decision. Hee hee. Long Yongjun sniffed and finally released Liao's collar unwillingly. She then glanced around in confusion and asked, frowning, Fellow cultivators, why are your souls so disordered and your flames of spiritual energy mixed with a lot of impurities? They are the memory pieces of the ordinary people. Master Bitter Cicada sighed and said, Those are the fundamental materials of the crystal turbulence deep inside the Spiriters' realm. When the Spiriters' realm collapsed, they were melded with our souls, allowing us to see, sense, and remember the lives of thousands of ordinary people of the Federation. The feeling was indeed quite weird. Even the souls of nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage experts are having trouble absorbing all of them in such a short amount of time. The fellow cultivators here are all a little bit, huh? Are you not uneasy at all, Lord Wang? Long Yongjun was slightly dazed. Then she immediately replied, Yes, of course I am. I'm having such a headache right now that thousands of little people seem to be fighting inside my brain. This is all Monster Li's fault. What do you have to say for yourself after pulling us into such a tragedy? Speak now. Long Yongjun glared at Liao. The experts from the Ancient Sages sector looked at Liao aggressively, too. The soldiers of the Federal Army who had fought with Liao just now, including Colonel Luo, looked at Liao. Thousands of common citizens of the Federation who had just escaped from the Spiriters' realm and woken up from their nightmares looked at Liao, full of expectation. The colorful, blooming flowers of souls around all shook slightly and aimed their dazzling pistols at Liao. The entire District 01 space station fell silent. Everybody held their breath and waited. A drop of cold sweat leaked out of Liao's forehead and zigzagged down his swollen face, reaching his lips that were slightly trembling. That's right. It's true that I deceived you. Taking a deep breath, Liao made up his mind. At first, our stances were not clear. The Federation and the Ancient Sages sector did not know each other very well, yet the Ancient Sages sector boasted so many unparalleled experts such as yourselves. Which one of you does not have the capability to turn an ocean upside down? Naturally, I could not expose my identity and bring unexpected danger to the Federation. I believe that you can certainly understand me, right? Later, after you came to the Federation for investigation, it was perhaps the best opportunity for me to confess my identity. There should have been any need to lie to you anymore. But in my defense, I didn't keep it a secret intentionally. It was not a carefully planned scheme or a shameless trap. I was just a bit selfish back then. That's all. I thought that, if the Star Glory Federation could demonstrate the most perfect side to you and tempt you into becoming a member of the Federation willingly, I could then confess my identity. Yes, I also hoped that the Star Glory Federation would have become an impeccable country after 100 years. A paradise that was harmonious, unified, strong, and bright, not plagued by any problems. Who would refuse such a paradise? He stammered a little bit at first, but after a few words, and under Long Yangjuan's furious glare, Liao gradually got the hang of it. His back was straightened, his eyes were glowing, and his voice grew louder and louder, until it was rolling inside District 01 like surging tides, involving thousands of people in his magnificent aura. The three saints and four rapscallions were all cast into silence and deep in thought. But I was wrong. Perhaps I was too simple-minded back then. Liao smiled bitterly. The Federation today is not perfect. It is even more imperfect than the old Federation 100 years ago. The scale and population of the Federation have greatly expanded. Technology and techniques have made significant progress too, but during the expansion and progress, more problems have been revealed. There are geopolitical conflicts between the 4 new worlds and the 3 old worlds. Because of the conflict of interests, different parties fight and argue with each other hard despite the same banner above their heads. The leaders of the Federation, such as Xianxia, are not perfect people who are completely unselfish and absolutely righteous. While defending the Federation, she and they are also working on their own plans amid power struggles. The old interest groups have not completely collapsed yet, and new interest groups have quietly crawled onto the stage. Moreover, a lot of people in the Federation believe that the advancement of technology is the solution to all our problems. They created the game civilization and the grand unified spiritual nexus, but it never occurred to them that civilization and the grand unified spiritual nexus would become the best weapons for the extraterrestrial devils to attack us. The Federation has so many messy problems. Even I myself am not as brilliant, glorious, and invincible as my propaganda. That's all fake bullshit that has been exaggerated and montaged as a result of all the deification movements. So, faced with such an imperfect Federation and imperfect self, how should I persuade you to join it, build it, and defend it? I never found the answer, and I never had the courage to tell you the truth because I was scared of your eyes of disappointment. Yes, this place is not a dreamland. It cannot give the ancient sages' sector a path that is completely guaranteed to lead to a bright future. The so-called dominator of 3 sectors and all the descriptions are indeed a great scam. So, what can I possibly have to say for myself? Liao paused for a moment. Then, 2 sparks suddenly exploded inside his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said one word after another. Fellow cultivators, I cannot come up with any explanation. I only want to tell you one last thing. However imperfect the Star Glory Federation is, however much trouble and darkness it may have, however many stains have tarnished the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag, and whatever plans the big shots such as Xianxia have in their minds, it is not important. I am not fighting for the unsubstantial name of Star Glory Federation. I am not fighting for a weightless flag. I am not fighting for the interests of the influential big shots and the leaders of the Federation. I only want to fight side by side with them as well as the billions of people of the Federation, to protect our home and family, and to struggle on to the end of the boundless sea of stars. Nothing more. Liao's bellow rumbled like thunder. The lingering echo further contrasted the silence of the field that seemed to be sealed in ice. More and more people and soldiers woke up and joined the crowd to see the legendary vulture Liao. But they did not expect that their name would be mentioned by Vulture Liao. For a moment, they were at a loss and did not know what to do. The Federation is imperfect and even utterly deformed. Even I failed to anticipate that so many drastic changes, some good and some bad, would take place in only 100 years and reshape the world we live in. The Federation today is not the Federation 100 years ago. Xianxia today is not Xianxia 100 years ago, and even Vulture Liao is not the real Liao from 100 years ago. Clenching his fists, Liao waved them like batons and boosted everyone's emotions. Not just you, even I sometimes feel slightly disappointed and lost. not knowing what myself and the Federation will become in the mysterious, unpredictable, hazy future. However, a moment ago, when all the people of the Federation sang aloud, burned their life and soul, and blew the shit out of the extraterrestrial devil, it suddenly occurred to me. However, many changes have happened to the Federation that make it unrecognizable. Certain things that are hidden in its deepest part remain the same and will never change. Therefore, in that second, I told myself to forget everything. Whatever the Federation has become, and whether or not I am the one everybody believes me to be, I will still fight the bloody battle to the end. I am not fighting for Xianxia, not for the title of Dominator of 3 Sectors, not even for the Star Glory Federation or the Rising Dragon of the 9 Stars flag, but for the people who are living right below the flag. Besides, I know for a fact that when I am protecting them, they are also protecting me. When I look at them, they are also looking at me. I will never abandon them, and they will never abandon me. This is the whole significance of my fight. As Liao roared desperately, the ice in the atmosphere was broken. Countless people recalled the soul-stirring, gratifying scene in the Spiriters' realm that they had just experienced. It was perhaps the most hot-blooded 5 minutes of their entire lives. Yes. However many problems there might be, this place was their home, and their families were right behind them. They protected and looked after each other. They trusted and supported each other. No matter how vast and boundless the universe was, could anyone find a better reason to fight than that? The 12 angry experts from the ancient sages sector were the most eye-catching existences in the space station. Like 12 mountains that rose high into the clouds, when their flames of spiritual energy erupted like volcanoes. But without them knowing it, the auras spreading out of the thousands of ordinary people and low-level cultivators congregated into a magnificent ocean of clouds. Although it was still impossible for them to suppress the mountains, they had indeed surrounded the intimidating experts. Everybody stared at the 11 experts from the ancient sages sector, their eyes glowing with strength that those experts had never seen before. They were all slightly overwhelmed. In the ancient sages sector, low-level cultivators would never have the courage to directly look at the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators. When a nascent soul stage cultivator burst into fury, the land of 100 square kilometers might be burnt to the ground. The low-level cultivators often wasted no time kneeling on the ground, shuddering in fear, not to mention the common folk who were nothing more than ants. What exactly? Although the thousands of ordinary people did not pose an actual threat, the flames of spiritual energy from the experts of the ancient sages sector were still shivering softly. The memory pieces that splashed out when the Spiriters' realm collapsed gradually sank into the deepest parts of their souls and became inseparable parts of their lives. Do you see everyone's eyes? Do you feel the strength of the people? Staring at Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators, Liao stepped forward and opened his arms. Think about the folks in the ancient sages sector. Cultivators are occupied in their conspiracies and internal fights, and the ordinary people are emaciated, ignorant, and submissive. The whole world is murky. There is not the slightest brightness or hope. I have one question that I've been meaning to ask you for a long time. Meng Qixin, Wu Suiyun, Han Bailing, Zhu Zhongyo, Qi Zhongdao, Yan Liren, Qi Changsheng, Wang Shi, Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, Wan Mingzhu. Nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators like you are either kings and generals or renowned, unparalleled experts respected everywhere. Ostensibly speaking, your position and power have reached the peak. There is barely any room for you to make any progress. But let me ask you, when you saw your disciples who had their own plans to deal with each other, when you saw common folks who were bags of bones, and when you saw soldiers who could be both as brutal as wolves and as cowardly as dogs, did you really feel that governing such a bunch of people was what nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators should do? Did you really feel that the hollow praise and the eyes of fear gave you a strong sense of achievement? Did you feel satisfied and happy hiding in the depths of the dark nebula like tortoises and blatantly stomping on the people who were treated as ants until your eventual doom? The series of reproaches made the 11 experts from the ancient sages sector even more furious and, agitated than before. But however agitated they were, they could not eclipse the brilliance that the thousands of people around were spraying out crazily. Look at the people around you who just fought side by side with you in the Spiriters realm and, to some extent, saved the high and mighty nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators. Were they not brave enough? You would have been screwed. Liao put all his concerns aside and shouted. Look at them carefully. Watch their eyes, their noses, and their mouths. Every one of them is glowing. Do you not want the people of the ancient sages sector to grow into real, meaningful humans just like them one day? Even if you are really emperors, kings, and generals, is it really a feat worth being proud of to govern a horde of puppets, wolves, and ants? Come on. Live up to the strength of the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage. You did not train yourselves so hard to what you have become today to hide inside the dark nebula and bully the weak in silence. You can do this. You can really ignite yourselves and the ancient sages sector, rip apart the entire dark nebula, and let the ancient sages sector and the people in it emanate the most dazzling brilliance among the 3,000 sectors and in the next 10,000 years. Liao's eyes were bloodshot, and all his veins bulged out. Powerful air masses were spurting out of every pore on his body. Joining with the auras of thousands of people of the Federation, they were like an overwhelming tsunami that could even block the sun. Even the high mountains built by the 11 experts of the ancient sages sector were dwarfed by the tsunami. Liao seemed to be holding an invisible longsword in his hands, whose edge was deeply hidden in his heart. One step after another, he walked toward the experts of the ancient sages sector. Even sword maniac Yen Liren swallowed hard, unable to find a way to dodge the attack. Lord Wang was right. With everything coming to this point, an explanation would be utterly useless. Liao's eyes were as brilliant as lightning as he stared at the 11 experts from the ancient sages sector in the eyes. Holding the invisible sword in his right hand, he slowly raised 2 fingers with his left hand and said, I don't want to waste any more time talking. Now I'll give you 2 options. Firstly, give the Star Glory Federation, as well as the ancient sages sector and yourselves, a chance. We will accomplish something great together that nobody in the entire universe has ever done before. In the name of Vulture Liao, I swear that whoever decides to fight side by side with me will be my lifelong brother. From today on, whenever you or the ancient sages sector runs into any trouble, the Star Glory Federation and I will help you resolve it even by pouring the fury of the entire sea of stars. Exactly like how you helped us today. Secondly, if you are unwilling, it doesn't matter. The Star Glory Federation will not beg for help. Outsiders in the Federation are our honorable guests. I may, however, ask my honorable guests to move your buttocks to the side. Don't stand in our way while we are busy saving the world. Liao's roars completely boiled the thousands of soldiers and citizens. There was no telling who started it first, but the rumbling voices soon congregated into a strong wind that could even blow over the universe. Long live the Federation! Long live the Federation! Fight and march forward, Federation! Countless people moved toward them enthusiastically, not fearing that they might be burnt by the flames of spiritual energy from the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators at all. Thousands of hands were extended to Liao, trying to raise him high on the shoulders and turning him into the sharpest edge on the dazzling saber. The 11 experts of the ancient sages sector gaped at Liao. Looking at the passionate crowd around, they had mixed feelings in his heart and could not tell whether they were angry or jealous. Yes, they knew deeply that no matter how high their cultivation was, even if they were in the divinity transformation stage, the void refining stage, or even higher levels, they would never enjoy the gazes that Liao was soaking in that day, furiously passionate gazes in the ancient sages sector. The exclamations from the bottom of their hearts were for Liao. The support they offered without considering their own lives was for Liao too. Behind Liao was an entire federation. Behind them, the ancient sages sector was hidden deep inside the dark nebula and could no longer be seen. Do you see this, fellow cultivators from the ancient sages sector who have come after a long journey? The eyes of thousands of people seemed to have condensed into glamorous armor around Liao and filled him with an invincible aura. He gestured toward the experts from the ancient sages sector again, and his eyes were tougher and clearer than ever before. The Star Glory Federation needs your help. I'm sincerely inviting you to join us, but our life is the same even without you. The future of the Federation will not be decided by a few nascent soul stage cultivators or divinity transformation stage cultivators. Whether you decide to fight with us or simply idle by and do nothing, and even if you stand in our way, it will matter little. In any case, the people of the Federation and I will stride forward and fight the bloody battle to the end. Regardless of whether we live or die, we will make the choice on our own.